Wop. Hello, everybody. Welcome in ScribbleSupport 160. Nice even number. We're kind of cruising along with this. I've been working on it off stream as well, so we're getting quite a lot of work done. I can't help myself. I don't have a lot of entertaining things calling to me right now, so I'm filling a lot of my spare time by just doodling. If you're in my Discord, this isn't new to you, but different from last time we were on stream. There it is. Wah. A car. I've settled on this haircut for her for now. And, actually not sure what I had on screen last time. These might be different body proportions as well from what I did last time on stream. But here's where we're sitting. I'm pretty satisfied with her so far. I like this new style of, like, body shape, and facial construction. So, depending on how far I get today, we may be finishing with the character redesign part of my little journey here. And then we can move on to much more practice. I want to do, like, figure drawing speed drills and such. More like actual art training, instead of just fucking around with my character. But join us today for another episode of Fucking Around with My Character. Here's Rama. I need water. Here's my water. I was possessed by the chug. You ever get that? It's like a weird, specific feeling, right? Where you have the brain impulse of, like, I'm thirsty, I'm going to take drink now. And then, like, after your first swallow, your brain just goes, keep doing that now. Like, I didn't feel like I just walked through a desert. Like, I didn't feel particularly thirsty, but sometimes, you know, it's just like, it's just the right temperature and it's nice and refreshing, and you're just like, I'm just gonna drink like this entire bottle of water right now. That's what's happening. Anywho, yeah, there's Amira. So, my problem with this right now, and what we're going to be doing today, or remedying today, is that she's just a fresh-faced little babu. But Amira's history, given Final Fantasy's context, is she's been through a lot. A couple of wars, some fights with godlike creatures, you know. I want to fuck her up. So we're gonna be doing that today. I'm not sure exactly to what extent. I already have some ideas of what I want to do, but we're gonna be doing a lot of screwing around as we normally do here, and experimenting and trying to figure out what to do to her, because she should have scars of some manners, given the history that our player character has gone through in the game. That's what we're doing. So, I have prepared a list. I have physical paper in Meat Space with me. I have gone through, like, all of MSQ from ARR to the end of Endwalker. And I have noted prominent encounters that stuck out in my memory of like, yeah, that's a thing that I remember having a hard time with or having a good time with in that expansion. So I noted all of those down. And I figure I'm going to choose at least one thing from each expansion. And then I'm going to put them on like a tier list of how much I liked that expansion and or that one thing. And that will dictate how much of her body that mark will take. That's the plan. I have a water filter, so I satiate that urge by sticking a straw in my cup and drinking as it gets filled. Speaking of which, I want more water. Good water. Alrighty, so I guess why don't I translate this list into the digital realm so you guys can see it and I don't have to keep looking down at my desk. Is it time to shimmy in? And yep, yeah, you can join whenever you feel like. Oh, I keep forgetting you're that.
What's wrong? It stares at you so big and wide.
Look at those eyes. Look at those big old eyes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Stop looking at me with them big old eyes. What the?
There was a clip that I found, a random YouTube short that was recommended to me that I didn't know what it was, but there was like a quality little guy in it of the bug variety, and recent ScribbleSupport guest Blair Wolf has a channel in her Discord dedicated to bugs. So I went and posted it in there, and that's why she's been playing that game, because she went and found out what the thing is from and was like, I'm gonna play this now, and she's been playing it for the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
But it's a good little short I want to show you. Bugs.
Share so I could stare at it with my big eyes.
Yeah. I'll put it in the stream chat so that other people who may join today, I don't have to DM everyone individually.
Oh, yeah. This is the Roblox game. I know what this is. I think I've seen this independently.
Hey, Chug. I really like that little guy. Especially when she's like, look at those eyes. It's just looking.
I have tried to get into this game, but you do get attacked by other players when you're level 1.
Yeah, I think, from what I gather, it's like a wild animal, like, role play server. But you're funky little things instead of like actual animals. Hyperfox, welcome in.
Ooh.
I'm gonna start eating raw fish in supermarkets till the manager stops me. All right, have fun.
All right.
Bagel. That's me. Bagel doodle.
Bagel doodle.
What was I doing? All right, yeah, so the list. The great list of things that my character has gone through. Or, well, you know, everyone who's played the game has gone through, but that's besides the point. We start with the beginning. I am among the old farts who actually did Binding Coils when it was current content. So there's that. And things that happened inside Binding Coil. I don't know how I would translate this into a scar, but maybe... I spelled that entirely wrong. My brain just turned off. I almost did it again. I don't know why I want to put an N right in the middle there.
Melon.
Melon! What is a frying pan's favorite place to be?
Hmm?
As a drying pan. Grease?
That's
pretty good.
I was like, don't say drying pan. Because it doesn't make sense in the context. But I wanted to say it, and you took the words right out of my mouth.
Bless all of you who play Final Fantasy who don't know what this is. You are saving so much soul power. Or maybe it's just my raid group. There was a thing called the ADS, which was a lightning-based guy.
Huh.
I cast urine Denny's now. Oh, fuck.
I've had that spell put on me once.
Here comes the waiter asking me if I want to moon over my hammy. Can I interest you boys in a grand sandwich? Yeah, so these are all things from the first set of Binding Coils of Bahamut back in 2.0. Allegan Rot was this really fun thing, really fun and exciting thing, where the boss was just a ball. It's actually this same ball. So you fight the ADS, like, at the front door. It's like the security system. And then you fight a bunch more of them, and it's a branching path. And depending on what path you take through that area dictates what abilities the ball gets. And then you fight the ball again. But this was like the optimal path, so most of the time you would get the ball with Allegan Rot. And Allegan Rot meant that you would be fighting the boss, like, you know, normal Final Fantasy boss. It's a circular arena with a guy in the middle who does shit that you need to not get hit by, right? But you all needed to, like, spread out to the cardinal and, like, sub-cardinal directions, because there's 8 people, so north, northeast, east, southeast, south, you know, all you'd fan out in that pattern.
Every way.
And the boss would pick someone to stick Allegan Rot to. And it would be a timer, like a debuff on you. If that timer runs out, the entire party dies. So it's like Doom, but worse, because it kills everyone. You just wipe. You have to start over. So the way that you fix that is you go and touch the person next to you. You have to pass Allegan Rot around. But when you lose Allegan Rot, you get a buff that, like, makes you immune to it for a while. So if you pass it too quickly, you will run out of people to pass it to, and the timer will expire and everyone dies. So you need to hold on to it for as long as you can, but not too long. And then you need to pass it to the person next to you, all while, you know, actually playing the game and trying to kill the boss and dodge all the other shit he's doing. We had a couple of individuals in our party who were not good at that. So I have a specific memory associated with volunteering to be like the person next to one of those individuals so that I would go and get my debuff from them rather than having to, you know, hope that they remember to pass it off. So we went through some tribulations. So it's in my memory. That's why it's on this list. And then, of course, Twin Tanya. I don't have any specific memories associated with this guy, or what? Well, these two guys are the same guy. But
all alone. Nothing but blue. I can't believe that bug blew up.
You're just standing there with the big shimmering eyes looking at my viscera rolling down the fucking wall. Anyway, what was I saying? These two guys are the same guy, but this first fight was like basically nothing. It's not really influential. I just figured he is a lightning aligned encounter, which is interesting and could be a fun scar pattern. So it's just on the list for consideration. And lastly, Twin Tanya, the boss of Binding Coil turn 1. The 5th encounter. The only raid that ever broke convention. I think Binding Coil actually still adds up to 12 total, but the first set was 5 instead of the 4 that they went on to do. But it also didn't really count because it's the only raid that I can't think of an easier way to say it. Binding Coil is the most World of Warcraft raid that they ever put in Final Fantasy. Where there's like exploration and trash pulls, whereas raids now are basically just hard trials. So one of the first 5 turns of Binding Coil is basically just running. So, like, that one doesn't really count. There's no boss. you just, like, run down a big spiral, and that's the whole coil. I think it's turn 3 that
sounds right,
that is.
Is that the one with the jumping pads?
Yeah. So it's a few trash pulls, and you're just running into jumping pads. It takes, like, 10 minutes to run to the bottom, even when it was current content. Yeah. You know, like, it's not... It's not.
I like doing that one and pulling some like early guys and just making them follow me all the way down.
Yeah. So Twin Tanya is a dragon, so she can bite, and she has fire. So that's my submissions for 2.0. The only other major memory that I have from 2.0 is Titan Extreme was the like hardest piece of content in the game for a while. That's actually how I got into my guild that I raided Binding Coil with. Was they were offering carries through Titan EX because barely anyone in the game at the time could do it. Because the game server infrastructure wasn't as good, so you would get snapshotted to death, and this was back when Titan EX, they didn't put your body back on the platform if you fell off, so you would just get snapshotted off the cliff, and like, well, you're dead now, and hope that the rest of the people can continue without you. But I couldn't think of like how could I mark that on a character? That there's not really like blunt force scars, broken legs scars, right?
A dent.
Yeah. So that's 2.0. Then 3.0, I actually didn't mark anything for. I think I forgot to mark stuff for 3.0.
All of Heaven's Word.
Well, let's write down 3.0. Oh yeah, and I want to bring up... Sorry for the screen turning off. I'm opening my task manager. It does that for some reason. There we go. So we are looking really good right now as far as CPU and GPU usage goes. If I were to share my screen so that Sun can participate live, what does that do?
Watch.
Yeah, that hikes it by like 10 or 15%.
You don't have to stream it to me.
If you guys start streaming, Astroma might also pop by, and Bayray said he might also have time to pop by. So if other people come by and they start streaming, I think I need to turn my Discord stream off so that my CPU doesn't max out.
That's fine.
But anyway, we'll have to brainstorm some 3.0 encounters, because I apparently just skipped that. So
all of the Dragon Song War.
Yeah. Repeated exposure to Ockmorn. So with 4.0 Stormblood, my favorite encounter, my favorite trial in the game actually is Susanoo. Or however you're supposed to say his name, Susanoo. I don't know how.
Susano? I say Susano.
But he's got a weird apostrophe double O situation going on. I don't know how you're supposed to say his name. Yeah, it's spelled Susano apostrophe O.
According to Google, I'm putting this in the pop out.
Are we back? We back? Hello?
Are we back? A little refresh. I see the stream.
Okay.
Be back.
I love my internet. It's so cool and awesome. Yeah, so what Suze now? Is that
That's how it looks, but the voice thing says Susano.
Okay. But anyway, so Susanoo, he has a big sword. He can cut. He also does lightning moves. But most importantly, big big sword.
The Lord of Revel.
I love that encounter. It's so fun.
He's very fun. I can't solo it. I wish I could, but I perish.
Yeah, it's like impossible unless you have insane DPS and you can skip his big
unless
face,
you're warrior.
Yeah. Or yeah, if you just have your immortality move, I guess. Yeah. That's all I wrote down for Stormblood. I can't remember any other big thing in Stormblood. I didn't raid actively. Well, I did, but we barely got anywhere. We were on whatever the first tier of Omega is. Is it Gamma? I don't remember what the first set. We were on 3 out of 4 out of the first set of Omega, which is Halicarnassus. That's as far as we got before I stopped playing for that expansion. But I'm not a massive fan of feudal Japan aesthetic, or fantasy feudal Japan, whatever, yokai aesthetic,
quote unquote far east.
Yeah. So that particular story didn't grip me too much, and neither did Alamigo, to be frank. So I was kind of bored for most of Stormblood. But the trials were fun. What's her face? Tsukiyomi?
Oh yeah.
Is that her name?
Tsukiyomi.
Tsukiyomi was cool. Susanoo was very fun. Lakshmi's okay. I wasn't as enthused by the mechanics of Lakshmi. Her music is good, yeah. But compared to Susanoo, where you have to rotate tanks to catch the giant fuck off sword, as opposed to push blue to not die, was not as sticking in my memory. So we got Susanoo for Stormblood. Then we got 5.0, good old Shadowbringers. Lots happened here. So I do have something that I'm definitely doing. So I won't bother to write that one down. Did I write anything else down? Yes. We will call it Seat of Sacrifice, because that's what it's called.
Ooh, yep.
And there's a thing that happens during that fight. What else?
Seat of Sacrifice was very cool. I wish I could relive that one and like the hype building up in it, you know?
Man. I actually when I went through that encounter for the first time, my one friend that I was with had to like take a break. I can't remember if he just like needed to use the bathroom or wanted to make food or something like that. So right when I got to it, I was just sitting in the like chamber that you're in front of the big pillar of light, just listening to the song for like half an hour. I was just like vibing there, just like we're gonna fucking kill this guy. Very cool encounter. Yeah, so that's all. There is another thing here. I guess I'll note it. All right, Bert. That means a specific
just
thing.
Chilling.
But, then 6.0. Endwalker. I couldn't think of anything really, like... There's plenty of moments, but I couldn't think of anything with, like, an interesting mark that could be left.
Associated.
Yeah.
We can workshop that.
But we have the fight sexual.
Oh.
We get in a big funny fist fight with him. He also can cut, I suppose. And then still, I believe, my favorite piece of music in the game. I'm not super enthralled by the fight, But I really, really like the music, so I might find some kind of excuse to include it. But Pandemonium. Pandemonium 12 specifically.
Okay.
So
Tireless One? Is that what the song is called?
Yes, Athena, the Tireless One.
Mm-hmm.
And under that, I guess the only thing I could think of was to use the lyrics, because what I actually like is the music. So in the lyrics, they speak of boiling seas, and they speak of like vampirism. So those two things could be a scar of some form. All right. I need to think of things for Heavensward.
There's a lot of opportunity, a lot of dragons,
Lots of dragon.
a lot of
dragon.
A lot of knights.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon.
Yeah, I didn't play Heavensward until Stormblood was out. So I just like went through Heavensward, you know? So I didn't have time in Heavensward to garner
Not
specific memories or or attachments. Yeah, what happens in Heavensward? It's all just dragon stuff. Fight Nidhogg. We fight Estinian. We fight Gracefelger. All the dragons have all the same moves, so that doesn't help much.
Mostly dragon.
What are
I
the
think
trials?
That's like the easiest.
The triad. Yeah, I didn't really do the triad either, so I don't have like
the triad.
Yeah, that's Heavensward, right? Sephiroth, Sophia, and
yes,
whatever the hell the last one's name is.
I forgot about that.
Redman. Big Redman.
Sephiroth, Sophia, and Zervin? Or
yeah, that
like
sounds right.
Because I only remember that because the instance names are also like S something number is Sephiroth, P for Sophia,
P113, yeah.
And then Z something for Zervin.
Yeah. And what was the raid in Alexander? Yeah, I didn't do Alexander either. Well, I don't think I have done Alexander, but I didn't do it when it was important.
Googling Heavensward trials. Ravana.
Yeah, there's Thok. I could add yet another guy who can cut me to the list of to the list of people who can cut me.
A Realm Reborn. Okay, no. Realm Reborn. Heavensward. Thokasog, Limitless Blue, Singularity Reactor, Containment Bay, Steps of Faith, Thornton's Reign. That is a big one. Yeah.
Yeah, Thornton.
Nidhogg's Rage. That's kind of it. That's actually short compared to the others.
Yeah.
Or at least it feels like it. Actually, the rest look kind of the same.
I guess it feels short to me because I didn't play the expansion when it was current. So I didn't go through everything twice, you know, because it's like Ravana and then Bismarck and then Ravana EX and Bismarck EX, you know. I only did them once. I just went through the story.
So your choices are a scar from a dragon,
Mm-hmm.
The Pope, a whale,
The Pope,
the War God.
Yeah. We just have dragon.
Dragon.
Yeah, there's nothing
You got
really in particular.
big dragon or guy that turns into dragon.
Mm-hmm. I guess since we don't have it on the list yet, so I guess I could say stab as opposed to cut, a puncture wound, because at least one, I think more than one of the Temple Knights have spears, and certainly Estinian has a spear. So that's a different...
pikes and halberds.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
I was not whacked. Presumably because Tits did not reconnect to Twitch after my internet died.
We had a little hiccup.
No, it did. It just didn't work. I love you, Twits. You're my favorite. What about mine? Nope, mine didn't work either. What about the snack redeem?
Oh.
Nope. Cool. What if we just restart? I love it when my stuff works.
This is the real trial.
Mm-hmm. Stream setup EX. Okay, hello. You say you're connected.
Actually, let me find, because I also have
now. Yeah.
Ooh, lemon.
Lemon.
I also have a document that's like the timeline or like events from the game that I'm like, maybe I should try to incorporate these into the lore a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I sort of have like a separate timeline of events of like, this is just what my Warrior of Light is like, and this is him actually going through, MSQ.
Mm-hmm.
When he's actually doing this stuff. Here we go. Canon 14 events that seem important to his story. It's not like listed out as, it's not as like finished, so it's just like considerations of like maybe the Crystal Tower, Keeper of the Lake. Mine is a little different because my Warrior of Light canonically lives in Coerthus at the present time. So he's a little situated in Heaven's Word a bit differently. Also, he's like really old. It's a little different. What did I write for the rest? Endwalker. The end of the world is kind of a big deal, huh? That's all I wrote. Dawn Trail says he does not handle heat well. I did not give any thought to the later expansions.
That was a big challenge that I was having trying to compile this list was I had lots of memories and like things that you encounter, but so many things that you fight in Final Fantasy are magic blast, magic blast, magic blast. So it's like, what does that do to you? Yeah, it's just like vague magic explosion. It's not so much like a particular like fire or boiling water or being cut, like it's not like a thing that leaves a mark. It's just damaging you nondescriptly. So
yeah.
it was hard to try and think of a list of things that could actually be used here in the context that I want to use them in. But yeah, there's my list. So while that marinates for a minute, I have one thing that I know I want to do. So through some mechanism, I guess I'll just use this color for now. I want her to have a really fucked up left arm.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Uh, which one of these marks will be responsible for that? I'm not sure yet. So that's why I'm just using like vague color to mark her
Mm-hmm.
right now. But I want her left arm to be jacked up. Reason being, when I first started playing Final Fantasy, my character's name was Claire, just because I liked the name and we wanted to start playing. You know, so I didn't
Mm-hmm.
put like a whole lot of time. So, my character's name was Claire, and the last name was Ronfray. And everyone that I played with also named their last name Ronfray because it was our unanimous favorite zone from Final Fantasy XI. So we just used that as our last name because still uncommon, especially in an MMO, that you have a last name. So we like didn't know like, oh, what do we do? None of our characters have had last names before because we've never been given that prompt. But so we all had the same last name, and my character was just called Claire. I played Final Fantasy 1.0 and a bit of 2.0 up until Binding Coil, the first series of Binding Coil, and then I stopped playing for a couple of years, and I didn't come back until Stormblood. So I came back and I went through all of Heavensward and all of Stormblood. Um, and I think I still had the same character name for all of that. And then I stopped playing again for another couple of years. And I came back for Shadowbringers. But when I came back for Shadowbringers, it was one person. Like I didn't have like a guild anymore or like other
Mm-hmm.
friends who played the game. It was just me and one other friend that I came back to play with. And it was a while after Shadowbringers was out, so I progressed through most of it, like just kind of in one go. You know, I didn't have to like wait for
Mm-hmm.
the patches. Um, I believe when I finished getting through Shadowbringers was the patch that had Terra's face on it. So they were
Huh.
already a couple of Eden raids like into the expansion by the time I finished the MSQ. Um,
Okay.
but he's into roleplay. My friend actually has a D&D campaign that they play inside Final Fantasy. Like their Warriors of Light are their D&D characters, and they like do their
That's
role
cool.
playing like in the game, as opposed to like in a Discord call. They do it in Final Fantasy. That's what they do. Um, so I was like, huh, maybe I should like think of my character a little bit more, and so that's when I named Amira an actual like Mikote lore appropriate name. She doesn't really have a backstory or anything, but I gave her a name, and I went through the
Mm-hmm.
entirety of Shadowbringers as a warrior. So because that's what I had assigned to her, like when I effectively made her, in my head, I still kind of associate her with warrior, but I don't play warrior anymore. So I figure that's an excuse to come up with story. So I'm leaning towards Susanoo because that's like the biggest tank specific memory that I have. Um, I think it might be Susanoo's big sword's fault that her arm gets fucked up. Because now when I play tank, I play Gunbreaker, which exclusively uses their right arm with a one-handed weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I like the idea of there being like a she can't be a warrior anymore because wielding a two-handed weapon is hard because of her arm. Um,
Mm-hmm.
So that's a fun little thing. But anyway, so whatever the cause may be, fucked up left arm. And then the plot twist is, let's soft pencil, I guess. I want her to have a clear spot. How can I do this? Let's cheat and use a 3D model. Where's like a lazily open hand? Go.
Hand holding a can of soda.
And it would be the right hand. Grab you.
Oh.
Spin around.
Oh.
Oh, didn't want to do that. There we go.
Big tilt.
There is a scene in Shadowbringers, that's the name of the expansion, where you're in the inn room in Crystarium and you're talking to Ardbert's ghost. And he reaches out to you, like, as you're having one of your slaps hood of OC. This character could fit so much light ether in them. You're having one of your moments, and he reaches out to you to, like, try and help you. And when he comes into contact with you, he is burned. He like recoils. He goes like, what, but simultaneously you're fixed. Like you stop your dry heaving light ether onto the floor. So I would imagine it's because you just have too much ether in you. And souls are canonically made of ether in the Final Fantasy world. So, it's just, you just got too much ether in you, and the, like, aura of it was able to harm him. But also, big Final Fantasy XIV spoilers, by the way, if anyone is concerned with that. Ardbert is part of us. I need to spread out the fingers a little bit. Ardbert is part of the same Ascian that we are shards of. Ardbert is another part of Azim, and toward the climax of the main story, he rejoins with us. So, of all of the living beings in Final Fantasy XIV who are descendants of fragments of Ascians, we are slightly more complete than anyone else in the universe, because we have merged with one of our other 14 fragments.
More ancient than the other ancients.
Yeah. Because we done went and exploded all of the other unsundered Ascians. So I think we might be the most complete one in the world now, unless they pull some other Ascians out for future content. I think
when are we getting
canonically,
the 99% complete one?
I think there's like 3 of them that are canonically, like, unaccounted for. Like, we know they exist, but we don't know where they are.
Yeah. So there are people who were really banking on, like, certain characters in Dawn Trail to be, like, one of them or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't the case. But who knows? Could still be. they could pull something out.
But I had a fun idea. Given that Ardbert is a part of us, and that scene takes place in a moment of the story where we don't know that yet, that I choose to interpret that reaction as the pain that he would feel is loss of ether, but it's not because he's being burned by like the light ether inside us. It's because his ether is trying to go into us. So he like lost the top layer of skin on his palm because it went into us because he's made of ether, right? So that's what I am choosing to interpret that as. So I want to put a handprint on Amira's arm because the rejoining is like, at least according to all the Asians, that's us returning to our like perfect form. So right where Ardbert touched is not scarred. That's my deepest lore. Hey, Hectic. I'm talking about lots of Final Fantasy spoilers.
Yeah.
I don't know how far into the game you are. I know you're slightly ahead of Penny. At least I think that was the case, but we'll be talking a lot about Final Fantasy spoilers today.
Can you imagine the amount of people that probably shipped their Warriors of Light with Ardbert before?
Oh, yeah. How far are you? Oh, you're on Heavensward content. Yeah, we're definitely talking about more than Heavensward.
Erase all of this from your mind right now.
Yeah, so that's a cool mark. But that's the only thing that I had in my brain was vague something will jack up her left arm, probably Susanoo, and then due to that one story moment in Shadowbringers, she has a healed pattern inside of her scar that is Ardbert's hand.
That's cool.
And then I also came up with the caveat, if I ever decide to play Warrior again, this decision was kind of made already because I'm not a huge fan of most of the weapon transmogs in the game, I find. I'm not a huge fan of like giga anime weapon aesthetic, which is what tends to be like the ultimate weapons, you know, in the game. The most powerful, most desired weapons are ones that bleed particle effects and have lots of little animated greeblies on them. I don't like the look of those too much. So I have been using as my warrior transmog since before Shadowbringers, just Bravura and Bravura Atma, which is the Realm Reborn warrior relic weapon. And it just so happens that Bravura Atma is the weapon that Ardbert wields. So it was already going to be like my one warrior weapon transmog, but now I can do big gay lore and say that if Amira is to be a warrior, that's the only axe that she can hold, because there's someone inside helping hold that weapon, right? Haha, it's Ardbert's axe. but that doesn't lend anything to what we're doing today. That's purely a story flavor and not something that I can mark her with. So that's all I know so far is jacked up left arm, healed handprint. So let's go through this list now. I guess let's start with the tier list. So I definitely don't have very many good memories of 2.0. That's not going to be near the top. So what are my favorite things? These two. Why is it not letting me move? Hello?
Wrong layer? Well, it would tell you.
What? Oh, because I'm on the wrong layer. That would be it. There we go. So between Susano and Seed of Sacrifice, which one goes on top? I honestly think Susano is like my favorite encounter in the entire game. Seed of Sacrifice is good, but I have a prevalent complaint about multiplayer games in general, not just Final Fantasy, but since we're talking about Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy is an MMO. The first two letters of that, I feel, are not catered to. Massively multiplayer, as in the entire core of this game is built around it being multiplayer, right? And I'm not a multiplayer purist. I'm not upset that they have added ways for like solos to enjoy the game. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that if you're going to build a game that is based around the core concept of people playing it together, there should be mechanics that actually make you work together. That's my hot take. Is it a hot take? My TED talk?
No, I also
I want
feel
like
because
combo
as much
moves.
As,
I want something that you do together more than just I am healer, I cast heal on you. You know, for the grand majority of the playtime of this game, you're kind of just doing your own thing in a room with other people. I want more co-op mechanics in my massively multiplayer online game. So, given that is the particular flavor of online game that I am craving, Susanoo far and away wins in that regard, because the tanks actually need to interact with one another and do stuff, as opposed to the tank presses LB3 in this encounter. You know, it's a little bit more involved than just push the button to not die, at least for Susanoo EX, when it was current content. It was actually quite difficult, because one person would catch the sword, and then the other...
You didn't give Batbug the tell to catch the sword. I didn't know I was supposed to catch that. Well, what now?
Fucking low latency snapshots. Bullshit. I was totally out of that. Look at where my goo landed. I'm totally in the safe spot. What the fuck?
Yeah. Shouldn't have hit you at all.
So when Susanoo EX was current content, one had to catch the sword, and then the other had to like block the funny balls from hitting the other tank, because the balls would apply a vulnerability to you, and you were taking constant damage while you were catching the sword.
That's what that is.
It was very stressful on the healers, because both tanks were under very heavy fire during that entire phase. So
I didn't just learn that that's what the balls do.
Oh no. The balls don't apply vulnerability. The balls just hurt you.
Oh, okay.
Holding the sword is stacking a vulnerability on you.
Ah,
So
okay,
so
okay.
the longer they hold the sword, the more likely a ball will just one-shot the tank that's holding the
Ah,
sword. And then if the tank
okay,
dies
okay,
while the sword is being held, everyone dies. The party wipes, you have to start over.
okay.
So you would have to catch the sword, rely on the other guy to stop you from dying while you're stacking your vulnerability, and then it would be like just about in time that all of your vulnerability would wear off, just in time for the other guy to catch the sword, so that he would start stacking vulnerability while yours is wearing off, and then you would start eating the hungry hippo's balls to stop him from dying. It was a very fun encounter that was very like team coordination centric, and I appreciate that. So I think Susanoo probably wins, even though I have far more emotional weight tied to this one. As far as like just overall memories of the game, I think Susanoo EX might be my most prominent moment in the game.
It's a different kind of memorable.
Yeah. You like Ravana mostly because of the music and the voice lines. Yeah, Ravana's got a really cool theme. I'm saddened by the knowledge that if the game continues on the path that it is, there will be a day where if you randomly get what is it called? The dead end? The dead the
dead ends? Like
Funny
the
Bird.
last...
When you
Yeah,
go
yeah, the
fight
dead
Funny
ends,
Bird, yeah. I'm sad that there will come a time where the encounter is over before the like big emotional stinger at the end. Because it's like scaled too poorly, that
Yeah, I wonder.
it just
I'm sure they
ends.
have to make adjustments for that.
All right, yeah, so Susanoo, and then given my other choices here, yeah, I feel Seed of Sacrifice is a pretty easy second place. Then what?
I like that Xenos is there, just
Yeah.
as an existence.
Yeah. Because I would put other things, but they're all just like vague conceptual damage, like,
Yeah.
there's not. Well, maybe. All right, I had an idea.
Oh.
Let me write something. I don't know if I can develop this into a thing that I would like, but maybe she could be a little bit what are their names? What's the name of the fucked up thing that you turn into because of Dynamis?
Because of Dynamis?
Yeah,
Wait,
they have a classification, don't they? The fucked up things.
Wait, Dynamis? Wait, for Endwalker?
Yeah, in Endwalker, when your emotions are too strong, that is the domain of Dynamis. So it is the overwhelming feeling of despair that causes Dynamis to fuck your shit up, and you turn into
Did they have a name? I didn't even know.
I'm pretty sure that classification of entity has a name.
Oh man, I didn't think about the fact that they're called something. You're absolutely correct though. Because I'm pretty sure it would have come up during like Shadowbringer as well, because they're kind of in there.
Yeah, a little bit.
The FFXIV.
I'm gonna write Final Fantasy 14 spoilers in my stream title.
Spoiler.
So that people don't wander in and hear shit about the intricate plot of Shadowbringers or Endwalker. Did they have a name? Did they not have a name? Well, whatever.
The wiki just calls it the Beasts of the Final Days.
Okay. It's not important what the name is, but maybe she could have, like, a little fucked up part of her. Blasphemies! They're called blasphemies!
Oh, okay. Oh, look at that. Yeah, blasphemies. Huh, I didn't know that. The more you know.
But they're typically red. So maybe there could be, like, a spot on her or something, you know, where she's like fucked up a little bit. Or her tail just has a mouth now.
Oh.
Because that's another thing that they do, is they grow eyes and mouths all over the damn place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is a complete corruption and stagnation of your ether. So if that happens to you, your soul is gone. So there's no afterlife or rebirthing or healing from that process. That you're just ultra dead. I want to put Endwalker next just because story reasons. But I don't really have, like, a prominent mark to get from that list of things. Given that we had to come up with things on the fly just now, I think it's fair to say that Heavensward is lowest on the realm of influence. So we have our top there, we have our nebulous middle here, and we have our bottom there. So I just need to decide which one of these is bigger than the other. Or which one I even want to actually exhibit. So that's a good question. So Susanoo. How could I make... Because Susanoo's the most influential, and I'm thinking that her entire left arm is probably going to be her biggest scar. So Susanoo should be responsible for this. So how does that happen?
Susanoo would have very
lightning.
Heavy... It's lightning, and it's a sword, but I want to call it its blunt force.
Yeah.
You know? So probably if
I guess just something kind of like this would sort of work. Because I'm thinking, like,
tapers off into, like, lightning form.
Maybe, yeah, maybe we could do a little bit of a... Ah, shit, what's the name of that? It's like a German guy's last name, I think, right? Like Lichtenberg or something like that. The name of the scar that you get for getting struck by lightning. I'm a little bit biased because I recently just watched My Hero Academia.
Okay, I understand what you mean. The scar formation of
the image in my head is just like what happens to Deku when, like, very early in the series, where he punched Big Robot and just fucks up his entire arm. That's the kind of...
No, I get that. The scar forming for that's pretty cool. I think if it's something like that, where it's like wherever she's holding the shield, I'm assuming that she held the shield in this arm, was like conducting the electricity.
She would have been a warrior, so it was she's like two-hand bracing her axe to, like, block it, right?
Oh, okay, you're right.
But yeah, also just vague magicry, because when you die to that attack, you don't get, like, cut in half, right? he explodes the entire arena.
Yeah.
So I guess it could just sort of maybe a bit less texture, because to me this kind of reads as a burn, and I just sort of did that just as a mark.
Yeah.
I didn't really have a thought in my head when I applied that mark. So maybe it could be a little bit closer to something like what they do in My Hero, where it's just like a color with like some scuffery inside that colored area. Can I get a picture of that?
A reference?
Deku breaks arm. Will that give me what I want?
Although
Yes,
it's gonna show you like all
that's
the
exactly what I
bent
wanted
up
to
fingers.
see. Yeah, so we have this.
Yeah.
That's just a color. I mean, he's got like scuffs and scrapes, but that's like everywhere. It's just
I guess it's supposed to be like the bruising.
Yeah, it's like anime action has happened. Mark. Yeah, and like this. Yeah, so like
Yeah, with
red
the fingers,
or purple, bruise or flesh tone. Yeah, sorry, Tribal. That's what we're doing today. I don't want her to be pretty fresh-faced Babu. She's been through a lot. So I'm making like a tier list of historical events that Amira has gone through, and based on the placement of these events on my tier list of just personal influence, I want to mark her body by that event in some way. So because Susanoo is my favorite thing, I knew I wanted her to have a fucked up like entire arm, so Susanoo's going to be responsible for that. So we're trying to figure out like what big thing from each expansion influenced me as a player enough for Amira to have that like be part of her. Yeah, that's what we're doing. And then there is, I guess, show me Dobby, because his entire body's fucked up. How do they render that?
Huh? Oh,
I don't know how you spell his
name.
A
lot of lines.
Yeah.
DABI. I shouldn't have answered that too quickly. It's a lot of it's like a lot of bags, because it's supposed to look like a wrinkled up skin.
Yeah, because he's burned. He's had like a whole bunch of skin grafts
and stapled all together.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing as like what they did with Deku here. It's just like a concerning flesh color with internal like texture lines, and then in Dobby's case the edges are like stapled. Yeah. I've been I'm not a massive purveyor of anime, and I'm not here exactly to sing its praises and recommend it to you, but I liked My Hero. It was a fun time. I've been very bored recently. And I found a place where I can watch anime. I would like to find a place where I can watch other things, but specifically I have a place where I can watch anime right now. So I've been watching. I watched Frieren and Delicious in Dungeon and My Hero. That's what I've gone through so far.
I like to catch up with My Hero because I'm a manga reader, and I vaguely know how it ends, and I haven't read it in years.
Yeah,
so I'm like, it ended. I need to catch up.
From my understanding, what is currently available to watch, there is going to be one more season, and I think it's due to start later this year, and that is going to be the last season of the show. So they're like near what I presume to be the end of the anime, or at least the end of like a major arc, because they're ending the show after the next season.
Interesting.
I've got you covered for other things. I'll slide you the thing after stream. Oh yeah. But yeah, so normally I wouldn't seek this stuff out, but circumstances have led me to do so, and I liked it. My hero's pretty good. Friren's pretty good. I liked Friren. I think both Friren and Delicious in Dungeon are supposed to get second seasons, so that'll be something to watch. But the key aspect that I appreciate about my hero is I really enjoy when fantasy feels real. That's the only way that I can think to describe that. So there's a difference between the terms, and I'm not sure which one is which, so you'll have to look up at your own discretion. I appreciate a lack of realism, but a presence of realistic. Does that make sense? So if this magic existed in real life, it could be expected that things would react to it, right? Like there would be like movements around this thing because this is a new core mechanic of this world. So I very much appreciate the way that my hero plays to the powers. Like they come up with really interesting and creative things for the kids to do with their powers. That it's like, oh yeah, a person that can do this would be able to do that.
They would
That's
think
cool.
To use it.
So I really like how intricately thought out each person's power set is, and how they like act with it. Yeah, maybe authentic. That might be an appropriate word. And even
I do love that kind of thing.
The main plot of the series being that like the core central question is like, should we have superpowers? Because every generation of superpowered people that have children, their children come out more powerful. So there is a hypothetical singularity where a child will be born that's so powerful that they just instantly cause an apocalypse. Because they're a child and they don't know how to control their power, and yet they're turbo powerful, right? So I also like villains that have motivations that make sense. So the Yakuza arc, I think, was particularly good because the villain's motivation is to take away people's superpowers. Because he believes that the world will end sometime in the not too distant future because of superpowered people. He goes about trying to accomplish these means by literally dissecting a child over and over again. So he's unquestionably evil, but I like that he has a point, right? Like there's a reason to what he's doing. So that I guess that boils down to interesting writing. I like the interesting writing in My Hero Academia.
I definitely feel that, yeah.
Right, I was gonna do something and I got distracted by rambling about something else. We're gonna make a second list over here of
hello.
Oh,
hello.
A little fucking thing. I have a collection of little fucking things in my stream today.
I saw Sun's eyes and I was like, wow, I need to get in on that.
Hold on. There you go. Staring contest.
Oh my goodness. Holy moly.
Is it by the Gorillas? The song is like bum bum Bun, dun, 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 dun. We're like kind of panning back and forth between each other.
ASMR.
Ooh,
My throat's starting
Holy
to hurt
moly.
because I'm yapping a lot.
crisp. Big yap about lore. I did also want to mention, because My Hero mentioned, I used to be in my friend group in college. We made up like OCs for My Hero, but purely based on a randomized like superpower generator. But we generated the parents, and then we had to make up our OC based on the kid that they would
that's
make.
cool. That's a fun idea. Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
fun.
Like that. What
So
were
just something
you?
fun. I think it would be a fun prompt. So I think mine was ability to communicate with animals and illusions. So I'm incidentally I made a fox boy.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, their power was like if they had animal parts. Like if they brushed you with their fur, then like he could like make you see illusions for like a short time.
That's fun.
Yeah. It was very fun and cool, and my other friends got really funny ones like a skeleton or is made of gold and can dig, and they're like, oh, they're just a golden retriever. That's cool.
That would be really funny for as a character in My Hero. Just like a Skeletor ass,
And it could be.
just like
There's some. I love. That's one of my favorite things, though. Is like there is some like really useless. Not to say like useless, but like what kind of power is like this kind of thing? Well, there's a character who's just a speech bubble. I love it. I love that kind of thing. It's great.
Oh yeah, and there's also a side series that's currently airing. So I'm assuming their plan is this series will end just before the final season of the main show comes out. So this is like a tied over kind of deal. But I watched through what's available of that so far. It's called Vigilantes. It's a it's a prequel to like the rest of My Hero Academia. So it's when like Ida is still like 8 years old and his big brother is still Ingenium. There's it's okay. It's not as good as as the main show, I would say, but it was something to watch, so I watched it. It's all right.
Fair.
Yeah. So what I'm doing here on this secondary list is I want to mark types of injury that I am using so far, so that I can try and choose different types down here, so that the like. Well, you know, now that I say that out loud, do I want that? Do I want every injury to look super unique? Or can I imagine Amira pointing to various cut scars and being like, this one's from Susanoo. This one's from Big Funny Light Man. this one's from
I think
Funny Katana Man.
I think like not all of them necessarily have to be like. When I look at that, I can tell that that's the mouth of a dragon that you know from this expansion.
Right.
But I think if you broke it down into like, oh, like here's a scratch that you know Amira could point out and go like, this is from this, or like you'd think that this is from this.
Because my main concern was that I could choose 5 different things on this list that are all cuts. You know, and that's not like not interesting, but now that I said that out loud, like maybe that would be better for her to just have cuts all over her. You know, like that's a more
and it can vary like a little bit
consistent looking. But yeah, so I think we're definitely gonna have her left arm fucked up. So let's. Can I come up with a color for that? If that's what we're going with, we're going with the My Hero style.
The scarring.
So just like a vague off color and like an inner texture to it.
Like a purple.
Yeah, so maybe like a purple or like a pinkish. Give me a new folder here. give me a new folder. There we go.
Actually, where's the bullet wound from Shadowbringers?
Yeah, I thought of that. I don't have anyone on here that uses a gun, but I did actually look up. I won't show them on screen because they're a little bit gross, but I went and looked up pictures of like various scarring patterns, like based on type of injury.
That's right. We've all seen what Xenos looks like. We know he's gross, but you know.
Hello. Why aren't you showing? I guess I haven't fixed your PNG yet.
I wish I liked Xenos more. I don't dislike him, but I unfortunately apparently skipped the expansion before I met him in the game, so I didn't know who he was.
A lot of big eyes going on here right now.
Yeah.
A lot of big eyes.
Big eyes.
They all tell a different story. One's filled with wonder, one with intrigue. One's not filled with much, though.
we're staring at Amira's scars so closely.
Yeah, you're staring with such wonder. Stroma's staring at you, and I'm staring at both of you, it seems.
Oh.
You could go in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would.
I could, yeah, alright.
We could all be staring at each other. Or actually, if Stroma's in the middle, then the eyes are kind of going left and right, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, I can edit my PNG to have the eyes in different directions.
No, it's like when you talk back and forth.
Is it worth the bit?
Bliss, I've already got other parts of this bit. Hold on. Check this out.
Oh, look at us all cozy.
Oh.
But I want you to be close together, but it looks weird when you're layered, so that can... There we go. Stroma goes back there. There we go. That works. All right.
We are the council.
Oh yeah. New Punch Forever came out. I gotta watch that later.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, I am gonna need a new. I'm just gonna like grab Ray like, hey, buddy, listen, Chief. I need more Punch Forever reference emotes. I've got like.
I need to look up. I seem to recall it being a large number of slashes.
Oh.
I don't want to describe it in too great of detail now because now Thick's here and they are
Thick's very
just
stupid. You got
getting into,
so
but it's quite close to what you're getting into though. So you
wait,
might,
where are you right
you might
now?
actually remember it, but so I don't want to spoil it for you.
According to Giz, I've seen what Heidelin looks like, and I'm like, I don't know, have I? You know?
Have you?
Yeah, apparently I've seen a figurine.
You won't see that until Endwalker. That's not too terrible of a spoiler though, just to know what
Shadow
she looks
Man,
like.
the Shadow one. I don't remember his name. Zodiac.
Mm-hmm.
They look apparently like you sent me a TikTok
you might
of
have seen like the collector's edition cover of
Yeah.
Endwalker or something like that. Yeah.
No, they were two huge like figurines. They were like
Yeah.
and they were like fighting. I was like,
yeah, that's not too big of a deal.
Cool.
You know they exist. Yeah,
I mean, I knew that
what they
from
look
like
like
I knew
isn't-
that from Realm Reborn. Yeah, that was like, I wonder if there's like a light and a dark one.
I need to look up a quick YouTube video of the big funny thing that the enemy does in Seed of Sacrifice. What does that attack look like?
Judgment cut. Is that what it's called? Judgment cut? Judgment slash?
That's the thing that Virgil does, right?
That's bad.
His big funny move. Yeah.
Now you're mine.
Shadowbringer, Seed of Sacrifice plus cutscenes. Yeah, that's what I want. So
Yeah, I do remember the
very
seed.
loud.
I don't know. Did I look at this recently? Yeah, it's pretty cool.
does
It is
he
all at
do
once.
it? No, that's when.
It's like a charge.
That's when the phase change happens. When does he do the big funny move? Where is it? He does it after the phase change, right? You remember?
Either right after or somewhere right in the middle of that.
Astronomer.
What's up?
I just want to see what happens when you talk.
Oh, the
Oh, very
eyes
good,
go the
very
other.
Good. Yeah, very good. Very good.
I've also hold on. I also want to share the muted and also the deafened one real quick.
Oh.
Yeah, good. Very good.
And then there's also
What is going on there?
Oh. Why is there so much tape everywhere?
All taped up.
I just realized I'm flipped, so you can't read it as BRB.
I got that, but there's like tape like floating off of it. Like,
Just covered in tape. Don't worry about it.
Getting
I
packed
think-
away.
I think the people that have like customizable foogies that have
Just set
muted
this
and
to
I think
double
that's
speed.
like true talent. I think I really like. That's my favorite stuff. People who
I never
really
think
went
about
into
it.
Pepper has a really good one.
Yeah, there he
Or
goes. He
Pepper
does it right
has
after.
so many like foogies that she has, but all of her
Mhm.
mutes are that foogie in the Yamcha death pose that's really small,
Oh.
like in the background. It's like, ah, this is powerful. This is good.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I don't-
Actually, Judgment
Oh.
Cut isn't a bad description. I don't feel bad showing this on stream. If you want absolutely no spoilers, Thick, don't look at stream for a second. But
Look away.
this
Look away.
he does indeed do some slashes, and it evolves into this.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
So
Holy moly.
fucking tell.
it's like
God,
a
Fat Bug.
second.
Right,
You're
that's
spoiling so
why I
much of
said
what-
I don't feel bad about showing it on screen, because you can't tell
Oh.
what the fuck's happening in this picture.
No, I think he's gonna know how to dodge that now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sure am. I won't.
In parentheses, I
Okay,
won't.
Can I
So
just like say
It is a large
that-
number
oh,
of
sorry.
cuts, so we could have her just have a whole bunch of like small little
Yeah.
cuts all over her.
That's cool. You could go like absolutely, but what you could do is you could go like absolutely ballistic on a fucking layer above her, and then like meld it down to see
Mhm.
how it looks on just her armor
Ooh.
skin.
Mhm.
Like faded scar.
Yeah.
Can I just say, like, I've recently come to the realization. I've come to a few realizations, but the more important realization recently is that I don't mind being like cringe is free a bit. You know, like some things I'm like, I'm not going to be ashamed of liking it. Virgil's really cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not ashamed. Virgil's cool as fuck. He's so Dante's cool, but everyone knows Dante's cool. I think Virgil's cool as fuck. I think everything he does is cool. I think what
Yeah.
he's wearing. I think he looks cool.
From which game? Which
Devil
game
May
are we talking-
Cry.
Yeah, no, but like which
He-
one?
he's quite different depending on what.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay, I've played a few of them. Obviously,
Mhm.
DMC5 is like my favorite because
Okay.
it's just an amazing game. The other Virgil I remember is specifically from the cutscene of what am I doing wrong? Does it need more blood? Like I don't remember which Virgil that is.
Huh.
But I just think he's cool. I think he's so edgy and ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I think he's cool as fuck. And he knows it, and the
Yeah.
devs know it, because he's
Yeah.
ridiculously overpowered in DMC5. Like, it's almost like I think, like, it states at the start of the game, like, this character is overpowered,
It's too
man.
long.
Like,
Have you
will not-
played the DMC remake one where they give him a fedora and katana?
have not.
Redditor version. Yeah.
That was my
Yeah.
first impression of him, because when I streamed, my chatters were like, you should play them in order. I'm like, should I just play one or the one remake? And they had me play the one remake. I'm like, this is my first impression of this guy.
Yeah. So
This,
you,
like pinstripe fedora and katana.
the series
Demon.
reboot, the one that's literally called DMC, and the cover
DMC.
is like edgy teenage
Yeah,
My
yeah.
Chemical Dante with black hair.
I've
and
not
like
played that one.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
I recommend it.
I-
They almost show Dante butt naked.
They do.
I played DMC4 because I remember him having the arm.
Hmm.
Is that
That's
that is
Nero.
still Dante. Is that? That's Nero. No, it is Nero because that arm is the Yamato, right? Like that's the. Yeah. Right?
Something like that.
Something because Virgil takes it in 5. He
Yeah.
takes his arm, and that's why. Yeah, I played that one. I played DMC4. I liked DMC4. I thought it was cool, but it you know, I might have been the right demographic for it. And then I played a game that until
There we go.
embarrassingly recently I thought was a Devil May Cry game, but it isn't. It's not even close. And actually, in fact, a Castlevania game.
Oh.
The what? Symphony of the Night? What are we talking about?
No.
Lords of Shadow?
It is. It might be called Lords of Shadow. Let me look.
That one's like a third-person
yes.
action game.
Yep.
But it's
yeah,
like God of Castlevania.
Bad. Yeah.
Oh.
It's not good. I thought that was a DMC game when I played it, and it wasn't till embarrassingly recently that I learned it was not.
Interesting.
How would I want the border of this scar to look?
For the big arm scar.
Yeah, and also, it's gonna be her arm. Should it be other stuff? Maybe she lost the tip of her ear.
Up the arm?
Like, you know, like on
yeah,
that
how
side?
did you want it to affect?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you want it to like kind of encroach onto like the shoulder, the chest even, or was it like an out external where it could have hit like a big slash across her?
Yeah, well, she lives. And she doesn't lose her arm, at least not permanently. Maybe it's...
It's me, the devil.
I
Put a
can't
scar
understand
over
what you're
her
saying.
eye.
Oh, damn it.
It's the devil.
It's me, the devil. Put a scar over her eye and gray it out. You
I mean,
know you want to.
Yeah, I'm just... This is the concept of today's stream. It took us almost 2 hours to get there, but here I am. I'm conceptualizing scars. What do I do to her now? I have a vague list of things to do to her, but how do I want that to actually affect her appearance? Because it could be like her whole left side. It could be like down her face and then like down her arm. Did she lose a boob? That's a possibility.
Oh.
Did she lose an ear? This color isn't good. It needs to be higher contrast. I like the value, or the hue, but I don't like the value. How can we get higher contrast? Should it be lighter? That's not bad. That looks like
it's on the...
eczema, though.
Is the stuff on the left like all the things that you want to like try and portray?
Yeah. So what I did was by expansion. I wrote down like what the most influential memories I have are of that expansion, and then I have vaguely arranged them by order of like personal influence. So like this is my favorite moment in the game. So that's going to be a really big scar. Cool
ass, the tank gets to do something.
Yes. So that is going to be the thing that is responsible for her left arm being the way that it is. And then the next biggest thing down is a trial called Seed of Sacrifice. You'll get to that in the not too distant future, assuming you start playing again. Yeah, Judgment Cut, basically. And then Endwalker stuff that all likely means nothing to you. I don't feel like it's a spoiler to say that Xenos is in Endwalker. I would have assumed that you knew that Xenos was still around. At the back door, like,
he's literally... I'm waiting for you,
right, he literally sits in front of the door, like, I'll see you next expansion. And he's like, while you go have your otherworldly adventure, I'll be here. Yeah.
Oh.
So you encounter Xenos in Endwalker. That's a prevalent moment. In 2.0, I feel like it is a stain, a mark upon one's soul that I rated Binding Coils of Bahamut when that was current content. So that's a thing that I can have. Right. And then I actually forgot to mention anything in Heavensward. We just brainstormed this today, so that's going to be the lowest influence thing on whatever I decide to do to her.
You know, we can use that to fill in the spaces.
From Heavensward, that one.
Right. Because that's all that happens in Heavensward
like
is dragon stuff.
Filler pins. And the church.
Yeah.
Oh, there's that.
Hey, Gatbat.
What could like?
All right, so I need a color. I need a color for vague scar-ery.
You could go two ways, either lighter or darker.
Yeah. Maybe something. Nah, it's too saturated. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not a bad color.
Okay.
Maybe a little darker and a little more. Oops, I touched it too hard. Yeah, that could work.
Ice Gav.
Ice Gav. The scars of Catholicism. Yeah, she just has a burnt crucifix on her body somewhere.
I wouldn't put it past that church, though.
The only scar my warrior light carried from Heavensward was you know who and being afraid of poisoned alcohol for a while. I don't know who. Wasn't the poisoned alcohol thing in ARR?
Technically a realm reborn. Trauma.
You're not smiling to maintain his legacy, Batbug.
I thought poisoned alcohol was Dragon Song War. I guess.
Oh, there was a second instance. You're right.
Oh, was there? I don't remember that at all.
A second poisoning has hit the Final Fantasy XIV.
My most influential memory from Heavensward is the moment when Hraesvulgur says, like, bitch, you want to know how I know you ain't Shiva?
Yeah.
That's what I remember from Heavensward. Penny is about to get there, I think.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. Any pound through it. Is it because you're... I watched the clip of movie going, and then the rest of you feel...
Yeah, alright, so,
around.
how can I do this more quickly? I guess I could just put a mask on this entire fucking folder.
Yep.
Alright, so...
Just gotta make sure the folder's not through.
Yeah, so the scar. I know I want her arm, so what is the edge? What did they do here? It just kind of...
They kind of faded.
It just kind of Gaussian blurs away. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, alright. Let's see if I
feel like
that.
It's hard to animate.
Yeah. That's a good point.
They might have like a scar map for it for like to measure the gradient or however the blur works there.
Okay, so definitely her arm. Let's mark that off first. There we go. Oh, it needs to be higher contrast. You can't really see that. Well, the handprint can be a little subtle. It doesn't need to be like super. All right. And then we're going to just quickly, let's say hatching. And we're going to put that on multiply. And just do like, that's not making anything happen. Why is it not making anything happen? Oh, excuse me. All right. Well, let's make a swatch of this color before I drop it. And then we're going to...
Supported file format. It's a PNG.
Unsupported.
Oh.
I'm sorry, son.
Believe this.
I have to kill you now.
No.
Why isn't this doing anything?
I'm trying to download an image of my warrior blade.
That's why it's not doing anything, because the layer order is fucked up. There we go. There we go. Yeah. So I would normally take more time to do stuff like this, but just in the interest of moving on. Oh, I don't like how this looks.
Take as much time as you need, Bearbug. Nobody's going.
Maybe we just use this. Yeah, it's... Sure, texture. There we go. Whatever. Do we keep the palm of her hand? Well, maybe the scar color can just be a blend instead of a flat color. So that way we don't lose the detail of her. Oh, it's not letting me do that because of the weird layer structure that I have set up here. Fuck. How to fix. Mask out this folder. Oops. Mask out that folder. And then unclip that folder. Set that to through.
I have a reference in my Warrior of Light that I drew for his own scars, which isn't a lot. It's like 2 little things. But I'm trying to censor him because I drew him naked. But it looks worse putting a censor bar over it.
Yeah, I was gonna do that today too, where I'm like, I'm marking her body, and I may want to define some areas that are under her clothes. So I'll show it now because there's nothing. But I had the thought that she has no features, so this is fine to show. But it's like, should I censor that? And then I tried putting like black bars, and like now it looks
in the
more.
Box, yeah.
Yeah, now it looks more.
The bars are worse.
The bars are worse.
It's the context of it being there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It suggests that there's something there that you shouldn't be seeing, which is not the case. She has no features. Yeah.
I'm calling this safety shorts. There.
I called that layer modesty.
This is how I draw my Warrior of Light, which is an eye scar and frostbite.
Safety shorts.
There's nothing there.
Yeah.
Is that how you're supposed to pronounce his name? Above it?
Wait, what?
Good.
Susano?
Son Googled how you're supposed to say Susano, but it's like wrong. It's written weirdly.
It pronounced Susano, but phonetically it's spelled out Suzanao.
Suzanao.
When now?
Like pizza.
What?
Pizza. The za.
The za.
There we go. Barbie ass Warrior of Light, yeah. Yeah.
The Veer are special because canonically you can't tell what gender they are until they hit puberty.
Just like real bunnies. Whoa.
What?
My rabbit actually had 2 names because we didn't know if she was a boy or a girl. You can't tell until they're like a year old. Turns out she's a girl.
Oh.
Alright, so there we go. Vague layer setup now I have where I can
I'm sure there's a joke about liberal agendas somewhere in there, but I'm too tired to make it. I don't, like... I'm sure there is. You can all make one, but... I couldn't think of it.
Alright, so... Does this scar extend any further than that? It could
far
have...
you wanna go?
I actually took pictures... Where did I put them? Did I bother saving it? Oh, there we go. I went and fought Susano naked so that I could see the pose.
In your undies.
Yeah. So... Yeah, big sword. It hits off to the left side, and I'm imagining her left side would be the one that's fucked up. But the way that you stand, so she could have gotten hit on the leg as well.
Residual.
Or she could have got her ear nicked. I don't think it would have hit her face. But then again, it's like explosive force, so it could influence just like her whole left side if I really wanted it to. But I like the idea of it being focused on the arm, because I imagine, you know, given that she exists, this encounter did not kill her. So I like the idea of it being focused on her arm, and then maybe we have like a bit on her thigh. Say
You color in the thigh, and then you make a cutout shape where the arm was, blocking it.
Yeah. And maybe we do a little.
Just the end.
Yeah.
Just a
Oh.
tip.
That's the mark by the Catholic Church. She had her ear circumcised.
Oh. I am a big sucker for long ear. How about there's like a little notch in it?
Yeah.
Makes them scrappy.
Yeah. Missing the tip of her ear. That's not bad. Okay.
I would describe a mirror as scrappy,
Mm-hmm.
among other things.
You know what? I actually really like that. Or well, no, that doesn't. No, dang. I thought I had something cool in my head, but that doesn't make sense. I was about to say, it's a sword coming down, so it would have been a slice before it was stopped and then like exploded, right? So that helps communicate that more. But you guard it above your head, so it wouldn't have hit her ear before it hit her weapon. But whatever, I think it looks cool. So, but that's a whole lot that I've done to her based on Susano. So I think we should move on from that.
I think we can cheese it and say that like the wind pressure is what kind of cut the ear tip off before it was blocked. Maybe it took some of the hair with it too, you know?
No, he's not. Is he the primal of?
He
turtle people?
He doesn't have an element, but yeah, he's the like patron deity of the turtle people. What are they called? The Kojin?
Kojin.
He's a samurai. I bet he can cut wind, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
I just have it in my head now. It's stuck. Our hearts sing in the chaos, and then he fucks your shit. Yeah, so what's next? Seed of Sacrifice. So cuts. I have a brush for cuts that might be cheesy enough for me to use. When I come up with the actual thing, I want it to all be like simplified so that I can hand draw them each time, because I want her marks to be consistent. Like, I'm not just gonna vomit some cuts out every time I draw her. You know, like they're going to be in places that she has them. But for now, where's my scratch? There it is. Ooh, no, that's not the brush. Scratch brush, there we go. That's a lot. Maybe we gonna make them more solid. And we're gonna make them the... Well... Oh, I need reference. Did I save reference of this exact thing? What happens to a darker skinned individual when they have a cut scar?
It could vary.
I would imagine
but it could,
it's lighter
pigment
than the rest of their skin.
It could, yeah, it could get lighter or it could pigment darker, depending.
I don't have a reference image of that exact thing. Can I get a list of weird Google searches that artists make for 500? Dark skin cut scar. Can I get exactly what I want? I can.
I'd imagine it might
That
pinken
it is.
also.
That one's lighter. Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting one. It's actually darker on the edges and then lighter in the middle.
Depends on how it heals. It's actually what I that is how I draw my bun boy's scar sometimes, which is like it's dark in the middle, but there's like a jaggedness
Right.
of a lighter tone. Or sometimes I just make the scar jagged.
Okay. So what if we just make these scars? I can outline them in her like dark skin tone, and then we can color overlay them as her light skin tone. Whoops. That looks poopy. Very poopy. All right, we're not using that brush. What if I just draw them myself? Do I have like a jaggy pen, rough pen? Yeah, that'll do.
Pen,
there we go.
Please.
So lots of little cuts. One across the abdomen. How does scar tissue interact with itself?
Describe.
If you were, say, burned, you have a prominent burn scar, and then you got a cut in that same place. What would that look like?
So a burn scar, the tissue kind of like tightens up over itself. So the texture of the skin really is what changes, but generally it doesn't. It's a very broad one, and I guess the cut would just lay kind of on top of it. The order matters.
she should have a lot on her knees. She should have scuffed up knees.
Oh.
That's what happens to... I have scars on my knees, and like I was... I'm barely an active person. No, that's like a really common place that people who engage in activity, you know, you get scars on your knees. It was when I was a wee babu. I still have it. It's been there for over 30 years. I had a kiddie pool, you know, one of those little like blue plastic things that go on your lawn. My mom got me a kiddie pool. She put it out on our like what barely classifies as a front lawn. The square footage of grass that we had is smaller than a parking space. But it was a spot that was outside. But there was a tree and we had just recently moved in, and we didn't realize, like, or she didn't realize what that tree was. It was some manner of tree that gets prickly leaves.
Oh.
So I was outside in my kiddie pool, and when I decided that I wanted to get out, I stepped out onto a prickly leaf, and, you know, like, the reflex of, like, and my other foot got caught on the edge of the kiddie pool. So
Oh, no.
I like, tumbled and fell forward and skidded for, like, a good foot or two on my knee on the, like, walkway right next to the grass. So I basically, like, entirely skinned my knee. I still have that
Oof.
scar. I think I would have been, like, 4 or 5 years old, I think. I still remember it happening to, like, like, I didn't know, like, what to think. I was like, I'm gonna die. I just skinned my knee real bad. Anyway. Cuts and scrapes and scratches. That works. So there's my collection of Shadowbringer's scars. A bunch of small cuts and
Yippee.
the prominent handprint. Oh, and that actually, the handprint should go over the texture. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's 4.0 and 5.0. Excuse me. My throat is failing me.
It happens.
So 6.0. Xenos would just be more cuts. Oh, I haven't done anything to her face. I guess I could make an excuse for that. It could be a little bit more dangerous that the scars on her face are because of Xenos. Because he's the one that gets, like, closest to killing you, right? I don't want to do the, like, typical, like, just eye/scar, though.
The default character
Yeah,
creation
but-
scar.
Default character
Do
scar.
it.
Points at my warrior of light with the default character creation scar.
Then what you need to do is gray out the eye, Batbug.
Uh-huh,
Do
uh-huh.
it.
She could be missing an eye. That is a valid
Did
thing.
you know that
Points at
cats,
my... Wait, I gotta take a screenshot
cats
for
often
Victor.
develop heliochromia more than people, Batbug? It would be canonically
Thick.
accurate.
She-
yeah,
you know,
Look
I
at my
yeah.
warrior of
actually-
light.
It was actually this Fantasia that I just used, like, a few days ago, because I wanted to make some minor alterations to her face and skin tone so that it was, like, consistent across the game and how I draw her. It was that Fantasia that I got rid of her heterochromia. She actually had it, but it was, like, realistic heterochromia, where it was just, like, 2 barely different shades of blue, not, like, not red and green, you know. You know.
All right, son. I see you shaking your hand.
Yeah, you bet.
I am also.
Oh, does your new design? I don't think your new design has, right? Your old your
neither.
Fox design had what, like, orange and blue, right?
Oh, my, yeah. My new design.
Imagine having different colored eyes.
No, my new design. You can't tell, even though my eyes are so big and wide. But they're kind of like holographic, so like, they can just be whatever
right.
color. They're like two big CDs that you're just kind of staring at.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
You can fit
I have a
CD
sketch of,
quality
like,
music on that guy.
Whoa, CD's nuts.
What?
Holy moly.
I want it to taper. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. Or maybe like, what are scars that you get for getting into fist fights? Would
Right
be
across
like
the bridge
on
of
her
your
nose bridge, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, nose.
Right across that. One that either on the somewhere on the lips, typically the
Ooh,
side.
lips. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lips,
Nothing else would
yeah.
really.
Busted
Typically,
lip.
nothing else really splits unless they're wearing anything on their hand, like rings or
Yeah.
knuckles or anything
Right.
like that.
I
Yeah.
like the busted lip. That's a good one.
Which, granted, Xenos is wearing gloves, so.
Yeah.
He'd probably get some scratches from his nails, because I know that kid would scratch you. He would, he absolutely.
Yeah,
would.
yeah. Yeah, I don't mind that. Maybe without the eye scar. I don't know about the eye scar. I don't really feel super strongly either way, with or without it. I really like the nose one and the lip one, though. That's good. That's good. So that would have been Xenos. So then we have something from Bahamut and something from Endwalker. Oh, little
Something
guy.
vaguely Bahamut guy.
Oh, is that you?
That's
you
me.
do have direct to DVD eyes.
Yeah.
Sees you in HD.
One of them's Blu-ray.
Oh,
Bahamut can only think of more burns. Yeah, that's what I wrote down. So I never actually fought Bahamut. I only got through the first 4 turns of Binding Coil, and we touched turn 5, but we did not clear it. The main raid group in my guild did clear it, and actually they were racing for world first, and they technically did not achieve it, but for whatever reason the group that did achieve it was disqualified, so technically my guild holds the world first clear of Twintanya. I don't remember why they were disqualified. They were like using a mod or something that they weren't supposed to be doing. But yeah, that was back.
These mods in Final Fantasy.
Shame. But yeah, so if it were to be Twintanya, it would be like bite, scratch, or fire. But the bulk of the thing that killed me in Binding Coil was Allagan Rot. But also, I don't know how to make that a scar. I guess it would be like necrosis.
I'm gonna tell you something about necrosis.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So how did it apply?
She could
Like,
be
what was it?
she could be like missing fingers or toes, or just have like discolored skin in some place. Splotches of skin, maybe, yeah. Area where she got a skin graft.
Yeah. That could be cool, actually. What enemy like applied it, and how did they apply the necrosis?
A big funny orb. And it was just applied to you.
Sphere.
Like, it was just congrats, you have AIDS now.
Yeah.
It was just an attack. It was a casting bar that went up, and then somebody got it.
And you gotta push it onto someone else, like the chicken pox.
Yeah, the
Game of hot potato.
exactly. I explained this briefly earlier, but I'll do it again. So the arena was a big circle,
Do it again.
big circular arena, and the boss was right in the center. And oops, the boss was right in the center, and he didn't move. So you would spread your party out to all of these major directions, right? Because it's an 8-man raid, so you would be arranged like this. And the boss would do typical Final Fantasy boss mechanics, like big fan-shaped AoE or whatever, big circle, move closer in, move further out, things that Final Fantasy bosses do. But in the midst of that, it would pick a person and give them Allagan Rot, which was a debuff that had a specific timer. I think it was 10 or 15 seconds. That if that timer runs out, the entire party dies. So the way that you stop the timer from running out is you go and you touch the next person. And then you get a buff that says you can't get Allagan Rot again for a certain period of time. And they get a new instance of Allagan Rot with a new timer. So you need to pass it, but not too quickly. Because if you just keep running and passing it, then by the time it gets back here, you're still immune. And this person has no one to give it to, so the timer expires and you all die. So you had to pass it at a fairly specific pace that was fast enough where this person wouldn't cause the group to wipe if they needed to dodge an attack that would one-shot you, but also fast, slow enough where it could make it a full circle around without having the debuff timer expire. And we died a lot because a couple of people in my group were not good at it. Throwing shade 10 years into the past.
Alas.
But so I made it my job that if, say, this person was one of the ones that was not good at it, I would be this person. So that way I would go get the buff from them. Because they would frequently forget that they had the buff or get distracted, like clicking their buttons or watching what the boss is doing and just not pass the buff and get us all killed. So I would go get the buff from them to try and mitigate the number of deaths that we take per run. But that was always where we died the most. Every week we attempted it.
I'm so glad you were level 100 Viper when I did Binding Coils.
I love running the raid stuff unsynced.
Yeah. That's going to be in my time lapse
like
now.
Batbug tour busting. Batbug fucking touring around it, and this woman, she used to be like the Gaius of around. I'm like, wow, and she's like giving a monologue, and you just shank her in the back, like, oh,
yeah. You get to meet Nail von Darnus in Binding Coil. I forgot about that. She was like the big bad of 1.0.
It's literally like, this used to be the big bad. I'm trying to monologue. Yeah. So she was actually kind of crazy, and like, wow.
Yeah.
You taking pictures? Please, no flash photography.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't have
keeps
her
keeping their makeup in my fridge.
Don't have her hands particularly visible.
Oh.
Where am I? What layer was this?
Do we have any makeup wearers in chat?
Xenos.
Or in call?
I do not.
In what context? What degree?
Like beauty products. I'll call them.
Maybe.
Excuse me.
Giz keeps a lot of their staffs and lotions and potions. Sometimes they keep them in my fridge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not crazy?
They sell refrigerators specifically for makeup.
Okay, cool. So lots of people are crazy. That's all I'm getting.
It keeps the
Yes.
product fresh. A lot of products also
It's
have
not
like
milk.
organic.
Oh, maybe it is then. Shit. Can we put you in the fridge? Would it keep you fresh?
Huh? They keep people cryogenically frozen.
Wow.
That is
That's more a freezer.
Yeah, no,
That is
actually, good point.
so far in human history a one-step process. We
Step
have
one, freeze
frozen
them.
people. No living person
Step
has been
two.
unfrozen. We haven't figured that out yet.
It's not time yet. It's not time to defrost them.
No, son. Mum texted. Take the person out of the freezer 30 minutes ago.
It'd be more
puts
like
the
sickly,
person under a hair dryer in the bathtub.
but that's very purple.
I watched a documentary on that when I was a kid. You've just unlocked a memory in my brain about why they can't unfreeze people, and it's essentially because their
Oh.
brain has frostbite.
Yes, it's
Ah.
because we will explode all of their cells if we do. So we're just hoping for a point in the future where we can have a anti-cell exploding drug to give you before we unfreeze you and cure your disease or whatever it is that you have.
Just makes me
You
think of the Simpsons. So like, we'll unfreeze you, Mr. Burns, the second they figure out the cure for 19 stab wounds to the back.
Yeah.
How are we, boys? We're up to 15! Yay!
We just need to become frogs.
Oh yeah?
I can agree with
Yeah.
this.
Explain.
Frogs will get frozen and then when it's time
Yeah.
for spring, unfreeze and just continue on.
Yeah, there's some fish that do that too, that they just, the lake they live in just freezes over and then it thaws out and they're like, oh, time to exist again. And then
Time to fish.
they go about their business. Time to do fish stuff.
Choose your path, frog or fish.
Frog seems like the better choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you get to go on both then.
Oh,
True.
amphibian.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And you can be a plague upon the lands.
A plague of frog. A one
Like that one
one
guy.
frog plague.
Like that one guy who released millions of frogs into his local ecosystem.
Yeah. Hey, Ginny.
Let me just wipe the counter of days since talking about the guy who released a pandemic of frogs. We were up to 3.
Didn't he film the whole thing and put it on like TikTok?
Yeah, he's in prison.
Oh,
Oh.
I can imagine.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah, that's a crime.
an ecological
It's
disaster.
an
you
ecological
just caused.
crime. Yeah. He caused a plague. That's biblical. He
Completely fucked
sent
up
the
local
pestilent
ecosystem.
upon down. Yeah, he.
Yeah, what's
you
like
know,
that's
he's
like the Jackbox, like I cast a plague of blank upon you.
He sent a, he fucking plague upon your house, upon your fields, upon your wheat, upon your. He did that.
There we go.
I should really know what color bone is.
Like in general?
Off-white.
Yeah,
Usually they call
like-
it bone white.
Put a little brown in there.
How fresh is the bone?
Not very.
Then like a tinge of like a yellowish brown.
It's more
do you
pink when it's
call it?
fresh.
How fresh you talking about, Chief?
That looks like
Don't worry about it yet.
some kind of disease,
Yeah.
right? Like if a couple of her fingers were just fucked up, it looks like she got frostbite. But I mean,
Jam them really hard against the wardrobe.
Yeah.
Okay, so because it's Allegan Rock, go on, Batbug. Add the neon blue digital lines through it. Go on.
Oh yeah.
You know you want it. Had those like weird like square digit, whenever they get their techno virus.
Is that is
Akira,
that
that
implying
shit.
that like Allegan Rod is like a computer virus?
Yeah, yeah, it is.
There you go. She's a fucked up robot
yeah.
now. There you go. She's just Twily. She got the Midna sickness.
Only visible when in like the black light of like an Allegan ship.
Yeah.
When Amira goes clubbing.
Nah, I don't want something so flashy.
Annoying to draw in the future.
Yes, that too. Alternatively, I could just give her... how would I arrange this? Let's put that all in a folder called Bahamut. Actually, put that in a folder called Allegan Rot.
Okay.
If I decided to not give her the rot,
Unrot.
what if she just had a... I guess let's keep using this style of scar. She could just have... Twintania flies. So maybe on the arm, like outstretched arm. What if we moved these cuts and then we gave her dragon bite? Dragon bite? Is that how that would look? Maybe it would have gotten ripped.
Dragons have snoots, so they have like longer back bites.
Hey,
So
yeah,
that's
I
just the very
guess
tip of
like
its mouth.
this would be like...
Yeah, be more like
Yeah.
a dog. Especially Final Fantasy's dragons. They're fucking.
Yeah,
weird
what does Twintania's head look like? All I remember is she's got the big
I'm
funny
not as
rings.
familiar with Twintania, so every time you say it, I think you're saying Titania.
Yeah, no,
I'm like,
Twintania.
big other.
Oh yeah, actually she has like a beak. That would be a very specifically shaped scar.
Less than, greater
she
than
is.
symbol
Yeah.
scar.
Here she is.
It's a lot of wait, those are feathers.
Yeah, they're like
I think they're
feathery
scales.
scale
Are they?
things. She's weird. She's a weird
Zoom
shape.
enhance.
She's also
Fins?
like a wyvern. She has no arms. It's just wings and feet.
Oh, I'm
Ah,
so sick of that shit. Yeah, there's
What?
that one book, that one dragonology book that termed that, and that's. Oh, sorry, you fucking unlocked something in my brain there. Okay, that one dragonology book that everyone had, yeah, the one with the gems on the front, everyone had it. That's like there are like 4 of these books, and really these 4 books are the reason anyone that's like now between the ages of 20 to 40 are obsessed with one particular thing. There was one on dragons. There was one on ancient Egypt. There was one on. There was like one on like God mythology, and there's a lot of them. But
I could get like
that book is what terminology is what describes them as if they have 2 wings and 2 legs as a wyvern. That is the only time, like, and that's been taken as gospel now, that one book. And I'm just, I don't know if we should take this 190s weird dragonology book as the gospel on what is and what is not considered a dragon. Sorry.
I think it's cool.
Have you seen?
I
the
I
chart
like
of,
having terminology for different taxonomies of dragon that makes it feel more like what I was talking about earlier, why I like My Hero Academia, but that makes it feel more real to me that there's like classifications of dragons. I think that's cool.
Have you ever seen this
Dog
thing?
bite scar.
What?
Pop up?
Yeah. I don't hate the classifications. Those are good. Yeah. I just hate the people like actually I'm loading the 45 hollow point, mate. Yeah, it's like when people about Game of Thrones, yeah, because by that logic, the House of Targaryen, they're all wyverns.
Right.
Yeah, it's not the House of Dragons. They're all wyverns. But
to me,
Yeah,
I
shut up.
think I feel
I'll
like
get you.
I want to make an amendment to that chart. I feel like dragon is the like order. Like they're all dragons.
Oh yeah, should we?
But wyvern is a dragon with 2 feet and 2 wings, right? Like that. I like that.
That's what I would consider it.
I'm removing the day marks of streams. We don't talk about the fucking geology of existence.
But yeah, so she has like a beak. She has a big pointy face. She also has like serrated feet. so maybe some like big scratches, big messy cut.
So she doesn't slip on the floor.
Yeah. I like the bite mark on her arm though. I think that works. Maybe that could be the Heaven's Word one though. Vague, nondescript bite mark that came from Heaven's Word. Yeah.
I really like linden worms.
That's when Amira was in a really good mood when she got to Sorkal because she likes Moogles. So she was uncharacteristically friendly and tried to pet the big fluffy dragon Hraesvelgr, and he didn't like it. He's just a big fluffy boy. She wanted to pet. I also thought vaguely about that, like, why does Amira like Moogles a lot? And that opens all kinds of opportunities for tragic backstories, like she was given a plush by her dead parents or some shit, I don't know.
No, not the dead parents. Linden worms are some of my favorite.
Although, canonically, normal people don't see Moogles. That's really only something I think special people can see.
Oh, really?
So a plushie of a Moogle? Yeah, so a plushie of a Moogle implies that someone saw a Moogle, made a plushie of it, and other people are like, sure, you made up this thing, all right, cool.
Oh, I love Hello Kitty. Okay, yeah, let's get...
Yeah.
What if Hello Kitty was a real ghost that somebody could see?
That's why she's 4 apples tall. That's real.
It's like Sherlock Holmes, you know, the creator started seeing him. Like, oh.
That's funny, I didn't know that.
But yeah, like sometimes when you encounter Moogles, they're like, "Oh, you can see me? That's cool. Hey, so by the way, like that's why they kind of talk
now
like
that
that.
you say that, I think I remember that like being in the opening cutscene of, and then like
if you started in Gridania, they're like they're like drinking the guy's like alcohol and stuff. That's because they can't see him.
Wow, I forgot completely about that. Anyway, yeah, dragon bite. So then what else could a dragon do? Claws? Swipe? A dragon would swipe center of mass, right? There. So she got claw marks on her torso. Oh, shit. I gotta do her back. Fuck. Ah, shit. There's a whole other side of this bitch.
Flip her around.
So we can
back
worry about
scars?
that later.
Oh, absolutely.
Actually,
in
yeah,
parentheses, not pictured.
I think I kind of like the idea of her just having like a big swipe on her back. Yeah,
Caught off guard.
I think I might reserve the swipe to her back. That also goes well. Yeah, okay, so this is... I might redo this. I want this to be a Twintania bite, and then because the nondescript dragon from Heavensward, the least influential thing is almost always covered, right? Like, you have to catch her with her shirt off to know that she has a scar on her back, right? So that's the least influential mark on her body, is some dragon or other swiped her in the back. Potpourri Possum, I love that name. Welcome in.
Oh.
Holy moly.
You've been here
Holy
before,
moly.
I realize, but I just wanted to exclaim that again.
Is it a possum of potpourri, or like a possum that quite likes potpourri?
I imagine it's a possum that, like, there's little I don't know what it's called. It's a very sheer cloth, like cheesecloth, but not that. That you can get a very sheer cloth little baggie that you're meant to put potpourri in, that you put in your closet to like make your clothes smell nice.
Yeah.
I'm imagining
I get
a
one
possum.
of those every time I buy crystals at a fair.
Yeah, I'm imagining a possum that has like those little baggies filled with potpourri as like accessories. That's what enters my brain. PNG is a little guy surrounded in flowers. Yeah, little guy. We love little guys here. Look at my collection of little guys.
Little guys,
Holy
big
moly.
eyes.
Little guys, big eyes. Yeah.
That's the podcast we're starting.
That's our new podcast. Yeah, we're advertising
Yeah.
it right now.
We're getting matching track jackets for it.
Yeah,
Oh,
but the
God.
entire podcast is 2 hours of just staring at each other.
All
There's the
right.
occasional like sound of someone eating something, and that's
Yeah.
like the survey. What were they eating this week?
Yeah, comment below.
What if we did
All the comments are just people commenting the eye emoji over and over again.
Yeah.
Good.
What if we did the thing? Who was it that
Oh.
was it Sun? Sun or Thick? You got to do the thing. You give them a little notch in the ear, right?
A
It's
notch
mandatory.
in the ear.
Notch in the ear.
A slit ear.
Yeah, I
It'd
like
be
the
hard
the
not
notch
to,
in the ear.
you know.
But the plot twist is this is a completely innocuous scar where Alphino accidentally yoinked her earring out at some point. He like fell over and like grabbed on his way down, you know, yanked her earring out.
Oh.
I thought it'd be really funny if it's your own fault while you're training to be a viper and you just accidentally.
Yeah, just cut
They just
myself
fumbled a little bit.
Yeah. trying to do the fancy sword
I would-
flourishes.
I love the idea of like an adventurer who's like covered in scars, but they're all like really like innocuous, like
Yeah.
nondescript scars. Like, oh, I fell down the stairs. You know, I dropped like a plate and I cut myself here.
I fell into a toolbox at the Carpenter Guild.
Yeah.
Oh,
I walked
had-
into a wall.
So, I've got quite a few scars on me. Many of them are horrible. However, I've got a really funny one in my foot. I stood in a shard of glass
Oh.
relatively recently. Yeah.
Oh.
Mhm.
Like within a year or so ago. I just stood in, like, you know, shit happens, glass, something broke, fell,
Mhm.
whatever, you know, and there was glass on the floor. I thought we got most of it, but clearly didn't. And to be fair, it had been like maybe a year since.
It's maybe cleaner if we don't do the leg thing.
It had probably been about a year since we'd broke the glass, so, you know, it's managed to avoid detection for quite a while. But I woke up one morning needing the bathroom and just going, oh. And you know, do you ever do the thing where you sit in the bathroom and you keep your eyes closed not to lose any of your sleep? Yeah. Is that just, am I just insane? Or
You might be
Yeah.
insane there.
What do you
Alright,
mean
cool.
to like not hit your eyes with light? What do you mean?
I guess, but I'll like sit there and like actively try to not lose any sleepiness. You know, I'll actively try not to wake up, so I'll keep my
Right,
eyes
I see.
closed. And I'm like,
I actually
move as little.
I don't know if I have ever woken up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom.
Really?
Yeah.
Strong bladder on this one.
I
Me,
guess.
on the other hand, no. To be fair, it wasn't the middle of the night. I definitely could have woken up, but it was my day off and I didn't want to. So,
Mhm.
so I'm not doing that. And then I walk
Wow.
back and I feel this like pain. I go, okay, that hurt. So I hobble back. I hobble and sit on my bed, and I'm like, oh, I just stepped in something sharp. You know,
Uh-huh.
I live with
Mhm.
cats, whatever. Yeah, and I go to and I grab my foot and I take it and I pull it and I realize, oh, I'm pulling this out of my foot, not
Mhm.
like a sharp rock off. I feel it slide out of my foot and I go,
Mhm.
and I sit there with my
Yeah,
hand and
it's
go,
not a fun
oh,
time.
that wasn't. I was like, that's not good. Like
I have
it hurt, but
I have a
the
little
thought-
black dot on the bottom of one of my feet for a similar reason.
But like,
Yeah, finish your story. Sorry.
so no, it's alright, it's alright. It hurt, but all I can remember thinking, going, that's not good.
Mhm.
That's not good. And I pull it up, and it's like an inch or two long bit of glass that had just been like embedded in my foot, and I go,
She should
Ugh.
have something on her
Oof.
feet.
and I like touch the bottom of my foot, and obviously it's just pooling with blood. I think, oh, I want to go back to bed though. That's all I thought. I was like, but I want to go back to bed.
She
and so
played monk. She do
Yeah.
a kicky. She should have something on her
foot.
feet.
So I just
A shard of glass.
Yeah.
I just grabbed a towel that was nearby and like bow knot tied it as tight to my foot as I could and went, that'll probably be fine. And I went back to bed.
I used to like to do the thing as a kid where you like run with socks on and then like stop on a smooth floor so that you can slide.
Oh yeah,
you know?
yeah. Absolutely.
And we were staying in quite a rundown place for fun deep bat bug lore reasons that you guys don't need to hear about today because it's depressing. We were staying in a place and I was doing that just for fun, but the floor was not built for that, and the last sound you want to hear when funny sliding across the floor is a loud crunch, because that was about a 3-inch long splinter of wood coming out of the floor and entering my foot.
Oh,
Because you know, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I'll just draw over one of these. So if you had wooden floorboards, right? But one of them was like aged in such a way where it was like a little bit like that, you know, and this piece was raised just a little bit. So when I slid over it, I wrenched like that entire piece of wood out of the floor and it was in my body. That was not fun.
Yeah, I feel that.
You know that emoji of like the guy like saying no with like his arms up and like vanishing, like perishing into dust? That's me right now. I'm like, oh.
But so it came out and it didn't leave like a big wound, but it was very painful, probably because it was very dirty and old wood, and something stayed inside me, because I have like a little black dot on the bottom of my foot still, like where it was. So like there's either a piece of wood in there or just like general filth. there's like a little stain there where it happened. Yeah. I have a
feel
bunch
that
of
too.
scars too. Most of mine are not like big noticeable or any like super traumatic thing. I got a bunch of chickenpox scars because I scratched too much when I was a kid.
Oh.
And I have a bunch of little dots on my fingers because Dremels like to bite.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I feel pretty good about that.
The Dremels?
Yeah. Bite him
Mhm.
back, you know?
Heck yeah.
I need her scar color. Do we want the left side to be any more prominent? Should it be like on her face? On her side?
Hmm. I'm trying to think about that pose. The Susano pose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do I still have that? Where did I put that? There. Yeah. Yeah, again, it's a giant exploding sword, so it could be like literally her entire left side if I wanted it to be. But I don't know if I want it to be. Hmm.
You want to leave the real estate for other scars, perhaps?
Well, I think I'm done. I have applied at least one thing from each expansion, as was my goal. And I don't want her to be really overboard because I like how she looks now, but she's going to be wearing clothes most of the time. So I don't want her nude body to be too detailed, because then when you put detailed outfits on her, she's just really loud now, like design wise.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a nice balance to it. And I also don't want it to be like too huge of a pain in the ass to draw. every time I draw
To
her.
recreate every time.
Yeah.
So real.
I guess I'm kind of doing the opposite with my Warrior of Light, which is all the scars he has are from before he gets to Echo, and it just kind of magically disappears, his other injuries, and like what he has is a reminder
Right.
of what he has, and he just covers most of it up anyway. He wears gloves.
Yeah, what's going on with his fingers?
They're all frostbitten, it perhaps also because of void magic.
Ah.
So he has
Like
these like
full
half
plate.
gloves. I drew him with like these little like half glove things, and then I found out they're actually half gloves in the game, so that's what I gave him.
Mm-hmm.
And then he side sweeps his hair to cover his scar on his eye, but he actually sees better out of that eye because of the echo.
Mm. You got the Stola
So
vision.
in the game, yeah. So in the game, what it is I'll put like an eye patch over his like quote unquote good eye because it makes him dizzy to like see with two different like visions out of his eyes. But then it just looks like
Oops.
the guy with the blinded eyes covering his good eye.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm hearing is your Satoru Gojo.
Just cover it up, yeah. Or I'll give him like a blindfold, which I regretted during certain scenes of Shadowbringers because like and earlier because it's like, oh, like my character is laying down asleep and I can't tell if he's woken up in the cutscene because his face is covered.
Yeah. Is he eavesdropping right now? You can't tell. I like it. Oh, what was that? What was that? Was that like a Looney Tune? Something old.
Mhm.
It's a good gag of someone is like asleep, like on the beach, and they have sunglasses on, and then like another character comes to like fuck with them or like steal their stuff or something like that, and he like
Oh.
lifts the sunglasses up, and the person is just staring at him, and so he just like quietly puts the sunglasses
back
back
down.
and then like puts all the stuff back and then just like walks away. It's a good gag.
I love that kind of stuff.
Might have been a Tom and Jerry bit. It sounds like a
That
bit
would be
between
great.
like Tom and the dog.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with that. There's only 2 textures here, though. Do I want more? Do we do anything else? Oh yeah, I gotta modify this bite to look like Twintania did it. With her funny little beak. Really easier to just copy that. Yeah, so if she bit me... I had a browser page open for a second. Did I close it? No, there we go. Problem is, I don't know how the bird came at you to leave this scar. But I'm looking at a scar that someone got from, like, owning a parrot, right? Like a sharp-beaked
Mhm.
bird. And it looks like a little
I'll get Penny
Y.
on the line.
It looks like this. But then, so I'm assuming the bird mouth was over here, right? Like that way. That's what that would look like. But I don't know.
I think it took a bite, you know, where the V shape is, and then it did a little somersault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause yeah, you know, it could do stuff to you if it wanted, right?
Hurdle bite mark. These are
But
what
yeah,
turtle
I guess
bite marks look like. Oh, that's scary.
I could put something in the pop out.
I'm
Or the
also
stream
putting
chat, whichever.
something in the pop.
Get got. All right, so relative size here. Twintania is a mount. I don't know where you get her, but Twintania is a mount. Where is someone
Define that.
mounting Twintania? Like, how big is she versus a person? Twintania mount. Does that have a person on it? I can't see a person.
Old chocobo feathers.
Oh, so it's a recruit a friend mount then? That's a shame. I don't know how many people I have talked into playing Final Fantasy, but I never remember that those systems exist.
Yeah.
All of these pictures are very tiny, but okay, so she is very large compared to a person.
Lord.
Yeah. I feel like
Oh.
Amira would fit in her mouth. So,
A V right across your stomach then.
yeah, big shark bite right across her abdomen. But that doesn't read. But yeah, I guess it could be like here. It could be like puncture mark and then like beak shape. She has like serrations behind the beak, right? Sort of.
At least on the bottom one.
She actually has bottom, yeah. So maybe there'd be like a big puncture mark on this side and then like a couple of little puncture marks on her back. If that were
Actually, looking at the open mouth, how does the mouth close?
Don't worry about it.
Mouth breather.
I guess maybe it could. She has...
It looks like a lobster claw.
Yeah, it does a little bit. She has like that. And then she has...
We're gonna close it at the hinge.
that. And yeah, it would hinge here. So... Yeah, her mouth doesn't quite close, does it? It could go like...
Not really.
Like, if we imagine that it's like a
Just-
bird beak, like, that could be mostly hollow. Like, that lower bit could go up in there a bit, but she has this big... this big gap.
That's how Amira slipped out.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just a hole here, mate. What are we doing?
First time I've let my new kittens to sleep wherever they want. They're both sleeping on you. Aw, the babies.
Oh, they're stealing your body warmth.
And your
That
potpourri.
looks cold-blooded.
No, not me.
Oh.
On the...
Oh.
It's potpourri in chat. Baby. How old are your kittens? Are they still in the lizard phase?
Yeah? No, go on.
Yeah, you know,
lizard face?
Yeah.
there's when kittens like can't walk and their little tails are just like not articulate. They're just like little triangles that
They're
stick out of them,
lizard-shaped.
and they walk like lizards. They just kind of flop around because they don't know how to operate their little bodies yet. They're just little lizards. And they squeak like geckos.
The squeakers.
Two little black voids. They're 3 months old. Yeah, so they have like fur. Then their eyes are open. They're cat shaped, but small.
Becoming cat.
Uh-huh. I had a black cat when I was young. His name was Felix. We were very creative.
Oh. Whoa.
He was born to a mother who was way too old to be having kittens. It was my great aunt's like outdoor cat. Got pregnant and had a litter of kittens that she was like all but blind. She was like I don't know, like 13 or 14 years old or something like that. She shouldn't have been having kittens, but she did. So because she was so old, a lot of them had problems. And my boy was born with no tail.
Oh.
So he had a little on his butt. Like he had like a little
Old nubbin.
yeah, a little floof on his butt where his tail should be, but he was fine otherwise. He lived just like any other cat. He still like jumped and balanced on things. He was fine. But we also had a dog when we got him, and she was a couple of years old, and she was spayed, so she didn't have puppies. She couldn't have puppies. So when we brought the cat home, the cat was her puppy now. So she like raised the cat. So we had a cat with no tail who thought he was a dog. So
That's cute.
Because you know what dogs do. Dogs are very excitable. So whenever you have like company or it's one of your regular family members is coming home, you know, and they can hear them outside the door, and they're like, yeah, you know, they go up to the door and maybe they bark, but they're very excited. The cat would do that as well. Because he was just like following what the dog would do, you know. So whenever someone would come home, the cat would go right up to the front door and like pace back and forth and make like little like the closest thing to a bark that a cat could do. But his favorite pastime was to fuck with the dog. So that's what they would do. Let me illustrate. We had a house layout such that we had a living room with a like an outdoor area. So there was a big window right here, and this is where our like entertainment system was, and we had a couch. And then there was a door here that led to a small bedroom that was connected via another door to a larger bedroom that was connected to another door, and there was a big double door here. And then we had our like dining room kitchen area. So we had a stove like right here. The dining table was like right here. And then we had finally one more door to another smaller room. So this was my brother's room, this was my parents' room, and this was my room. But you'll notice that this area is traversable in a circle, right? Like you can run a loop through that section of the house, provided all the doors are open, and they normally were. And this big window was right here. So the dog's favorite spot to be would be right here, laying in the sun, like in the afternoon, you know. As the sun was going down, it would shine through that window, and that was her favorite spot to be. Plus, it was close to us, you know, because we'd be sitting on the couch playing video games or watching movies or whatever. So the dog would like to sit there. And the cat would hide behind the couch. And when the dog was sleeping, he would sassy ass cat walk saunter, you know? And he would slap the dog in the mouth and take off running this way. And he was declawed. I know that's a little bit inhumane, but my brother was also an infant, and we didn't want you know, an incident to happen. So we had him declawed. Sorry. But he would smack the dog in the mouth. So he didn't hurt her, he didn't scratch her, you know, he's just bap right in the right in the side of the snout. And then he would run this way. And this was the living room, so we had carpet, but the kitchen was linoleum. So he would run this way and immediately cut behind the stove and go into my parents' room and then into my brother's room. And big, dumb, stupid ass, she was a Rottweiler German Shepherd mix. So she had the big dumb barrel body of a Rottweiler and the little stupid head of a German Shepherd.
That's a good dog.
Yeah,
That's a good dog.
She was good. Yeah, she was very stupid, but she was good. She would go bounding after him, hit the linoleum, and skid across the kitchen and like slam into the dining room table, and she'd lose him because she's dumb. So she would run, hit the linoleum, slide and crash into the table, and then the cat would just wait here until she like went and laid back down, and then he would like creep, go back behind the couch, and then do it again. That was his,
and repeat.
That was his favorite thing to do. Was fuck with the dog. She was also quite protective of her food. So we could feed her, you know, we would get close to her bowl, obviously, to do that, to give her food. But once she was eating, she didn't like to be bothered while she was eating. And the cat knew that. So the cat would wait until I filled the dog's bowl with food, and then the cat would get there first and sit in her food bowl. Like a little throne, and he'd be like, "Yeah, you gotta get me out of the way, huh?" It was just like he was just taunting her ability to eat, so she'd have to chase him away, and he just liked to be chased by her, I guess, because he would find excuses to get her to chase him. He was a little shit, little black cat, no tail. Yeah. Anyway. What do I do now? Do I want any other textures? I guess we could pull that out a little bit more so it's a little more defined.
Do I draw hair? Or do I just give them a helmet?
What are you drawing? Something with bone, I assume.
I bet, yeah.
Load. Ooh. Zoom enhance. Bald.
Bald.
Oh yeah, so let's see what this does then. If I click to watch that and then pop it out, what does that do to my CPU and GPU usage? Yeah, now my CPU is occasionally maxing. So Discord did something, big surprise, where their program is now less efficient than it used to be, because now my CPU maxes when I have someone's... When I am streaming to OBS, streaming to Discord, and watching someone stream in Discord, it is now an uncomfortable amount of CPU load. That's, or no, it seems to... Maybe it was just a spike. Sitting at about 80.
Stabilizing.
You can sit there at 80. Do you want to share your screen, Sick? You want to have people see what you're doing?
I mean, yeah, I'm seeing if I can not have to draw hair.
How about a helmet that looks like hair?
Yeah,
no.
big
too.
tassel on the helmet, like Ornstein.
I recently got the new Mario Kart, and spoilers, Donkey Kong's in it.
Whoa.
But he has an outfit. It's his only outfit, but he has a helmet that's in the shape of his like 2 little hair spikes.
That's very dumb.
I'm like, is that his hair? No, it's his helmet.
Should be bigger than that, actually. Like other side. It's too much weight on her left side. I've been wondering since that encounter. I wonder if we will ever get the ability to do the big funny that happens in Seed of Sacrifice.
I feel like it just has to be like such an occasion to bring it back.
Yeah.
Which we might be getting. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm putting zero expectations on what's to come, but also like, you know, like, ooh, what if they do this or this?
Yeah. Well, the story is going in a pretty obvious direction currently. I don't want to speak too much about it. Um, we were given a literal checklist of future expansion content
Well,
by a
you're right,
specific
yeah.
individual at the end of Endwalker.
You're right.
So, in pursuit of, I can be cryptic. In pursuit of this, there are some places that we are likely to be going in the near future, and
Australia.
that is what's currently happening, like in current patch. It's about that particular object that bears this symbol. Yeah.
I can't wait for the expansion where all the characters have an Australian accent. I want them to do it.
That would be so fucking funny if just the native inhabitants of Mericidia all have Australian accents, because it's the continent on like the far southern edge of the planet.
The south, yeah.
What are you doing here, mate?
What are you doing here, mate?
They did it with America. That one voice actor that has like the very like non-European accent.
The guy doing the Matt Mercer impression. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that does not look...
I'm glad you knew exactly who I was talking about.
Yeah. I think it's the same guy doing the fight number 8, as like it's a very similar tone.
It's definitely the same guy.
Yeah, the same guy.
Once it clicked for me, I'm like, oh, that's him.
The cat man sheriff boy from Shalani. Yeah. Well, welcome out to the old west. You know, that guy.
Yeah. I do like toying with my prey.
I do love toying with my prey. Yeah.
That was just Matt Mercer.
Yeah, it's very close to Matt Mercer.
We didn't tell you, but he is in the game, actually. You just have to find him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that might be it. I don't want to go like too overboard. I'm thinking about adding this. I don't want to explain what that is. But that would be like another color of flesh on her, and then she would have 4 colors of flesh, and I don't know if I want to do that. That we're getting too complex here. Tales of loss and fun. Speaking of Final Fantasy.
Speaking of Final Fantasy.
Yeah, so I can imagine on her back she would just have some more little cuts. Her left arm would still be just as visible. She'd have a big scratch on her back. Nondescript dragon scratch. Do I want to do anything to her tail? She could lose her tail entirely. She could have a little nub. She could lose the tip of her tail. She could just have
a little kink in it, perhaps.
She could just have cuts. Yeah, a little kink in her tail.
Maybe some bandages or something?
Maybe.
My warrior of light has a bent ear for purposes I still have yet to fully work out how how that would function. But if I used mods in the game, which I don't, I would use one of the rigging mods to bend it in screenshots.
That's a thing that you can do?
Oh. If I use mods, which I don't. That doesn't exist. Let me see if I don't have an example of what that would look like.
You know, a really cool thing that could exist that would be awesome if they added into like G-Pose would be a mod that added rigging bones to your character so that you could
Yeah,
pose
and it's
them with
really
more
scary when I
dexterity.
grab the wrong bone.
No, there's not, Scath. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's called G-pose.
Yeah. I like the idea of a kink, but I don't want to redraw her tail. I'm lazy.
Just use the liquefy tool and just kind of move it around a little.
You just give her the big. There you go.
Yeah, just like a clearly like Photoshop dent, you know?
Yeah.
Like the background is warped too.
Yeah.
When was? I guess I can pinpoint exactly when I took the screenshot, because it was when we had that Super Sentai event.
The summer event.
But I
Yeah.
don't. Yeah. Because it was with a swimsuit outfit I made, but I don't remember where that screenshot went.
I've decided to make them a skeleton. I don't want to draw hair.
So real.
The default directory is my documents, games, Final Fantasy 14.
Is this it? Oh, it must have been after then. The summer.
Yeah, so what if her tail was just like really bent right at the end? And I'd have to. Now it just kind of looks posed. No. Nah. What if her tail had band-aids, like a wrap on it?
Ooh, I found it. The bones also apply to the facial expressions too.
Oh, and if you're
So
gonna
it's subtle.
continue sharing images, please put them in the stream chat, because I cannot view the
stream
pop
chat.
out, because that fucks with the other screen view.
Sure. Put that there.
Yeah. Yeah, Mira has a like canon swimsuit too, and funny enough that I chose it independently, and then I found out that Y'shtola wears the same one in her trust outfit for Dawn Trail.
Yippee.
What am I doing? Tail bandits. Yeah,
It's
so
a
what if...
question we almost all ask ourselves at some point.
Why are we still here?
Why am I accidentally muting myself all the time?
I have so many screenshots.
There's a concerning sound. What is that sound?
Oh.
Is that inclement weather or the military? One of those two things.
Both, perhaps.
Nope, fuck. Back to lines. Pip.
Oh. What was this? Now I'm just looking at my screenshots. They're all of my warrior play.
Did I just do everything on the wrong... I did. I am a fool.
Hey, Vic, do you want to see a really good out of context screenshot?
I did.
There you go.
Ominous that it's spoiled.
That was good. Good.
Holy moly.
just playing Night Rain earlier. Yeah. And
Oh, damn.
my opinions have improved of that game. Yeah, they genuinely have. A lot of the issues I had have been not resolved, but
You've learned to deal with them.
a lot of the issues. Yeah, well, in a sense, that a lot of the issues I had was the fact that of poor information
Yeah.
accessibility,
Uh-huh.
and that's still a thing, but it's not that the information isn't there. It's just it's not
Very
particularly
poorly
obvious
communicated.
When it is.
Yes.
Yeah, and to be honest, that could be just shifted. You know, one of my big things is the characters. That there's a codex about all the characters. That codex should be the character selection screen, because it's still very good looking. Like literally, all they could just port it over, because it still looks like a character collection screen, but it's way more detailed and tells you way more about the characters and their abilities. And in the same place, that codex has what all the icons on the map mean. It has what can happen, blah 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 blah. So that's good. But I will admit, every time I have an issue, every time I have this thing, it always boils back down to the bedrock level of this. I would not have this issue if this game were £20 less.
Yeah.
If this game were cheaper, I would not have this issue. Because a lot of them are like, man, I bet if I was playing with friends, I'd be having a much better time exploring and discovering these things with friends and not with absolute lunatic randos that I hate. But whatever. But I was playing earlier, and something that the game does is that I find very, very interesting is the characters in it, the characters you can play as, have a story. Like, genuinely have a story, and that they talk to each other. They're voice lined, and they speak to each other, which is fucking
I don't mind
unbeknownst
that.
of a
What do you think?
Soulsborne. I like that.
Wrap on the
I like
end of
the-
her
I like the
tail?
bandages.
I like that.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, unbeknownst to the Soulsborne, but so you're supposed to do these like little quests for the characters. These like little
Still know
quests
about
for the
this one.
characters. So you can unlock new abilities, not new abilities, but like new customizations for them. Yeah, it's just side things to do, and I did the one for the Revenant, the pretty necromancer girl, because of course I did. And it's genuinely fucking horrifying. You get a cutscene, like a proper cutscene, and it turns into a horror show for just a bit. And I like, where there's now a little clip and highlight of it of me just genuinely being terrified of what was going on. And it jump scares and like gets you like, oh, okay, that was horrible. Moving on. But
I like that moment in you've gone through that one.
Oh yeah, the
Like,
fucking,
oh man, this expansion for Final Fantasy is kind of depressing. Oh no. Oh no. When you get to Amarang and what's her name? Like Therese or something like that. I don't remember her name. The girl that treats the dying people.
Yeah. The name is slipping.
Tesleen.
Kathleen.
I thought you were going to talk about the fucking the like opening quest for Palace of the Dead, and it randomly turns into a small like, Japanese horror film.
Yeah. By the way, this
Palace
is
of
what
the Dead
happens to
is
people
such
that
a
don't have the
fascinating
echo.
It's a continuing storyline.
Yeah.
That's the most fascinating thing to me, where the side content is like, hey, did you do these 2 other quests? By the way,
Yeah.
they continue in Palace of the Dead.
Yeah. It's what Thousand Maws Hard, I think it is. That has the other like part.
I just think it's very cool. I think it's cool when the quests all come together, because there's something in
That's why
Post
I like
Endwalker.
That's why I like Eden. It like
Mm,
has
yeah.
implications to the rest of the world, not just like a fun thing that happened during that expansion, you know?
Yeah. There's something like a little detail that, like, for some reason I just knew about this like thing that was in the Void Arc raids.
Mhm.
That ties into something later on in the Post Endwalker quest line. And I'm like, that's flavor text that people could never find out if they just didn't know about that. But I know that, and I think that's funny.
Don't think I know what you're talking about.
I don't know how to describe it without, like tying it into where Post Endwalker goes. But there's a guy in the Void Arc raids that make minions of certain enemies. And the descriptions for these are like, this guy was just really into this enemy, and like he's like on a quest to basically make a bunch of these minions based on these characters. And there's a character later that you can talk to, optional. You could just never find this NPC, and they're like, I met this really weird guy who like summoned me into this room. I thought he was really weird. And it's like something that it was actually like a different flavor text, like way back when. And I'm like, oh, that's neat.
That's fun.
Kind of weird, but it's really funny.
I liked they stopped doing it immediately. I'm almost certain the last instance of it happening was in ARR, so that they just like didn't continue past that point. But there are a couple of instances where the dialogue is different. Basically just for me. I think I'm the only one I know that still plays the game. That Amira's a Meteor survivor. So Amira was a Warrior of Light before the Battle of Cartano. So there's like a couple of places in 2.0 where they acknowledge that you were there. Like, it's not spoken of as a historical event. It's spoken of as a place where you were. Like, that happened to you.
Yeah.
I was like, that's cool. Like that.
I don't have a Meteor survivor, but I do have various jobs and also Vieira. So like the characters do mention that sometimes, and I think it's neat. I think it's great.
I think I'm done.
Oh.
Think you're done?
Yeah.
I think I'm
Looks
done.
pretty good. It's pretty cool.
Did you sign it?
I don't have a signature.
Make one up right now.
Yeah, get a signature.
Right now.
The only thing that I could recommend that I think would add a lot to it is if you, however you did that, like, reflection on the floor.
Yeah.
Do that again, just a little bit in bright green, like around him. So it's some reflected light from the lamp.
Yeah.
Good question. That may have been a month ago. I don't know where it is.
Or you could just take like
Mm-hmm.
a rough pen and like do some little jaggies on the ground next to him. Like especially in the black space off to the right, like under the lantern. Yeah. Sicko. At the Discord window. Yes! Yes!
I think it was droplets. That's the one I used.
I don't like this mark. That takes away from her freckles. We're gonna get rid of that one. That's better. Alright. I'm pretty pleased with that. So now we're gonna do... How can I do this without wanting to die? Can we just duplicate, like, this entire thing? And...
What are you trying to do?
turn her around. So I think I'm just gonna...
The time lapse on this is gonna be fucking weird.
Yeah, I might not upload the time lapse for this. I don't think this
I
is
meant
gonna
me.
make a good... Oh. Well, mine, I don't think this is gonna make a good YouTube video, because it's gonna be mostly, like, tiny detail, like, zoomed way out, and me writing, like, off to the side. I think I might not upload
That's me
the
on my
time lapse this
iPad when I'm
week.
on, like, Procreate. I'm like, I gotta stop, like, hiding and unhiding the layers, because Procreate records every time I do that, and it's just flashing of, like,
Yeah.
every layer that I'm going through.
So I can do the kind of, like, hack, you know, if I... So here she is, and we don't need the hand and foot detail. Or the swatches. If we black this out, and then just flip her, you know, like, that can be her from behind. If I just, like, reline and color over that, I guess. That's still a lot of work.
I think for the back view, if you just had a silhouette and just kind of indicated, like, this is where this would be from the back view, I think that'll be okay.
I move her palm details over to the other side of her. Clip Studio is not enjoying that process. There you go. Yeah. Never ended up using that list. It's not important. Rid of it. Alright, there we go. Now we have a side-by-side. So now I guess I could just do...
I guess.
Clean it a little bit. Yeah. Looks good.
I dotted the eye with a skull. Nobody can see that, but I can.
Yeah.
Save that as...
Alright,
This is my
so...
Pathfinder character.
I just fill it in with skin tone? Yeah, sure.
Flesh.
Just call this layer behind. Then we can do a couple of very quick and dirty... Oh, shit. Oh, no. I didn't move her ear scar layer with the rest of her.
Oh.
So the, like, fleshy inside of her ears did not come over. There we go.
I do not know where it's sending that time lapse.
Where'd it go?
Oh,
It'll
It
ask
tells me.
you where to
Yeah.
put it.
maybe I should draw my warrior of light. Looks
Do
like
it.
Warrior. Maybe I won't.
I'm making my warrior flight in
Whoa, looks like a
Vroid.
pony.
There we go.
Holy moly.
Ray, now you have to draw your warrior flight.
I don't play this game.
Too bad.
Yeah.
I
Ray,
can't.
Ray, it's government mandated little guy day today. Apparently, can you be a
Yeah,
little
big
guy?
eyes, little guys.
Yep. Get your big eyes out.
I know you have
my
it.
Germa suit and everything. What the
Well,
heck?
don't worry, Ray. You're invited to the next game show, so you can use it then.
I might start using it on stream. Honestly, I worked too hard on it.
No, it's good. It's
Okay.
good shit. So yeah. How competitive are you, Sun and or Stroma?
Depends.
It depends, but for the bit, I can be very competitive.
That's good. That's good. Because I think we nearly had. I feel like, I feel like Penny and Nora and Ray were nearly about to kill each other.
I was just chilling.
Ray has become a Discord icon.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry. Am I Abba? Am I
Yeah.
Abba? I'm trying to find a little guy. Hold on.
Ray, I want you to know I will be sending you a selection of screenshots from the new Punch Punch Forever for emotes.
Mhm.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Neither
we
have I,
need to-
but I will
we
be
need to watch it. We're definitely gonna pick faces out of it, though. That's guaranteed.
You want that
There's
one?
gonna be a go-go like reaction face. It's gonna be me. It's just
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
just go-go at this point.
You are just.
You
Go-Go.
really are.
Let's turn you up a little bit.
Also, hello everybody. I just got back from making dinner.
Hello, it's
Hello.
Baby.
Hope you had
Like-
a good dinner.
What you ate?
Why
I made kebabs,
is my
Ooh.
screen fucked up?
chicken and steak kebab.
Why did that appear?
That sounds good.
That's
I'll kill you, Discord.
Thick did something.
Why
I'd
do
be
I-
shit. Oh.
I look like the baby sun from Teletubbies rising over the horizon.
Peeking over. We're all staring with our big
Ray
old
is
eyes.
slowly emerging from the bottom of the screen, going.
I need to get like better Dark Knight drip. I like.
Where are
I
you?
think I'm wearing like the like standard.
Yeah, it's like the Dark Knight artifact armor.
I like
Yeah.
making the stupid little giggle. It's like my favorite thing.
Crushes you, makes you
It
small.
hurts my throat though.
There you go.
I need
Did
to
we ever get-
draw.
Did we ever get that jar from Blair so we can put the chicken teriyaki stick
I
in it?
forgot to
That
ask
one.
Blair for the jar. I guess still gotta ask Blair for the jar.
I need to take a cool screenshot of my new glamours. I took a screenshot of my my fishing outfit though.
Important, important.
That's my it's dapper, it's the harness.
Here for your viewing pleasure, I'll put my dinner in the stream chat.
Hell yeah.
The photos are bad though, because I'm bad at taking photos.
We'll have to deduct points then.
Mood.
No,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, those look really
Teriyaki.
good.
And I
does
like
look
the
really
blur
good.
on it. Very nice.
Mm.
It's like you're very
I made rice
excited.
pilaf. I made rice pilaf on the
Ooh,
side.
fancy. That's a lot of kebabs.
Yeah.
I'm eating tomorrow too.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's just like one pack of chicken thighs and like 2 little packs of kebab beef. I'm very happy with it. I've never made them before, so I wanted to try something new.
Hell yeah.
Now I can eat like a character in Dungeon Meshi.
You made this in a dungeon.
Did you narrate every step of preparing that meal while you were doing it? It's important.
But of course,
Yeah.
Papa.
First, we slice the chicken into small bite-sized pieces.
Then you
That's
cut
that's
the onion.
eerily good.
Yeah.
Roll them in spices and skewer them on little bamboo sticks.
That's actually upsettingly good.
It is
Actually.
upsettingly good. It is upsettingly good.
God bless. God bless fucking Percy though. God bless him.
He's my favorite.
God bless him finding that meme of the you'd kill for me. Ah, you'd die for me? Would you get
drink
enough
water
rest for me? Would you drink water for me? God bless him.
Yeah.
God bless you, Percy, wherever you are.
Me and Giz made a discovery the other day. You know the dating game that came out recently, the Date Everything
Everything?
game?
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
I love it.
It's
It's so
a really
good.
stupid little indie game, but it's got like immense voice acting talent in it.
Mhm.
It's because one of the fucking makers is Robbie Reyes, who's like
Yeah.
friends
Both
with...
of them are big voice actors.
Yeah, both of the people making it are massive voice actors who are friends with all of them. So they're like, I'm like, I understand how this occurred now.
I've played the demo for like 10 hours. It's actually really fun.
Yeah, it looks genuinely quite funny. So like, that's fair. But like,
And some of the designs are like insanely good.
Oh yeah, I've
Like,
seen some of them. They're good.
They're so good at personifying like, or what would the
yeah,
term
personification.
be? Yeah, personification of household objects is like insane. There's a bed character, and she's the love of my life.
Mhm. I gotta
Oh.
see all of them. I gotta look up the whole.
It's not the shower.
No,
No.
no.
Okay. Interesting.
Why would you? I'm not a shower person. I'm not a shower guy. How dare you?
Ray
I
doesn't
don't
take
bathe.
showers.
The shower is voiced by Neil Newman.
The shower's Neil Newman?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Wait, you're talking about the washing machine, silly?
Am I? Is he the washing
Yes.
machine?
Yes, because it's hold on. I think it's like Washford and whatever the fuck.
Wash.
And they're
I gotta look at the.
they're like
cast.
gay little trapeze artists. They're like ex-lovers. They like group art. It's like
There we go. See, now we have Amira's
There's,
backside. Just quick and easy. Hack.
Yeah.
Let's go.
the toilet is a French rapper named Le Crapper.
I've seen the clip of it. Yeah, it's really
Wow.
funny.
Listen, the only thing I know is the door, or like the security door, is
Dorian, he's so fun.
God, what's his name? It's
Finstar.
Yeah, he's got the most like. I'm not particularly attracted to masculine, but like his voice is very
Need
nice.
him bad. Need him downright terrible.
His voice is very masculine. I'm pretty sure he's in some of the COD. He might be the voice actor in like some of the COD
Ooh,
games,
that
but like
doesn't work.
he's a manly man voice actor. But I'm like, okay.
Like, I
Alright.
think you should genuinely play that demo and stream.
Maybe.
It's really funny.
Well, I know Matt Mercer's the D20, which is the correct option.
Yes.
Um,
I'm not gonna say anything else about the game because I want people to experience it, but it's peak, dude.
you know, I'm not against playing it, to be honest. Maybe I'll play it with like Penny and Giz and Kate.
I'm not a very big like
Dream.
visual novel person, but this is one me. One because it has narration for every single thing they say.
Yeah, that's one of my big hurdles. It's why
I want to play
really should go to.
the new Monster Prom game.
Monster Prom.
Yes.
I wanna
Specifically
play it,
because
I
it
have
doesn't
it.
have narration, because I want to do voices with people.
I love doing the voices. They're so
Yeah.
fun.
I'll do that. Give me a call. But yeah, should go to a test to how good Outer Wilds is because it's all reading.
Yeah.
But obviously, because dyslexia, it's why I won't play Danganronpa, despite
Real.
Giz's absolute
So
oil.
real.
Despite like I probably would like Danganronpa, but it's mostly
alright.
reading. So Phoenix writes too, like
But that's why you get a bunch of voices, like people to voice it.
yeah,
So they read it to you.
yeah, that'd be quite funny.
Plus, the Trials in Danganronpa, I think, are partially voice acted. Not a whole lot. I wish it was more.
I could add
Sorry, I'm
more
eating
detail
apple.
to that, but I don't think we need to. Thick, are you done drawing?
I'm thinking about it. I'm like halfway between
Alright,
thinking
I'm
about
gonna keep it on my screen until you decide to start
yeah.
doing stuff again.
Yeah.
Let me know if you do.
I'm staring at like something to do. I'm also looking at the time.
Mhm.
I've got an idea, but I'm just like exploding on the inside. So
Mhm.
give me a minute.
Just share more screenshots of your Warrior of Light in stream chat, and I'll share screenshots of mine.
I don't have many screenshots of her.
Thick just
it's
Fantasia'd. Like they're
Yeah.
like making a new character basically.
I have
that
about 10
new
gigabytes
development.
worth of screenshots.
I've got screenshots of my old Warrior Debite, but there's been a small development in my life that meant maybe this isn't that accurate anymore, so I'm gonna not use it anymore.
Fair.
So I became a
Wizards
bunny
your
girl,
boobs
which
off.
took. Yeah, no, we went to this. We kept joking about it in the vein of that book, adding scars to a mirror, because if you can see it in that
It's thick.
screenshot.
Look in the stream. Look in the stream chat. It's
I
thick.
wizards my tits on.
Thank you, Wizard.
Almost 3 a.m. Have a good All right, good night, Possum. Thanks for coming by.
Can I pass on? Thank you, Tech Wizards. But you can see it in that screenshot that I have an eye patch that added after getting my teeth kicked in by Xenos. So I added that, and so I was very on board with Batbug's idea for this, like adding scars and everything. And then we made the joke of what transed my gender? Was it also Xenos? It might have been.
Could have also been
Xenos. Maybe just. But no, I think what was it? It was we went with blue headache fuckery.
We watched Xenos become a dragon, and I scratched my chin, and I thought,
No, it was like weird lore is a bit of blue headache fuckery to the from the exile to the very bright dimension.
I'm excited for you to continue that and learn what's all going on in there.
You just need to keep sending me fan art of Emmett Selk, and I'll be like, I could go and I could. Yeah, you're right.
You're not allowed to flip the magic card over until you play through Shadowbringers.
I certainly am not. I saw that and went, oh, that's spoilers.
Trying to find non-spoiler screenshots of my Warrior of Light, but all of them are like in the new areas.
I think do you know what I'm gonna do? I genuinely. So.
Why is that?
One of the benefits of having
makes sense.
Many wonderfully talented artists as friends is that many of my emotes are done by my friends, but some of them are done by me. Some of the oldest ones are done by me. So maybe it's time to redo some of them. I have 11 animated emote slots. Sure.
Yeah.
I also have that many, and I'm fighting for my life in these streets.
Yeah, I have not created a single new animated emote aside from the one that's just a PNG bouncing up and down. I have not filled any of my animated slots since the original 5, when that was as many as we were allowed to have.
crosshairs of my emotes.
What's a good width and height for emotes? Just put 1,000 by 1,000.
I do 50
4,000 by 4,000.
500 by
I
500.
work at.
I do 500 by
work at
500. Yeah.
Yeah, I work at 500 by 500,
I scale them down.
and then you crunch it down to the
Smart.
112 for the upload.
There's only one emote I didn't draw. For my animateds, at least. There's 2 animateds I didn't make for Gar. This is how often I look at my own emotes. Which is okay, because I don't stream, so I don't know. Emotes? That's for streamers.
Okay.
No Silk Song, by the way. If you, I didn't know if you.
No, just Strahd,
Yeah,
actually.
I wouldn't have.
Even after fucking Geoff mentioned it.
Oh, what happened? Is it just like delayed?
No,
No,
there
just-
was a game
We haven't heard
show.
anything.
There was a game
Oh,
show
okay.
earlier today, and it's just that Silk Song has
Ah,
not
okay.
received more news. I wouldn't have thought
There
it
was
would.
spoilers for the Summer Games Fest. There was a Deadpool game that was like announced,
Ugh.
and like he sent like a letter to Geoff, and it was like it mentioned Silk Song. It's like, don't play that Silk Song trailer, show mine instead. And I was like, oh, Silk Song.
Mhm.
I was like, he'll play
Well,
it.
that
Isn't
Deadpool
play
thing
it right
was
after,
so
right?
tone dead. Ugh.
Yeah, it was awful actually.
I am quite tired.
They made him
of
annoying
Marvel
again.
games.
Yeah.
It kind of doesn't matter who or what IP it is anymore.
Give me a new Batman game.
Basically, just Spider-Man. It's my favorite one. It's always been my favorite one. I'll take more
Bring me
interesting
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man content, but I don't care about any of the others anymore. It's too much. No more
Yeah.
Thor, no more Captain America, no more Hulk, no more Iron Man. I don't need it anymore.
You just don't want the Avengers.
Yeah.
Give me like, do you know what? Give me.
Yeah,
an
you know what?
X-Men
You're
game.
right, because I would
take
I would take like X-Men, but I don't care about the Avengers anymore. Yeah, that's correct.
Give me a game where I can play as Iron Fist smooching other boys. Thank you.
Real.
Okay.
Real.
I need more water.
It's sick.
What's poppin', Chief?
Hmm.
Are you tit to my wizard? Yeah. Thank you.
Wonder if you'll ever get
Helps
a
when you have
Daredevil
a.
game. Yeah, you know that would be pretty sick actually. If we got like an Arkham Origins style game with like a little bit of that new Spider-Man game mixed in, you know, like that vibe of video game as a Daredevil like crime fighty game, that'd be sick.
Be a blind, like it actually makes them blind.
Hmm.
That'd be kind of fun actually.
Helps when you when the person who makes the meme also has the template of the same emote.
Mhm.
I'm gonna save
Yeah.
that real quick.
What is that? Where did that come from?
I love templates.
Oh no.
There's something about
Oh,
my
no.
Lethal Company one that I did with that meme that makes me so happy.
I need
This is
a
my game
better-
first came out.
I'm a
look like
big
a
fan
solid-
of oh, what? Kiana.
Hmm.
Kiana Mai. What is happening? What the fuck? I got a weird layer conflict that I am afflicted upon myself by moving my character around, apparently. What is
Huh.
blocking out her scars? Oh, it's that. No, it's not.
Oh, did you put a line filter on the?
No, it's just something had like a layer mask on it, and the mask like didn't move when I moved her over or something,
Oh.
because now like a weird, like, you can see it on her scar right there. There's like a cutoff zone of
Interesting.
visibility. Why is that happening? There it is. Okay. And that was stopping all of that from going out of bounds. Okay, so I'll just redo that mask then, instead of it being weird. I was saying something before and I forgot. It's gone now.
Mood.
There we go. Put that away. There we go. There we go. All right, fixed it.
My Necropolis merch is on the way.
Oh.
Oh my god. Necropolis merch.
Oh, cool.
All right. Have assorted warrior of light screenshots. If they'll ever send.
Hey, you
They
take
sure
pictures
are
of
sorted.
Mr. Final Fantasies 16, 15? Which one is that? 16?
16. That's Clive. And Torgal.
All right. We merge.
How the fuck do you draw
That
circles?
First you draw the owl.
And then you
Yeah,
erase.
fuck. What did that?
You start with the owl, I start with the guy.
And now I'm trying to find like weird out of screen context screenshots. Because this game likes its events.
Do.
Do I know what I'm doing? No. Quite funny. So I'm gonna keep doing it.
Okay. What are the important marks? I immediately sidetracked myself with something else, as I am wont to do.
Side quest.
I just feel as if I need an angry skull.
Ah, right, the dark on her ears. What is that? Oh, it's the chocobo that wearing the little dragon outfit. I didn't
Yeah.
know what I was looking at for a second there.
Is that Fall Guys?
It is,
It's
yeah.
Fall. There's a Fall Guys event in Final Fantasy, and there's an achievement where you have to win it 100 times in a row.
Oh my god.
In a row?
And I guess not in a row, but you have to win it 100 times, and I don't think I've won it a single time.
I've won a couple
I
times.
say in a row seems fucking impossible.
There's some achievements that are like, do this 10 times in a row.
I played it exactly as much as I needed to play it to get like the full outfit, because I wanted the like sweatsuit and the shoes.
I like the goober little shoes with the Fall Guy faces on them.
I can't figure out what kind of face I want this skull to make, so I think it's time for bed. But that's kind of where I'm going with this.
You didn't tell me when you were doing stuff again. Let me see what you're
I
doing.
really wasn't. I'm
There he is.
sorry. I kind of wasn't. I was just like, do I want this? Do I not want this? No. Yeah. All right. I must adjourn to the land of the dead.
Okay.
As is my
Farewell.
right. Just have fun hanging out.
Yeah.
Good night.
Have a nice night.
I'm gonna check something. Yeah, unfortunately, I probably won't be able to hang out because my work. So I have a shifting work week, which is always fun.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
And so next week I'm working Friday and Saturday. In fact, yeah. So I won't be able to stay up, I'm afraid. So,
Yeah.
But next week I will. I'll week after. But I'll see you all then.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye. Once I'm done eating, I want to work on Tube Miku again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Tube Miku.
Finisher. My muse.
Once we're sure Think is gone, we'll talk about every spoiler from now to the end of Final Fantasy.
There we go. That's good enough.
Dude, I bought like a little like electric like ear duster, like a little like fan
Wait,
for my
what's
like
going on there?
my PC. That bitch was
Mhm.
dusty. My God,
Did it have like a puff of dust when you turned it on?
dude,
Wait, what?
like my fucking room
Oh, it's
turned a
hair.
different color. Like
Oh no.
Oh God.
I haven't cleaned it away. So I didn't have any condensed air, and I can't justify buying it sometimes.
I bought
Like,
a I would highly recommend. I bought a little like cleaning kit for your computer. I think it was like 10 or 15 bucks. It's a little yellow bag that comes with like a whole bunch of different sized like bristle brushes. And it comes with one of those like rubber bladders. So you just get in your computer and you go you know, like you don't need compressed air. You just have a thing that you squeeze and it blows.
yeah, I have a battery. I just said I have a battery powered like little fucking duster now, so I don't have to buy
Mhm.
condensed air. It's just like a little battery and then just like blows air into it. But the little like squeezy thing sounds fun. Probably be less loud too, actually.
What Wani Medi? Is that how you say that? Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Punch forever.
There we go. We have a thing that looks good enough, like the character is turned around. I guess I should draw her clothes also, so she doesn't look
Pants.
nude. I need a symmetry ruler down the length of her. How can I find her middle?
Dude, that Jurassic World Evolution game from the Summers Festival, it used AI gen content.
Sick.
They made
Yuck.
another game?
So did one of the
Yeah.
games that was on the very beginning of the show, and there's like, here's the top 8 games. One of them was that fucking not Sims game that was
Inzoi.
like the picture that they had on the board was
Oh.
AI generated. Like, buy this game. It's like, no, no, actually, no, thank you. Is that the middle? It's hard to tell.
Your pants could be asymmetrical a little bit as a treat.
Yeah, that's fine. You just clip that down, and we're gonna take this gray, and we're gonna fill the whole thing with gray because I baked lines into it, and I want to get rid of those. And we just carry that up to the edges of her body. And your pants should be a little higher in the back, because that's how your back is shaped. And that also gives me more room to accommodate your tail that we're just simply not gonna think about.
That's a mood.
There you go. And this goes under your arms. And what happens in the back of a, like, sport bra?
Sometimes
on the
they're just
brand.
like,
Do they, like, cross?
I think. No,
First, depends on it. They do cross for like the high performance something.
yeah, there are some that do
Hmm.
cross, but there's some that are just like built like how you've drawn it.
Right. Is it higher in the back? Like, is more of your back covered than... That feels right. Like it should be.
I'd
I
say
don't know.
sometimes it has like a thing. It depends on how modern you want to make, the design. But they'll have like holes in the middle, just sort of like there's like bridges in the gaps to
Right,
to add support.
like that
It's like a
kind of
circle.
deal.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't meant to be like an outfit, really. It's just a thing so that she doesn't look nude.
Underwear.
It's just a thing.
It could be a back keyhole in the shape of a cat.
Or you know what, though? Actually, I want to show her tattoo, and that's where that goes. So
Ah.
we're going to make this lower.
When will it be Wolf Wednesday again?
Good question. I know how many days it is from Wednesday.
I wanted you to respond with like a down-to-the-minute response.
4
of
days.
When...
5 days, roughly. Son, have I sent you a Wolf Wednesday?
I don't know.
Oh, hold on.
You'd know.
I'm
I guess not then.
adding you as a friend on Discord. I will see you
Sounds
Wednesday, I
good.
guess.
This is a threat.
This accept.
This
Sounds
is
I
a
look
threat.
forward to my Wolf Wednesdays from Astroma. That's how I know what day it is.
There is her
Her
lore mark. Down like
Also, the
about
only time that Astroma
there.
does message me is when it's Wolf Wednesday, so whenever I see them pop up, I'm like, oh, it's Wednesday, wow. I love this about us, Astroma.
So fair. I don't message a lot of people
No, I don't
randomly.
either, man. Don't even worry, I don't either.
If I do, it's
Someone's
for
in, like,
Wolf
a
Wednesday or a
follow-up.
random bit.
I'll have to find like a
Okay.
day of the week to send things to you.
Pick a day and dedicated an alarm.
Everybody has to be assigned a day, so we all always know what day it is.
Okay.
We make a big group chat, and every day it's just like someone else has to post the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does Sun Thursdays sound?
Marsupial Mondays, Wolf Wednesdays.
What about Tuesday?
We don't acknowledge Tuesday.
Portal
like Tuesday. It's fun to
There's
say.
already a day for that. It's also a wolf, but
Every day it's just Wolf. Wolf
but it's a
Monday.
different wolf. But it has to be a named wolf that begins with it.
Yeah.
So real.
I can find a wait, Torgal Tuesday.
Timber Wolf Tuesday.
Tungsten Cube Tuesday.
should have did that with the symmetry ruler on. That would have been smart and cool. But I did not do that.
Portal Tuesday.
They can give the illusion a little bit better.
That's a good image. Holy moly.
Torgal Tuesday.
Torgal Tuesday.
Really did a number on this dang ass cat. Yeah, sure did. She needs her traumatic backstory.
As one does.
There we go. Alright, so now I just need a layer right there. What is this layer? Right. Yeah, so it can go here. Let's put that in a folder. Put that folder. Call that scars. Oh, wait, no, shit. Can't do that. I fix this. Unclip that. Select that. Invert that. Delete. There we go. Rid of that. Now I can clip this folder. But that has stopped it from multiplying. Alright, I guess I can't put it in a folder, that's fine. I'll just highlight everything that's a scar in orange. There we go. Alright, so then we have, so that's the left side scar, and that's the texture that's associated with that. So now we need the LB4 scars. Which I'm just gonna, oh, ew. Why did that start happening? Why are you doing that? What are you doing?
I mean,
Why'd you get all weird?
yeah. I want to say the easiest way is to put it through cleanup, but that might accidentally get rid of some of the smaller scar marks.
I'll just erase along the edge like this.
Mm-hmm.
That normally only happens when you
That sounds bad.
transform the layer and it like creates new
Yeah.
pixels with the
Mm-hmm.
what's the word? Aliasing.
Yeah.
But I didn't transform it. I just moved it over. I don't know why it got grody.
Being a little funky. Yeah, I made a shortcut for cleanup.
Yeah. All right. We grab you, and we grab...
I have to go bring Sandy outside really quick, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
We don't need you. You and you get marked in orange. Close you. Then we get rid of the contents of those layers. There we go. All right. I did that with rough pen. We give her a couple of continuations, so that scar would be coming up like over here. Oh, right, it's not going to be bound to her body either. God damn it. God damn it. Can do that. There we go. There we go. Looks could muss up her elbows as well for similar reasons as her knees. Trying to be consistent with these marks so that they look like they're wrapping her around. That looks pretty good. And which foot has that on the front? That is her right foot. So maybe on her left foot, we can give her a little, like, heel.
Ooh.
Little heel split. She, like, axe kicked something hard. I don't know. I don't know.
Something happened here.
And then she got dragon scratched. Center that more. Actually see it. Oh, naked. Oh wait, actually that should be on a different layer too. That's the LB4 one. So this is the... Wait. Copy that. Dragon scratch. That color.
If Dontrell had gone the way that Scath thought it was gonna go, you might have been able to give them a peg leg. Who's stopping us?
Weird specific question. I don't know the names of any of them or even what the names of the mobs are called, so I guess I'll just look up Nidhogg. How many digits does Nidhogg have?
I want to say 3 in the thumb.
Probably need to specify Final Fantasy XIV in that search query.
Generic Nidhogg, all of them.
Oh, he got the big ol' fingies too.
How many?
It's hard to tell. That's
This
a better
many?
picture. There we go. There he is.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like 3 in the front and one off to the side.
3 in a thumb.
So I guess we can just do the big 3.
I don't pay attention to that fight too much. There's something else in the fight I stare at.
Well, there's 2 times.
Oh.
You fight him in the airy as well, the dungeon, like level
Oh, that's true.
52 or whatever, 54 dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Before
right.
the steps of sacrifice. I'm just gonna do like that, and then I'll taper it myself. And again, he is quite large compared to Amira, so let's spread that out more.
It has been a while since I've looked up extremely niche lore about Final Fantasy to brush up on it.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what I should research next.
I did that by accident, but I kind of like the look of that. It's like a little bit of a like rebound. Ah, Chug, welcome in. What were you doing? How did your stream go? I didn't know you streamed. Did you just begin? You were doing art too? Hell yeah. Would you like to share any of your art with us? You don't? Was today a special occasion? And now this one is a little... Maybe we make this whole thing lower. I don't think I want to intrude on her, meteor mark. Yeah. Right along her lower back, like that. You just turned it on and off? I see. Well, welcome in. That does not get me what I want. You, mask. There we are. Oh, but that's overlapping where I was going to give her her bite mark now, too. Shit.
Making scars is tough business.
Maybe he swiped her butt? Nidhogg, how dare
Whoa.
you? I don't mind that, actually.
Maybe it was tried to grab at her tail.
Yeah. The other side of Twintanya's bite. Where's our Twintanya? That's the funny mark. Oh, wait. Shit, I already closed... okay, good. We still had it open. She has... It looks like 2 on either side and 1 in the front of her lower jaw. So...
Middle.
That's there. So that would be about here. Puncture mark there. And puncture mark there. Yeah. That's the, like, lower jaw of Twintanya. Giving her a little nip. Put the bite on the other cheek. Yeah, we could do, like... Where did that one come from? Whoa. No. Oh, wait, 2 on either side. So many marks, yeah. I want her to be sufficiently fucked up. She's been doing stuff for 12 years. Alright, now she's a little bare on the back if I don't put the
A bear.
scratch there, so I guess we give her some more little swipes. Is there a point where we are shot? I guess Gaius shoots. Does Xenos ever
There's
shoot?
a couple characters with
I don't think
guns.
he does.
Xenos, no, he just has the golf ball bag of the golf club bag of swords.
Mhm. His dad shoots.
I can think
his dad shoots Emmett Selk in the face.
his dad shoots. Any of the Garleans or like the Magitech do have guns equipped. Emmett Selk has gun.
Does Emmett Selk have a gun? Does he ever use his gun?
Yeah, he shoots
I don't remember that.
on the Crystal Exarch, yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that happening.
Oh. That's a meme that I see sometimes. But maybe that's my fixation on very specific parts of lore. Hold on. Copy image. I'm gonna spoil this? Wait, do I have
He shoots webs. Whoa.
Spoil. There you go.
When does that happen?
Wait, you're literally, that's the after Vaw 3, and he's like, I can't let you keep going. I can't let you heal the warrior flight, Crystal Exarch.
Oh.
And he shoots Crystal Exarch.
Where? I don't remember him being like wounded. He gets shot in like the middle somewhere.
I don't know, like the back of the head.
Oh.
It's nondescript.
better,
They don't
it's
show
fine.
the bullet.
I see.
I mean, he doesn't, but
Yeah, that looks about okay. Am I gonna keep the big scratch mark on her butt? I mean, it fills the space. What does it look like with her pants on? Yeah. Maybe I can give her a little nick on the tail, too, to, like, keep that going. Right. This, shit, I can't order that in the right way.
Here we go. That's the continuation of that scene. I'm surprised this is not like a more memorable part.
Yeah, I don't remember that part. It's just on the floor.
Yeah.
Need to chop it up. I thought about that, Kat. That would save me some effort with the continuous problem of how the fuck to pose her tail. I could cut her tail off. There's a thing that I could do. I might still consider that for the future. You like her tail? I do like her tail too. It's just a pain in the ass to position sometimes.
Mm.
But she could have a,
You should make the
cut
tail
that
a
leads
brush, and then just draw the tail with the brush.
I kind of do that.
Yeah.
That's how
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, with like the outline.
Yeah, I use the like double outline brush to just like swipe the shape down, and then I like redraw over it better.
I was just thinking of it because I saw someone who has a character in like a very specific style that they draw braids for. So they made a brush that was like the end of the braid with like the tuft at the end that they just used. And I'm like, oh.
scar on a furred area.
The fur does
I
not
guess,
grow
like-
back, perhaps.
Yeah,
Or
but
like around it.
most of it would be like covered, right, in like other hairs.
Yeah, just kind of like obscuring it.
That would be a pain in the ass to draw on the regular. It's fine, I guess. Just because I can't help myself. I should have did that with the symmetry ruler.
Oh.
Paw pads are necessary, yes, very important.
Optimal bean. Should my Warrior of Light have paw pads on the bottom of his feet?
He could.
He could, because I gave him the fucked up Vieira feet. But it's
Bunnies
just flesh tone.
Bunnies
They don't have beans.
but you do it anyway.
They could be like callous, right? You can put like the markings. Many big decisions. I want to give him a tail, but it's not canon, so I don't give him a tail purely for that reason. But I love seeing people draw tails on their Vieiras.
I drew you with a tail because I kind of just
Yeah.
assumed that they had them. I forgot
they
that
do
they
not.
didn't. You
Or
deserve a
do
little
they?
bunny
Maybe they're just
tail.
under their underwear.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she has freckles. She has freckles that I did not do. Intimate cat questions.
Yeah.
Important lore. Does she have freckles on her butt? She has freckles on her thighs, so she probably would.
Yeah, they would probably trail around the thighs.
Butt freckles. Canon butt freckles.
Butt freckle.
Yeah, that's about right.
Who took a chunk out of her ass? Who did we say? Nidhogg?
Yeah, I guess we could say Nidhogg. It's the least important one, so that's why it's only one mark, and it's in an area that you'd like almost never see. Because you weren't here in the beginning, Catbat. What we did here is I went through every expansion, and I noted memorable things, like, to me personally from each expansion, and then I broke them up, like, by expansion and organized them in order of importance. So, like, my most memorable and favorite thing in the game was running Susanoo EX. I think his encounter is really, really fun, and especially as a tank, it is, like, uniquely involved. So Susanoo has the biggest mark on her, and that's, like, what fucked up her entire left arm. And then below that was Shadowbringers, so Seed of Sacrifice. He does the funny LB4 and cuts you 1,000 times. And then also that handprint is from Ardbert. I think I told you what my plan was with that. I actually forgot to write anything down for Heavensward. We had to, like, brainstorm that today. So very obviously that's the least influential thing to my memory. So any random dragon got she got snuck up on, I guess. She got one swipe in the back. Originally I was going to put it on her back, but this mark here is specifically, like, beak shaped, because it's meant to be a bite from Twintania. That's my 2.0, the next lowest down importance. Binding Coil of Bahamut, turn 5, Twintania bite. So she's got the little serrations on the back side and the big beak shape on the front side. She got bit in the middle by Twintania. So with the Twintania bite and her Meteor Survivor mark that I don't want to cover, the back swipe did not work. So I kind of jokingly said, what if she got caught in the butt? And then I kind of liked the look of it, so I guess she got swiped in the butt at some point by a dragon. Maybe Nidhogg.
Doesn't remember.
Yeah, so all of the little nicks and cuts are Shadowbringers reference, and then the healed section of her arm is Shadowbringers reference. The fucked up section of her arm is Susanoo, so Stormblood, and then she's got the dragon bite in her middle from 2.0, the dragon swipe on her backside from 3.0, and Xenos is her face marks. So, like, busted nose bridge and lip from big funny punch at the end of Endwalker. And then I gave her a cut on her eye. I don't know if I want to keep it still. I'm still debating that. But I figured if that particular cut were anybody, it would also be Xenos, because Xenos is the one who, like, comes the closest to killing you, canonically. So, like, the most dangerous cut on her body, you know, like, being almost a brain loss, you know. Astroful.
Oh, Astroful.
What were you would you finish Deltarune today? What'd you do? What happened? You were playing Deltarune. How'd that go? Largest raid of your life, hell yeah. You finished it? Yeah. Is it, like, done? Or are they...
The series? There's, like, 6 chapters total.
Oh, okay, so there's more for the future.
Mm-hmm.
How was it? Did you enjoy?
Did you win?
How about the end of the game that sand just explodes?
That's how it all ties in together.
He makes a funny joke and he goes, and then the first note of Megalobania plays and he explodes.
That would be a dream come
7.
true.
I thought there were 6
Chapters
chapters.
3 and 4 of 7. Interesting.
7.
I won't spoil it. I won't be bothered, but yeah, I'm sure people
Watch spoilers.
here or watching the VOD would appreciate
Yeah.
the non-spoilers.
Knowing Toby Fox,
Oh,
we're probably
yes,
going to
please.
find out, like, here's top 20 things that you missed in your gameplay of Deltarune chapters 3 and 4.
Uh-huh. Do it with symmetry, you fool. There we go.
It was interesting because I was watching some people like, oh, like their playthroughs of Deltarune just because I wanted to catch up on the story and might as well, you know, like twofer, like watch someone's reaction of it as well.
Right.
And I was watching some people's playthroughs of the previous chapters through like the quote unquote different like endings you can kind of get.
Mhm.
And like there was a couple people that accidentally discovered new dialogue branches because of certain things, and it's like the first
Oh.
recorded instance of that dialogue branch, and it's just interesting.
Huh.
It's pretty cool, actually.
Right? Oh, Toby. Let's make a game. I keep saying that to like everyone I know. Where whenever I see something cool in a game, I'm like, yeah, we can make a game.
Slides you my
Do it, son.
resume.
Make the game.
I want to. I don't have enough brain cells, so I need the power of other people's brain cells to help.
Hi, my name is Batbug Doodles. I have a degree in simulation and game development.
Hi, my name is Sun. I have a minor in creative writing that I've never used.
Hi, Barry.
Hi, it's me, Barry.
You ever see that meme of like hi, like I like booked the hotel, like hi, I'm Darshan. Hi, I made the arrangements
saw
for
that
breakfast. Like I'm Darshan.
Oh my god, there was one where it was just like, it was like a daughter, a dad, and a mom. It was just like, I made the plans, I paid, I'm Betty.
I love
And the
this.
entire time it's just, I'm Betty.
Yeah.
I'm see if I can find it, because it's actually pretty good. I think her name is Debbie, actually.
There's a couple variations of them, but I like them all.
It's a good meme. I found it.
Yep.
Her name's Deb.
Deb. Who's your character?
Where is the freckle brush? There it is. All right, I think that might be.
We love
it.
Deb.
I love Deb.
Let's go down the list here. Confirm we have everything. We have Susanoo. That's why her left arm don't work so good no more. We have Seed of Sacrifice. That's all the little cuts. And also Ardbert hand on her arm. We have Xenos. That's why her face is a little fucked up. Debatable if I want to do anything else from 6.0. We have Bahamut. Big bite on her middle. And we have some dragon from Heavensward.
Dragon
Identity
question
unknown.
mark.
Yeah, that's everything. I didn't record anything from Dawn Trail. I don't think I want to like be bothered by adding a new thing to her. Like for every expansion in the
Waterlogged.
future, I just want her to have like a baseline that looks like she's been through some shit, and I think we got that now.
Yeah. And we'll circle back to this and update it in 5 more expansions.
Scar DLC, yeah.
Yeah.
Should. Where did I put that? It's in body and in color. Okay. Just want to scoot that over. There we go. And we only added 1 color to her palette for the scar marking.
Yeah.
And actually, given what that color
Let's go.
is, I might even just have that be her like that's the color that would be in her mouth if she were to open her mouth. Because right now that's that color, but they're kind of similar. I might be able to get away with using the same one because the scar area is a multiply layer, so that I don't have to worry about the like color of her palms individually. So we kind of get an extra color because this is a multiply on top of her skin and not the flat pinkish, right? So the flat pinkish could still work for her like tongue. Meh.
Dink donk.
Yeah, keep it over there, actually. A little bit crowded.
All right, Astrofel. Come in here and talk about your Warrior of Light now.
Yeah.
It's your turn.
Need to indoctrinate Astrofel into Final Fantasy right now.
Using Batbug's friend recruitment code so that they can get a Titania mount. What do we think Astrofel would be, race-wise? Or gender-wise?
I soul read him as a Viera boy already at some point in the
Yeah?
past. Yeah. He agreed.
Astrofel, you want a match?
Yep, that's
Holy
that.
moly.
It's ass boy.
Oh, good, and you're already in little guy form. You're matching the
Yeah.
the theme of the day.
Good, good. It's me. Something fell off my chair.
Oh.
Trying to hit it back in with my fist. It's not working.
So real.
I did it. I dealt in my rune. I played so much. It's ridiculous.
Hell yeah. That,
No, I'm
yeah.
not going to spoil it.
Yeah, you were in there.
Did
for
you
a
do it
while.
all in
Don't
one
worry,
sitting?
I still gotta play it. I muted when you joined because I was like, oh no, I don't want to hear any spoilers in case.
No,
Nothing happened now.
I know. I know. I've been avoiding all corners of the internet.
That's the mood.
I want to refer to stuff on why it took me so long, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not.
I know
Is
you
it
were
one of these
on-
things that's like deceptively like 8 hours long and you think, oh, it's gonna take like 2?
You were on one fight
sort of,
for
yeah.
a long time. So I was lurking for like the whole stream, and I kept on tuning back in and seeing that you're still fighting the same guy.
Yeah, that sounds like Delta.
That's so fair. That's so real.
Deceptively grindy.
I did it though. So, you know what?
Yeah.
You dealt at the rune.
I dealt at the rune.
Whoa. You like my fucked up cat?
Where did you get up to, a streamer?
Could I ask? I'm at the start of chapter 3. At the end of chapter 2, I was losing my voice. And then I got a headache yesterday and didn't stream chapter 3.
Yeah, I know
So
what I mean. I wouldn't have streamed yesterday. I woke up with the worst headache and then I ate medicine and it went away, but it was like, oh my god, I'm dying.
That's so fair. I'm out of ibuprofen, but if I had it, it would have been so over.
Well, we've been going for 5 hours, and I have my scars laid out, and I really need to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
So am I ending right now, or am I taking a bathroom break and then doing something else? What are we doing?
Bathroom break.
What else would
Bathroom
I do?
break. You can
Bathroom
trust
break,
us
and then
with your stream
decide-
unsupervised.
Yeah, decide while you're in the bathroom if it'll be a to be continued or we'll be right back.
Yeah, but I don't want to. I don't want to have a BRB and then we're back and now we're ending. You know.
Think
Welcome
of the
back. Get
AdSense
out.
that now don't.
Yeah. What else would I do? I guess I would just do like more poses or expressions with her. But I don't really have much prepared in that regard. Is there anything else that I'm forgetting? I guess we could do an outfit on top of her now that her body
clothes.
is done. Yeah, I guess we could go for a little while longer and yap about lore and shit, because one of the major things that I need to figure out before I can really draw her outfit is what main job do I want to say she is?
Yeah.
Big crush.
Yeah, we can talk for a little while longer. All right, I will be right back then. They'll still be able to hear you while I'm gone. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I encourage you all to take a little break, refill your waters, stretch. I'll be back in like a couple minutes. BRB. Wop, 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 wop.
How's it going? What's up?
Really good.
Time to get my warrior fighting Zeroid.
Awesome.
I've been listening to lore I don't entirely understand, but it's just fun to hear.
Yeah.
I'm doodling so fun thing in my character.
Oh.
I think I already shared this on one. Hold on.
In the faces.
Oh, that's the moon. Here, I'll put it in stream chat as well, and not in the side chat.
Amazing.
Holy moly.
As mentioned, I want to bring them for frozen yogurt.
I like how you do the little cube.
Thank you.
The secret design lore. That's the default Blender cube.
I thought it was that. I was like, that looks like a blender cube.
I want my, that's why the colors are the way they are, because that's the gizmo, like directional colors when you turn things in 3D.
Oh, that's fun.
And I want the lore to be that every time someone deletes the default Blender cube, that power goes back to me.
Oh my god.
That's fun. Here's the other doodles as well. Still battling art block for my life, but
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's going around shaking your hand so hard.
Spend only $20. This is good. I love this.
thank you.
That's so cute.
I love my silly raccoon.
So silly. The Minecraft cat.
Do you suck with the spirit boxes?
I unironically want, like, the Minecraft
Where do
paper
you get
box.
them? Where do you actually get them? I would buy them.
Hold on. I stayed over with someone and someone was wearing them and I was like, those fuck. But I have not been able to find the exact kind anywhere. I think I might have just stumbled. I don't think that's them. When I find them, I'll let y'all know.
Give me your email address and I'll spam an email.
You should also give me your email address. I will send you the both Wednesdays there, but in a much more formal thing. It'll say, Dear Astrophel, I hope this email finds you.
Can you do that with my real address and an actual letter?
I will do that.
Give me your address.
I think this has my address forwarding.
No, I wasn't into the Spanish.
That's true.
How would I have your address there? So?
I don't know. I probably said it once and you wrote it down immediately.
What? We have never had a conversation with you. You just say your address.
Yeah, you said yours.
How could you?
I think we did have a channel in a specific Discord that no longer exists where we all posted our addresses for reasons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I
It
did
was like
not,
an emergency situation thing,
I
wasn't
did
it? Or
not
for like
pay
the
attention
trip?
to anyone else's.
Yeah, I didn't either. I don't remember. I don't even remember you guys' fucking names. When I met you.
I have to get myself to remember it every like 3
You
months.
have
I
to-
do like a
you
mental
have to
training.
I don't remember
You
your
repeat
name
it to
either.
me all the time. Oh man, shit.
I don't remember Ray's either.
It's always so fucked up being in a group of people who use online aliases. I just use my fucking name, man.
It's funny.
Oh, we're talking about names.
Yeah.
My name is just my name, and everybody's going by like fucking aliases, and I'm like, shit, maybe I shouldn't have made my name my name.
Shakes hand, shakes hand. Hi, I'm Batbug.
Your
I
phone
think
number
we-
in my phone, Batbug, is like Batbug brackets your name.
Yeah, I
That's
also did
that's how I
that.
have people's names too.
I did
I
that
think I
just
only
in
did that in
case,
case like you got hit by a car. or
yeah,
something.
exactly. Exactly.
Man, I don't think I had like you guys do. Ah!
Uh,
Sorry, TikTok. It scared me. I opened my phone and TikTok blared. I'm so sorry.
all
So
right.
real.
What was I? Oh yeah, outfits. And prerequisite job discussion.
Yeah.
So I have a problem in Final Fantasy that is one of my biggest gripes about the game is that there is literally zero build diversity. You have no choices of what abilities you get or talents or any such things. You are playing Gunbreaker. Here's the Gunbreaker ability set. Everyone gets that. Which isn't an awful game design decision for various reasons, but I personally feel much less attached to the job that I am playing in that game because you need to just be satisfied with the thing. You cannot personalize it at all. So I have this current issue where I don't feel like 100% connected to any of the jobs that currently exist in the game. So it's hard for me to say what her like main identifier would be. But my current most played jobs, it tends to be that I am the most advanced person as far as progress goes in the groups of people that I play with. So I have leveled at least one of every role for the sake of being able to fit into wherever they are, you know? Like, for instance, I just started joining Penny's MMO Mondays, which already had 2 other people. So it's like, we need 1 more DPS, because I'm not going to ask them to change. They're the ones leveling through the game for the first time, you know? So I like to have everything available to me. So I have a tank healer DPS that is Gunbreaker, Sage, and Red Mage. But especially Sage, I don't feel either of those really fit her. I think Gunbreaker is the closest to how I like perceive Amira, because again, when I first made her Amira instead of random normal ass name that she had before, I like made her lore accurate. When I made her Amira, she was a warrior, and I was a warrior for that entire expansion. So I still kind of semi-identify her as a warrior, or at least martial. Hence all of the got fucked uppery, right? So I guess Gunbreaker is the closest to me, like, identifying with. But not entirely. Oh, I missed a mark. That layer.
It's time to abandon all of the combat classes and become a culinarian. Hands you your job stone and frying pan.
I actually did have in ye olden times when I was raiding Binding Coil, I had Alchemist leveled. And I thought about picking that back up again. And yeah, it was purely for making drugs for the party. We had a designated cook, and I was the designated alchemist. So we always had the like best in slot buff food and consumables for raiding, because we were pushing current content at that time. But yeah, branching outside of Final Fantasy, other games that I've played, what I typically like to be in a group is, I guess, most easily described as a support, but not a healer. I really like being like Batman, you know, like having a toolkit that is useful for me to be useful with, right? Like I have strong memories with Burning Crusade World of Warcraft specifically, where I played Rogue, and they have various types of poisons that they can apply to their weapons. They have vanishing powder to, like, you know, do the Sheik move where you go hacha and then you hide yourself. They had pocket sand, you know, blinding dust that would disable an enemy for a while. They could attack an enemy out of stealth when the enemy was not alerted and it was a really long CC. So, like, you would just, like, disable a guy for the fight so that there would be, like, one less party member on the enemy's side for a while, you know? Like, utility moves like this, where my primary role is to deal damage, but I have a whole bunch of stuff that I can do to help the group. And, right now, basically the only thing in Final Fantasy that can do that is Red Mage. So I do really like playing Red Mage, but I do not view Amira as a finesse weapon user, right? Or a caster, really, for that matter, either.
Yeah.
So I don't like super identify with anything that's available to me very strongly. Gunbreaker is fun to play, Sage is fun to play, Red Mage is the closest thing to the role I want to be in the game currently. But I don't have a huge affinity for the Gunblade. I don't view her as scholarly, so Red Mage and Sage don't quite make sense. And also, I don't really dig the vibe of Amira with a rapier. So I'm in this spot. I don't know what to do with her. Because Final Fantasy XIV never got any of the jobs that I mained for years in Final Fantasy XI. Being Thief and Ranger.
Well, it does now, technically.
Yeah, Thief kind of exists in that is, well, yeah, there's the Phantom job now in the Croissant. But Rogue is also...
I'm sorry, the Croissant?
Yeah, it's called the Phantom Crescent, but everyone just calls it the Croissant. Rogue exists in Final Fantasy XIV as well, but it is not a job, it is a class, and it is the class of ninja, which I don't like. So there will never be a fully fledged rogue in the game. There probably will never be a fully fledged thief in the game, because of how the game works. Your job is locked to your weapon. So we already have a dual dagger class that's ninja. So we're probably never getting thief unless they just start ignoring that rule, which they have not done yet. We already have a bow class in the game. It's bard, so we're not getting ranger. And actually, also, ranger could use all manner of ranged weapons in 11. We also have a gun class called machinist. So we are very likely to not ever get ranger unless they give it a crossbow or something. Yeah, it's a bummer. I don't have a large likelihood that I will ever have like my thing that I really gravitated toward represented in Final Fantasy XIV. So what do I do with her?
We could definitely cheese it. Because there are technically other jobs in the world that are not playable, because there are musketeers in Limsa Lominsa, but that is not a class that is playable. But there is a musketeer guild.
Yeah. But also, I like the idea, for the same reason why I didn't go with, like, the fully on the side of the head ears, or, like, the cat lip, is, I didn't want to go too horribly off model, because I do want her to still read as that character from Final Fantasy XIV. Right? So I could just make up a class and give her like a bow and a single sword, short sword, you know, and say like, yep, she's a ranger, rogue, whatever.
Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't be like evolved rogue instead of going ninja route, because that's where like the story changes.
Yeah. I really wish they kept up with that. Maybe in the future, I don't know. We don't really know where the game's going now. Well, we have to see what they're gonna do. but I kind of miss the prospect that they originally had where you were a gladiator and then you could advance to some number of other things that are the classic Final Fantasy jobs that happen to use a sword and shield, right? But they abandoned that that gameplay mechanism. Yeah, I guess Gunbreaker is the closest, because I definitely see her as more of a tank than strictly a damage dealer, and certainly not a like backliner mainly. So I guess it would be between Red Mage and Gunbreaker. Sage is the one that I identify the absolute least with. Ironically, probably my most played currently, because healing I find less cerebrally demanding than tanking. So whenever I want to get a group quickly, but I don't want to try too hard, I just play healer. But yeah, Amira being all scholarly and sitting in the back and like doing no attack manually, but having funny little robot sticks do all of her moves for her, does not suit her character, I feel. But Red Mage, funny enough, I often stay, hell, even as a sage, I often stay within melee range of the boss, just because it's easier to, as a healer, for me to heal the entire raid group from the middle of the fight. And as a red mage, because I need to go in to occasionally do melee anyway, so oftentimes I just don't jump back out. I just stay in and do my casting until my melee stuff is ready again. So I am often frontlining, regardless of what role I'm playing. Thought I made a folder somewhere for outfits. There it is. Did make a folder for outfits. So could I come up with like a default outfit that's not like job specific?
Streetwear.
Yeah, that's yeah. That is what I put.
Inappropriate graphic T-shirt.
Fall Guys hoodie.
Fall Guys hoodie.
Among Us T-shirt and Minecraft creeper boxes.
Agreed.
No, we don't need this anymore. Over here. Oh, I have new messages. Astroma posted things. It's you.
Some doodles.
Gender flavors. Ah, right, and I can stop. That was not the button I meant to push.
Oh my goodness.
No, Peppa hates us.
Holy moly, I can't believe this.
I meant to close my stream pop-out. That is not what I did. I'm trying to get my outfit references open and on my other screen. There we go. Where I can see you guys kind of. There we go. All right. Yeah, let's do a little outfit doodle, I suppose.
Do you remember when I used to play as a Makote? I was Gunbreaker maining that, and I tried to draw him once, in his outfit, and I did, and then I never drew it again because it was such a pain. So after that, I just drew him in a T-shirt that said Gunbreaker Gear. Let me see if I have that actually. This is old art.
It's lagging nice and good. I'm copying a whole bunch of stuff. There we go. I just wanted to copy that layer so that I could steal the, Oh. Wait a minute. Why would that... Oh, because I'm... Right. No, that makes sense. Shit. Unmerge those layers. It's gonna lag again. Well, there it goes. Clip Studio will resume momentarily. There we go. Okay. I want that. Yes, there we go. There we go. That first symmetry mark.
No.
Yep. Stroma fell off the planet.
No. What's it all for?
Yeah, so I typically use this, like, off black on her a lot. Oh, Stroma's back.
My internet went out for a moment. I'm sorry about that.
No.
No worries. And then I put her in this, like, off red. That's too bright. Yeah, that's like her color red. There we go. Amira is just Shadow the Hedgehog. It's confirmed.
Sure.
Hell yeah. Badass.
Oh god, these drawings were for 5 years ago. That's when I started playing Final Fantasy 14.
Alright.
Whoa.
I like that creature.
Nude.
Thank you.
Nude.
My old Warrior of Light.
Alright, so I'll start from something that I've done before, because that's the easiest thing to do. Where I drew her in, like, tights. And then, like, a crop jacket. Let's get that image open, actually, for ease of use. When did I do that? Was that a ScribbleSupport? I think it was. Was that a bingo entry?
ScribbleSupport.
I don't think it was a bingo, so it would be
a ScribbleSupport.
Yeah.
Is there a daily Scrabble website? Surely there is.
Scrabble?
Like, I mean, there's Wordle.
What do you mean daily Scrabble?
I don't know. I just said that.
I
don't know.
You just play Scrabble once a day, or like?
I don't know. Like you find like Wordle, but Scrabble.
Today's Wordle sucked.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it.
Oh, gotta do.
My Discord server has gotten very, very into Wordle this past week.
Should I do it in your Discord?
Wordle.
You should.
Play.
There's a League of Legends version of the world called Lottle.
I played the Pokemon one, Squirtle.
What do I put? What channel do I put Wordle in?
Gaming.
To her waist.
Oh, I got a couple letters. Ooh, okay.
I warn you, today's is kind of just downright awful.
Is doing Wordle now. We've lost them.
I'm gonna start doing Scrandle. Don't come on. Don't get me started.
You've got this, Astrofel.
I'm gonna get Wordle in one try.
Oh, one moment. I will be right back.
know words. I don't,
I
know
don't
how to
either.
read.
I
The
don't know
second-
words.
Dude, the second that an A is gone, I'm like, oh, I'm fucked. I'm not figuring
Right?
this out.
Like, don't even mention it if like a letter repeats and I don't catch that, you know?
I don't have a repeating number this time.
All right.
I don't know
Let's
many
go
words that
like
start with E.
sides.
Are we doing a different Wordle?
Maybe. I'm gonna play Waddle instead. I'm good at that one.
Fuck this shit, I'm playing Yodel.
Here, I'll put it in the pop-up or the stream chat for you. You wanna play Waddle?
What is this? I don't even know all the champions.
Oh, wait a minute.
I know like 5. I know 6.
So you guess characters. You can, if you type like a letter, it'll show you all the characters and stuff.
Is it classic?
Um,
Type of champions. I just have to guess a champion.
Yeah, and then like when you guess, it'll show you like the champion and their like all their information and stuff. And the closer you get, like the more greens you get, the better
The year released.
support.
God,
So
I got some of these right though. Range type means nothing to me.
like
Okay.
fuck.
Species. Oh, God.
Alright. Got big poofy sleeves? Yeah, poofy sleeves are toward the bottom though, so
Oh,
like
God.
big poof there.
What does that mean? Huh? Resource. Partial. He's saying words to me. I just don't understand it.
I still don't understand a single word.
How many guesses do I get? Wait. Do I just keep going until I get it correct? I've run out of characters. I don't know anymore.
I'm.
I've made 3 guesses, Ray. I've run out of character.
This game has fucked me.
Who else? Wait, that's a character.
What the fuck is this?
I'm getting closer.
I don't remember who's from Bilgewater.
Oh, a hint. That means nothing to me, but a hint.
Twisted Fate's not
Alright,
a
those
fucking...
are way better. Way bigger.
I've gotten 4, 5. I know 5 of the slots. When do we work together, or do I try to beat Ray at his own game?
Beat.
I don't even know
Beat.
some of them.
Is that considered? I know this isn't the answer, but okay. Oh wow! All right.
What else do we have on here? We have a light color.
I'm gonna fucking lose it, actually. If it's
What's the
this one.
tree? What's the name of one of the trees?
I got it. Yeah.
How many guesses did it take you?
6.
6? Okay. I've hit 6. I didn't get it yet, but I've hit 6. I'll just take a screenshot and send this to you so far.
The Dungeon Lounge, welcome in. What were you up to today? Lounging in some manner of dungeon, perchance? Oh, you're playing that thing. What is that thing? I don't really know what that game is. I just see a whole bunch of people playing it. Welcome in, everyone. I am Batbug Doodles. This is ScribbleSupport, my weekly art show where we do doodles to try and get you guys to doodle along. I'm working on some character design thing of mine today. We're with my little guys collection hanging out with me. It's an RPG that's very French and has too much emotional damage. I see. I see. What does it play like? Is that the one that plays like Persona? It's like a turn-based,
Which
like
one? Wait,
three-person party. Claire Obscure.
Oh, that's
33,
yeah, that's the
whatever,
new one.
that one.
Mm-hmm. I do like the design.
Wordle was evil.
I haven't even guessed it yet. I stopped to play the Lottle.
Right about there, I guess. That's an outfit. Well, she got no shoes on. What are these shoes that I gave her?
Her Pete's back.
Okay. Toes out for free? Yeah. Toe beans for the Raiders.
Free
There you go.
Oh.
Somebody would be happy? Yeah, I'm sure.
Where are you, Chewable Toenail?
We have a local cryptid that comes by on occasion called Chewable Toenail. This is for them. Are there finger beans? Yes. Fingy beans. Do they squeeze? Yeah, a little bit. I don't think she'd be too happy if you did that though. How do I already forgot what I looked at. All right, yeah, it's got like a rim. So we just start with the basic shape. So shoe. Yep. There's a shoe. Kind of. A little wonky. How much leeway do I have here? I guess it would come out past her toes a bit more. And come to like a point. Like that. Then we have the light colored rim around the top. Looking like Sonic. And then the
Run
dark.
around at the speed of sound.
There she goes.
Oh, I got the Wordle.
Go.
I'm not happy because I don't know what this word is.
Yeah, it's kind of a bad Wordle.
I got it though.
Did I do a different one?
That looks
No, they're all the
very
same.
stupid.
Wait.
I do know this word. Okay. I was reading it wrong.
Did I imagine what word it was?
Phantom word.
Yeah, I know that word.
Also, I gotta head out for the night, but thank you for having me today,
Okay.
even though it was
Good night,
mostly just
Samuel.
lurking. But it was fun
Yeah.
hearing and talking lore with y'all, and
Yeah.
I hope y'all have a nice night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night.
See y'all. Boop.
Who was that?
What's that?
Someone just left that box here.
With big old googly eyes.
Yeah, why are they googly eyes?
The shoes be laced or velcroed? I imagine that they'd be like slip-on, I guess. A little lower. Something like that. They're actually based on my shoes because I couldn't be fucked for designing complicated sneakers that day.
Uh-huh.
They are slip-on. Oh, that makes no sense with her ankle being where it is. This needs to go below the ankle. Yeah. Actually, shoes do that, don't they? They do like that near the ankle. And there would be like a darker version. Oh, and I never finished my thing. Yeah, well, welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people by. I hope your stream went well. Please do go take care of yourself. I don't mind if you raid and run. Drink water. Take eep.
Water is good.
Go pee pee poo poo.
Essential.
I don't know how to make shoes in perspective from this angle. It don't look right. They look weirdly chunky and simplistically shaped. Should I shape the like sole of them more? Would that help? Make this bit pop
Maybe,
out
like,
a little
the
bit
inner-
more, and then like crunch it in the middle, give it a little heel.
Maybe like the arch of the foot is what's making it look a bit too round.
Now they
Like
really
the
look
inner,
like Sonic shoes.
The way the foot just kind of turns in.
Hmm. Oh. The foot is escaping there, and it doesn't cover her feet anymore. Maybe bending the top of the foot's bridge down a little bit on the outside. Yeah, that's kind of what I just tried to do, but I broached her foot again. Curses having to make sense and actually have her foot fit into the shoe. and not just drawing what looks
How
good.
dare.
Maybe we could. They should be a bit more like front on. Yeah, that's helping to make them not come down as low. They're more of a front-facing view. That's the front of the shoe right there. Yeah, that helped. There we go.
Ankle.
Okay.
Edit texture.
Just slap it with the liquify brush until it looks right. That's what you do.
It'll come together.
When in
That's
doubt,
better. That's
liquefy
better
it
than what I
out.
had before. So that's an outfit
One outfit.
based on this one that I drew her in that one time. In what feels like a completely different style now. Which was the goal, so that's working. Flatten that out a little. Yep. That wasn't a 3D model? No. Just a lot of rendering on that one to try and do the funny meme. That's my OC there, and one of my friends, Warrior of Light as well. Welcome, Black. Welcome, Black. Welcome back, Clean Chug. Yeah, I did use a 3D pose doll to like come up with the pose, but nope, that's my 2D drawing. Yeah, I've been having a style crisis lately, so I'm trying to pretty radically redesign, well, not redesign, refigure the way that I do stuff. I want to be more, I actually want to get away from what you just said. Like, oh, wow, that looks 3D. That is flattering, and I'm proud of my work, but I want to be less correct. I want to be more like gestural and expressive rather than like technically correct. I'm trying to.
I like saying I want to be more gestural.
Gestural.
Yeah. Why?
I know what you mean. It just feels like no, it just felt like a gestural, like intestinal issue or something.
Gastrogestural art, yes. Yeah, I want to be more like cartoony, more exaggerated, more
Round.
emphasized. That's what I'm shooting for. So that's why her proportions are so much different now, because I want her to be an active character. She's very fight-y, hence all the scars and such. So, for similar reasons that if you look at Street Fighter character designs, they act with their hands and feet, and that's why their hands and feet are big. But also I want to be more expressive with her face. So she got big face, big hand, big feet, and less emphasis on her middle. So like I scrunched her torso and hips down so that the emphasis is closer to the ends of her limbs, the things that she acts with. That's what I'm going for. Face reminds you of a Yordle. Yeah, she got that was one of the big things. So this is based on my my player character from Final Fantasy XIV. But short story, I'm disappointed with the character creator in Final Fantasy XIV. And I wanted to make her more cat-like. So that's why she got the big pobs and the beans, and I gave her a nose. Mixed a little more cat into her so that she's a little bit more interesting. Yeah, I was disappointed that we didn't get any tweaks to the character creator when we got the like engine update for Dawn Trail, you know? They made the lighting and textures better.
Yeah.
A couple of more character create options I feel like would go a long way. Even like really simple ones like body scars or body freckles or like muscle tone. All of that is a 2D implementation, right? Like you just need to make textures and normals for that and then make a toggle that turns it on, right? That would be a new character create option. There you go. Is that a tattoo on her neck? Yes. So in Final Fantasy XIV, there is a really cool thing. That's why I wanted to make sure it was represented here, where if your character existed in Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, there was a big event where the world ended, and that's why Final Fantasy XIV is called A Realm Reborn. They remade the game because 1.0 was ass. But they didn't.
So they deleted it in lore.
Right. But they did it in lore. They didn't just say like, oops, sorry, refunds and we're gonna remake the game. They drove the story in a direction that caused an apocalypse to happen. And any of the characters that were around for that apocalypse have this mark on them. And I thought that was really cool of them to do. And I am such a person. I played 1.0 at the sacrifice of you not having to. So I like that she has that mark, and I was sure to keep that mark. Belts, that's what I was gonna do. She has like these little belts. Just use this color. I'm trying to be sparing with the number of colors that I use. That her design is more simplistic. And easier to draw more quickly and gesturally. You're a Lancer aiming to become a Dragoon? Ah, so you're brand new then. I hope you're enjoying the game so far.
Melee.
The good news is, if you're enjoying the game so far, you're in for a treat, because the beginning of the game is the worst part.
If you ever think that at any point while you're still in, A Realm Reborn, that it's, the story's getting a little slow, or you find that you might not like the story, it picks up so quickly after that.
There is a literal point, like, where the game turns on. It's like, you are now playing a video game. and it's like a unanimously, like, everyone who's gone through the game agrees that it's like, oh, I was really bored, and then that happened. And it's like, yep, yep. That's when you've begun playing the video game. I kind of wish they would go back and, like, redo it. Because it's a damn shame how many people very understandably give up, like, before they reach that point. I feel like the game would have a much larger community if not a significant portion of players quit before Heavensward.
And they've definitely tried without, messing with the base game too much.
Yeah. It's a bit to get used to. Feels how I remember Dragon Age. I missed that. Using controller, the game doesn't crash. I can get a Lancer Spear. Yeah. Yeah, game's very playable with controller, thankfully, because originally it was designed to work on the PS3 as well.
Mm-hmm.
In ye olden times.
Well,
The old times.
Have they dropped PS4 support? Did they do that with the engine upgrade in Dawn Trail?
have they
think they might have.
dropped it? I don't know.
I feel like they did, because there was like barely anyone who played it on PS4. Like there's a load of people who play it on controller, but still on PC.
Mm-hmm.
Or I might be
I don't
conflating that
know.
with Hunt's also recent like engine upgrade.
Hunt
Uh,
did do that. Pretty sure.
Yeah, they dropped support for, I believe, no, it wasn't 360 and PS3, was it? Did they exist on that? I don't think they did. They dropped console support for like a generation down, I believe.
Yeah,
Xbox One and PS4, I guess it would be.
I guess. I have to be going, my friends. Apologies.
Oh.
Okay.
Goodbye,
Thank you for having me
Good
for a
night.
bit.
Yeah. Thanks for coming.
Goodbye. This is looking good. That could be
Goodbye.
a-
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And yeah, sorry, I read that earlier and I was in the middle of saying something and then I forgot to respond. Yeah, it's a little Tracer-esque. It's the same like character weighting, you know, having the emphasis be on like puffy crop top and skin tight bodysuit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm better at in the moment fighting than I am at wait. Yeah, that's an unfortunate. That gets better too, but that might be the worst thing about progression in Final Fantasy currently. The good news is they agree, so I hope they come up with some fix for that in the near future. But Final Fantasy follows the Batbug Doodle's most hated MMO progression guide, where you raise the level cap by 10 levels every expansion, arbitrarily. So every time they raise the level cap, the game works with a controller, and also they have like a established player base that plays on mouse and keyboard with a set number of buttons. So when they raise the level cap, you keep the same number of abilities. They just like roll old abilities together and replace older ones with new ones. But that means every time the level cap goes up, the same number of abilities is spread over a wider level range. So that means the level up process gets more and more boring because you have less buttons to push. I assure you the game feels much more active at closer to max level, but it really sucks at low level. And I wish it didn't. And especially because of how the game works, that when you get level synced down, you're given the level appropriate set of abilities. So it feels like ass whenever I play with my lower level friends and we do lower level content, and I'm like, dear God, I only have 3 buttons to push. This sucks. I really wish they would change that whole system, how that works. At the very least, I hope with Final Fantasy XI, their previous MMO, the level cap was the same for most of the game's lifespan. But then when Final Fantasy XIV failed, they fell back on Final Fantasy XI, and they raised the level cap to 99. But that's like a traditional Final Fantasy max level, you know? So given that they understand and have acknowledged that the progression is a problem, and that I hope they recognize the level raising standard is a big part of that problem, the last expansion put the game at 100. So I'm holding out hope that they'll just decide that that's the max level and stop doing that in the future so that they can work on how progression feels throughout the length of the game rather than just how it feels at max level. So that way new players don't have such an ass of a time, and that players don't feel bad when they level sync down to play with their friends. That would be great.
You know, it was interesting that the newest field exploration isn't for leveling.
Yeah. I'm holding out hope. Holding out hope. I'm also holding out hope that the Phantom job system is potentially a experiment for what they might do in lieu of raising the level cap. That they give us like some other ability set to earn instead of just leveling up more.
And level up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like something else to level up instead. Yeah, that'd be fun. I'm waiting out on Beastmaster.
Yeah. That should be soon. Some
hopefully
patch or two away.
I say that as if like I've mastered Blue Mage or anything like that.
Yeah.
I just like the fun new mechanic.
Yeah. I feel like her head is a little bare.
No, she's a little cat.
Yeah, you're right. What would I do? Head, question mark? Do I give her like a hairpin?
Head accessory, perhaps.
Something? Could steal from you?
I like to default to flowers.
Funny regulator.
Well, that's just one of my shards, you know?
Nah, she wouldn't use a regulator. I had given her earrings in the past, but I kind of fucked up her ears now. She could have one still on this side.
One earring. It would be funny if you just had to like move the earring instead of like
Yeah.
I can't wear an earring anymore. She's like, I guess I'll just put it lower on my ear.
Yeah. Get a new piercing. Weird idea for player level difference. What if they did this weird thing where a boss takes an amount of damage if you're alone, but has more health if you have partner? They do actually kind of do that. Not on boss fights, but on world events specifically. They scale with how many people are actually there participating in them. It's a nice little thing. You can also, if you're significantly above the world event, you can opt to sink yourself down so that you're its level and you can still like participate. It's neat.
Yeah.
So how much damage you can do doesn't really... Yeah, so that you're still like actually participating in the content instead of just like steamrolling it. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially when like new content rolls out, it's so that when like there's 100 people on a server, they're like steamrolling through the bosses and stuff. But so that if you're the only player that happens to be on a day, you're like, it's not impossible to do.
Yeah,
There's some fights that are like that, but it's because they are encouraged for like, hey, this is like a high level thing.
Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV does a lot well. Like, a lot of its design is quite smart. I just have a couple of issues that I wish were addressed. Mostly the level progression feeling and, like, new player onboarding. And the rant that I went on earlier about cooperative mechanics.
I personally have no hard gripes with the game because I, again, have very little comparison to put it to. It's a Final Fantasy can do no wrong because I don't know what wrong is. But they are currently working on the mobile adaptation of their game for better or for worse. Which is not going to interact with the PC, like with the online version. It's going to be its own Like, it's A Realm Reborn, but you could play it on your phone.
Right.
So we'll see how that goes.
Interesting. I didn't know they were doing that.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, like, play... I think it's also going to be an MMO, but mobile only, and it's just not going to intersect with the
Right.
the current game.
That's bizarre. I feel like a lot of people are going to immediately complain about a lack of crossplay because they would expect that, oh, I can log on from anywhere. That's cool. But that's not what they're doing.
It would suck to do high-end content
Yeah.
on a phone.
Yeah, and that would also mean that the
latency?
level,
oh god,
the level of quality of like the entire game would go down because it needs to work on your phone. So like the complexity of encounters across the entire game would need to go down, which I don't think would be good.
They're keeping it separate.
Yeah. Fuck, I don't have the ruler on, damn it. Yeah, I don't like how the progression feels, and it gets worse with every expansion because of the level cap increase. I don't like the lack of more cooperative mechanics that actually make your party like engage with one another more than just I cast heal on you. And I'm a bit disappointed by the variety in the character creator. Those are my big three gripes about Final Fantasy XIV. None of them, in my opinion, make the game unplayable, but I feel like it would be better if those three areas were improved upon. Kane is the reason you're aiming for Dragoon? Ah, Final Fantasy IV enjoyer.
Ah.
Don't meet too many of those.
I know that character.
Yeah, everyone probably knows that character. He's like Mr. Dragoon, but not a whole lot of people who were into the older games. 4 is my favorite numbered title, like traditionally shaped Final Fantasy game. I like 4. It's a good one.
I feel like I would have liked it.
I would be brave enough to say that it still holds up, because I certainly did not play it like in the 80s. I played it on an emulator in like the early 2000s when I still had dial-up internet and I didn't have access to online games all the time.
Fair.
And I enjoyed it then, so I would wager that it's still a decent game.
I find that I actually really like Dragoon Lancer characters, which is not a correlation I would have made before.
Yeah.
But as I'm slowly collecting them now, I'm like, oh.
It's a cool aesthetic, right?
I blame Estinian.
Yeah, a little bit.
He wasn't the start of it, but it was like weird that it happened twice.
Yeah. Maybe I like man with stick.
Whoa.
There we go.
The first was a Zelda game.
A Zelda game? With a spearman?
The first Zelda Warriors.
Oh. I forgot about
there
those.
was a villain character, quote unquote villain character. But I was like, oh, that's like a really cool guy. Never see his face, not an inkling of what he looks like, but I was like, man, he's really cool.
Oh yeah, and I normally have her wear that one necklace that you get.
Oh.
During or at the end of Endwalker.
The little crystal-y one?
Yeah, you get that guy.
Yeah. I like the earring for that one. Yeah.
I think there's like a notch in it.
It kind of like wraps around it a little bit. Yeah, I think.
It's kind of like an arrowhead a little bit, like that.
Yeah.
That's the wrong color. And then
It's also a bit more greenish, but I'm nitpicking. It could be whatever color you want.
Yeah.
I do like spear. Yeah, actually, there's a couple more spear characters that I'm thinking about. I like polearm. Scythes are also polearms.
Yeah, that's my that one friend that I mentioned earlier. That I played through all of Shadowbringers with. Mains Dragoon.
I feel like I should get into Dragoon since I do play Reaper, which is also the same melee type as it, but it's so low level, and I start Reaper at such a high level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely feels ass to level an original 2.0 job from 1. It kind of sucks. I got through it most comfortably by not playing the game as much as I'm allowed to. So you go do like Palace of the Dead, you know. You
no, you know what?
I did
that with I did that with my monk because I got it just up to like level for PvP when that cool baseball T-shirt was on the was on the thing. So I'm like, I have 1 week. I have 2 weeks to go from level rank 1 to 25 in PvP, and I'm gonna do it purely through monk, and I did.
Right.
And now he's level 60. Just from PvP. I don't know how to play the class normally at all. Just the PvP controls.
Simplify it a little more.
Oh god, I have to save this model.
It's the party of your lifetime.
What do you mean 2? 2's already taken. This is the 3rd time I've made this model. God damn it. This is my 3rd attempt at making my warrior flight in Vroid, I guess. But I like how this attempt came out, because I'm actually using a reference this time. Always use a reference. That's the best advice. The skin tone is not correct, but it's okay. I can always adjust that later.
A nunchuck class in Final Fantasy? That would be interesting. Yeah, that's a good... What are some cool weapons that are not represented yet and could lead to interesting jobs?
I would love another ranged class, but I don't know what other ranged weapon is outside of gun and
crossbow.
Bow and arrow.
Could do crossbow. Could do
because like
dual,
technically like
dual small crossbows, like little handheld guys.
Yeah, because like technically the classes do have other. Because like when you look at like the models of the classes, like machinist does have a drill, it has a gun, you like dial in for a thing, you summon a robot,
big flame.
It's like all these kind of things that are already covered. Flamethrower. That's why I got machinist, and I accidentally became a machinist.
Yeah.
So like gun is already covered.
I feel like that one would actually be fairly likely because we already have a musketeer guild and we have a main story character who uses 2 pistols. So that one could be an easy move. Make musketeer dual flintlock
Yeah.
pistol class. That'd be fun.
I fear that higher level would have a hard time, like, not overlapping too much.
Yeah. I'm sure they could figure it out. We have Viper and Ninja. They're pretty
True.
thematically close to each other, but don't play anything alike.
Two sword. Mm-hmm.
Good
That's
song
true,
to
that's
come on
true.
for the topic. Yeah, I think I would actually like that. Not lightsaber per se. That would be a good glam. I think a like single straight sword DPS could be cool, and I would like that thematically.
A straight sword.
Tonfas.
There are tonfas in the game.
Yeah, I don't think they would do tonfas because they've already used a few tonfas as models for monk weapons.
Mm-hmm. That's also why I leveled monk, because there's some funny fist weapons.
Yeah, I also would have said like claw weapons, but they've also done that too.
For
needs
monk.
to be
Yeah.
needs to be something really really uniquely shaped.
I just remembered that I'm almost at the level for monk to make a silly glamour that I really wanted him to wear,
Yeah.
which is like the bunny costume outfit, like the really plush one, but with the giant Byakko fists.
Yeah. Oh, they're stuck in the ad dimension with you.
Crossbow I just fear because like there are some of the bows for Bard that do look like crossbows.
Yeah,
Functionally, they are the bows.
I think that would
I
be
wish
a
there were
really
more musical
boring
weapons.
choice because it's just a
Yeah.
gun, but that's like the only thing that
but
I can
you
think
could
of.
load it yourself. Yeah.
Yeah,
Chakram, there are chakrams.
there are chakrams. That's
for
what dancers
dancer.
use.
Mm-hmm. There's 3 aiming classes. One of them can't dodge though, which is very sad because
That's a good
that's the whole shtick with it.
additional prompt. So what are all the like subclasses? There's tanking, which is its own thing, just fending. But so the only ones that are subbed are the DPS jobs. So we have casters.
Yeah.
We have ranged classes, and we have scouts, maiming classes, and what's the one that monk and samurai are? Striking. So there's 5 subcategories. We have
they're all
how
under
many
melee
casters? Red mage, black mage,
Black mage,
Picto, blue mage doesn't count. So I think there's 3,
I feel
right?
like
there's 3
more.
casters.
Is that it?
No, summoner.
Yeah.
Summoner. It's 4. I'm trying to think if there's a subclass that's very underrepresented. So we only have 2 scouts. We have Viper and Ninja. That's it.
We're evened out to at least 2 each.
And then we have 3 aimers. I think we only have 2 strikers as well. Is it just monk and samurai? Is there another one?
2 striking, 2 of the I don't remember the names of them. So it's monk and samurai. It's Reaper and Dragoon.
I feel like there's a third one in that category. Am I wrong? We brought up a list of jobs. Final Fantasy 14.
I know this only because of like what classes can share the clothes together.
Right.
That's the only reason I pay attention to them. So it's those 2. So 3 of the melee subcategories have 2 each in them. It's Ninja Viper, Reaper. There's too many of them.
See my fucked up desktop arrangement. Here we go.
Yeah. It's 2 aiming casting.
Yeah, so the physical ranged DPS are their own category. Yeah, so it's just the melees that need to be broken up. So we have ranged DPS, we only have 3. We have magical ranged DPS that we have 4 now. But then the quote melee DPS we have 6, but they're broken up into subcategories where we have Dragoon and Reaper are maimers. Monk and Samurai are strikers. And Ninja and Viper are scouts. Yeah, so we only have 2 of each of those.
So hypothetically, to even it out, we could put one into each of the melees.
Yeah. So we're looking for
So if whips could go into striking?
interestingly shaped melee weapons. Yeah.
I feel like... What do you think they're gonna do for the Beastmaster?
I don't know.
Is it whip?
In 11, it was just like a rod, but the weapons weren't class bound in 11. Oh yeah, they did use hatchets. They did use axes. There was like a Beastmaster specific axe that everyone wanted in 11.
One of the range classes uses a Gatling gun.
Yeah, so whips, that's a good one. Yeah, hatchet, like single or even dual, like small axes. Hatchet, parentheses, plural.
Halberds are under, not to like nitpick what people are suggesting, but I'm like thinking of like what models are already in the game. So like hatchets are, or not hatchets, axes and stuff are under warrior, which is tank, and then halberds are under dragoon for lances because they're like
but
pole
you could do dual small axes or a single small axe because that would be significally different.
Which is technically the symbol of Marauder.
Yeah, even though they don't use dual axes.
Where'd it go? There's a second slot. Put it in there.
Yeah, glaives, halberds, spears. That's all covered with dragoon. Just sharp thing on end of stick. That's been covered.
Mace would be funny.
Yeah, there's no. Is there any blunt weapon aside from fists?
Oh, a hammer? Like a hammer would be funny.
Big hammer.
Because there is a model for it, but it's just a glamour for a bunch of classes. So I have the hammer on my white mage right now.
Flail.
So a dual-handed heavy weapon would be funny.
Yeah, that would be cool. Big slammy.
I fear that it would delve into tanked category, like a tanky.
Yeah, I mean we could use a new tank.
DPS.
Oh, I cut off the page on the browser. How many tanks and healers are we up to now? Yeah, 4 of each. I feel like we could use another of either of those. Oh, you know, it would be really cool as a healer. A what do you call them? Shit, a sensor.
Huh? Oh.
It's a metal, like, dish. Something like that. And it has, like, a top that has holes cut into it. And it's on on a chain that you swing. And it swings the incense around. That would be a really cool, like, smoke-based attacks, as
for a healer would be cool.
DPS / healer, so like a priest. You could call it priest. Or some other more fantasy
it's a lot of maps.
Call it, I don't know, something. Hey Prince, hey Visk. You two came in at exactly the same time. Welcome in. Where
for a big sword, like
gotten distracted, and we're talking about stuff.
The logistics. There is a big sword class, Silver. It's Dark Knight.
Dark Knight has big sword.
That's big buster sword type thing.
Is there a straight shield? Not only shield, but Paladin uses sword and shield. They're currently the only guys that use shields at all. The only battle class that uses an offhand. Yeah, Thaumaturge. Are they still allowed to use the like 2
Just
caster
Thermaturge.
shields? Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that could be another like a staff, like a bow staff. I'll say bow specifically. I know there's other names for that, but like a martial staff, not a caster staff.
I feel like functionally we could probably combine that with whatever hammer would be, you know, as like a two-handed like melee.
Maybe, yeah.
Whack people.
You haven't heard about a magic archer? Yeah, I'm cry single tier. My favorite job from 11 was ranger, which was kind of magic archer.
I'm gonna go, guys.
Okay. Go die.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night, Ray.
Not like a lance, but like yeah. Oh, my power just flickered. I think we're still here. We're still here.
Oh, I think you're still here. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I got nothing else in my brain.
Yeah, I feel like there's a majority of weapons that get covered just aesthetically. Viper is 2 big swords.
Double swords. Viper is Darth Maul because you can combine your 2 swords at the hilt and have a big funny bladed staff thing for a little while.
Yeah.
It's quite fun. I like it. It didn't grab me the way that I hoped it would, but it's still pretty fun. Do fighters get claws? Yeah, monks get claw weapons. I
Just
would
their
love
hands,
a
but they do
dedicated
kicks.
claw class, but no, they already have that with monk.
I do love a fighter that does kicks as their primary.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I liked monk more. I do really like it stylistically, but I don't like it functionally. Like it's one of those jobs that I hope that they come back to, along with basically all of the physical ranged DPSs. That they come from a realm where there used to be a 4th role instead of just tank, healer, and DPS. There used to be a support role, and these jobs were allowed to have like utility moves like big party buffs and specific buffs that you could only get through that job. But they don't have that in 14, and so the jobs that used to be support are in this weird spot where they're still trying to be their signature job, but they don't fit. Right? So everyone who's ranged has a much easier time playing the game because you don't have to be in melee range of the boss at all times. So to compensate for that, they lower your damage, but then that just kind of means like high-level players would rather replace you with a competent melee DPS because like the upper limit of your job is hindered by virtue of being a ranged job. And your support abilities are not strong enough to warrant the sacrifice. And Monk is in the same place. Monk is like the only melee support where they have a bunch of team-based moves, but they also do a fair amount of damage. So that their team-based moves are very much not influential. So it's a shame that I don't get to be a cool utility job. It's basically just a damage that does like a very marginal, largely ignorable amount of party support. it's not very fun.
That's also my beef with the range classes, which is like a lot of high level fights, I need to be in melee range anyway to dodge
Yeah.
the attack.
Right.
Yeah, I can keep moving, which is great. Like I don't have to worry about casting or anything like that.
Mhm.
But so can a lot of the other melee classes.
Yeah.
I
So
do like that can be
it's a
further
weird
away.
spot to be in. I would
Yeah.
love a melee red mage. Like, I wish that's what Monk was. I wish that Monk had, like, a heal button or a raise button or something similarly influential like how red mage has. Maybe Monk could have, like... I'll taint my thought process with Blizzard. What if Monk was like Zenyatta and they just had like a very short temporary invuln window that they could do to the party, you know, to do big damage reduction for raid damage or something. I don't know. I don't know. Something. I wish they had something more influential than.
Yeah, let me. I
what
don't
they
actually
have.
know what its like high level abilities are.
It's a heal. So they have a party buff that increases the amount of healing taken, and they
Okay.
have an AOE heal. So if you stack both of those, it's a halfway decent AOE heal, but that's on a very long cooldown, and it's tied to a combo. So you can't just do it on demand. You need to like do an entire thing first, and then
Gotcha.
you could do that. Who are you with? This is Sun.
Hi.
Your son. How do you spell your name? Y-E...
Yeor.
Oh, Y-E-O-R.
Hi, Visk.
That one. There he is. You knew I recognized? Yeah. Secret Son.
Rebrand that I didn't finish announcing. Oops. It'll get there.
Yeah, I really wish... Because if Monk was that, then I would be super into it, and that would 100% be Amira's main. Because, like I said earlier, I really liked Rogue in Burning Crusade World of Warcraft because of how utilitarian it was. But I also like Amira being scruffy, right? So being a hand and foot, like, punchy, kicky fighter that also has utility, that would be, like, that's everything that I want for Amira. So maybe in the future, maybe they'll change Monk. I do still like it. It just doesn't. It doesn't have that oomph, you know. It doesn't have that little extra.
Not quite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas Red Mage, I actually played yesterday. I did some roulettes just to get some tomes to buy another relic weapon, and I got a command in a raid as the Red Mage because I saved the raid.
Hell yeah.
Like the healers died, and the healers died, and then while the healers were dead, multiple other people died. So I quick raised the 2 healers, and then like long raised a couple of the other people, and I was able to keep that attempt going. It's like, yay, Red Mage! I get to be useful. That's what I want. That's what I'm here for. I wish there was more than just that one job that could do that. I mean, in a pinch, Summoner can raise as well, but that's literally the only thing that they get to do. And it requires that they use their Swift Cast, which normally is not available because that's just part of their regular DPS rotation. Yeah.
Mutant.
I wish Monk had
Unfortunately.
more. Maybe
Mutant
someday.
is an interesting concept, but unfortunately we have multiple instances in the game already lore-wise of people who have modified themselves to horrible
it's
detriment.
normally a bad thing, but I agree. I think that would be cool. I doubt that they would ever do that just because of the amount of, like, modeling work that would entail. But I think, like, some kind of shapeshifter would be really cool. But I doubt they would ever do that.
They do have Blue Mage already.
A lot of work. Yeah, because I'm imagining like prototype, you know, like manifest big hammed, you know, and do big funny attack with it.
Yeah,
that would be cool. I haven't drawn anything in a minute. Should we try and do at least one more like outfit concept? Try that.
What is Amira gonna wear? And anything that doesn't go into canon just goes into the AU AU pile, like the 100 AUs that I have for my own Warrior of Light, which
Let's
is
see.
based solely on what starting city I basically home him at. It really changes up his lore.
That's it. Yeah, that's a conflict that I have with Amira as well. So right now, Amira is Ulda native, and that's just happenstance because I wanted to play monk because I knew from the end of 1.0 and going into 2.0 that ranger and thief did not exist. So like one of the next ones down that I enjoyed playing from 11 was monk, so I was like, well, I guess I'll just monk then. So she started in Ulda, and that's why she has a more like middle skin tone, because she's a desert dweller. But I'm not particularly attached to monk, and as far as my own personal attachment, I put a lot of weight on Final Fantasy XI. I have a lot of memories from that world, and I got quite into that game for quite a number of years. But the closest that we've gotten to my home area from 11 is Tural. It's actually like very, very close to the area that my old character was from. So I had that whole existential crisis. Do I rename Amira? Is Amira a Hetzaro now? is that what I do to her? Maybe.
Yeah, I did have a
you should try to sleep.
Mikote
Right,
side character.
Thank you for chatting, Silver. Good talking to you. Hope to see you again. Have a good night.
But yeah, I did have a Mikote character for my Wolves like story, and I'm like, you know, I just don't know what to do with him. He's just from Limsa, and after the Hetzaro were introduced, I'm like, maybe he's at least part Hetzaro, maybe just a little bit, because he happens to be I actually made him a what do we call the gun that's not machinist in Limsa that I named earlier? Musketeer. I made him a musketeer, but a very bad one. But I'm like, it'd be funny if actually he's originally from, you know, like Shalolani.
That's a fun shape. Yeah. Or other option, and to canonize her cat bits, there is now lore precedent that Amira is just a Mithra. Because Vanadil, i.e. the world of Final Fantasy XI, is a shard in 14. So we're going there now, the Juno raid.
We're there.
I am almost certain that was officially said. Like that was brought up on like one of the live letters, and they're like and they did like a sarcastic little like chin scratch, like, yeah, you know what? I guess that is the case, you know, where so the world of Final Fantasy XI is a shard of the source in 14. So there could be, and actually there
we have
are
the precedence of them leaking over.
There are canon Mithras in Final Fantasy 14 now, because there's that little section of Juno that you have access to where you see a few NPCs. They're not modeled any differently than Mikote are, but they do exist. So Amira could just be a Mithra. Yeah. I don't know what I want to do with her. I don't know if I want to bother like renaming her and like trying to come up with you know, lore again. But yeah, thoughts that I have had.
We've definitely had the the precedent to have multiple names based on origin.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is like, oh, she's actually been a Hetsaro all along, but she was orphaned and raised in Ul'dah by Mikote parents or something. You know, you could.
Orphans
That's why her
in a
name
Final
is that.
Fantasy game?
What did? Oh yeah.
Also, Visk, there is an alchemist class. It's called Alchemist.
Mhm.
I mean, you could fight with it if you really wanted to. You could run up to something and smack it with your
that would also be
alembic.
another really cool combat class. A chemist, Lamau. That other thing that exists now in the Phantom Crescent. That was a job from old Final Fantasy games where they battled by throwing potions. Various buffs and debuffs and explosive chemicals.
Actually, let me write a letter to Yoshi P that the reward for becoming an Omni Crafter should be that I should be able to fight with those classes.
That'd be fun. Yeah. Okay, so what if she had like a sporty kind of top on?
Oh. Ooh.
Around there. That's a little bit smaller than I was aiming for, but I don't hate it. And then we do the classic big pant.
Small top, big pant.
So how would that be? I like this shape that I'm looking at in my reference where it ends a little high. So we do like a cuff there. And then some like billowy shape. And then up here.
I was gonna make a comment
Like a big pocket
on the outfit.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if this would not go over people's head. But I was gonna call this like the the bisexual outfit. Small top, big pants, cuffed pants.
Uh-huh.
That's like the very stereotypical bisexual outfit.
Is it?
Just based on multiple small.
What color did I
like
use?
Not to call it a stereotype, but that's sort of
Let's
like
grab these.
in multiple times they'll be like, oh damn, I am cuffing my pants or something like that.
Cuffing any pant makes you a bisexual. I wasn't aware of the lore. And what if these pants were lighter, and then we had a dark... Oh, I should probably separate that. Then we can have a dark...
Oh yeah, and
under...
hoodie or flannel tied around the waist.
uh-huh. And then let's just steal the... I'm losing my voice.
Oh.
Let's just steal the same shoes for now.
Too much yapping.
Mm-hmm. And then we could have a belt. And then say the funny Nomura ass useless extra
Are you
belts.
gonna add what I think you are? Suspenders that don't suspend anything but themselves?
Yeah, disconnected suspenders. I guess that's what they are, huh?
Kingdom Hearts has been on my radar lately. My feed has just been like, you like Kingdom Hearts, right? I'm like, I didn't tell you that, but sure, I won't say no.
Oh, there's the, they're coming out with a fourth one sometime in the near future, right?
Someday.
I think I saw news
I'm
of
not,
that.
it's not on my radar.
There was some, like, screenshot.
Yeah.
Oh,
How many years has it been already?
Since 3? I don't know.
It's like, right after 3, they came out with a trailer for 4, and then nothing. Kingdom Hearts 3 came out in 2019.
Oof.
So it's been about 5 years since we've heard anything. What were the predictions? What worlds do people think we're going to? Star Wars? Sure. Let's go to space.
Have they not done that already?
No.
I thought there would have been a Star Wars in Kingdom Hearts.
When did Disney acquire Star Wars? 2012. See, I don't know. There is already a lot of space in Kingdom Hearts, which I guess would be the precedent for us to. What would we do?
There would be a much, like, lower groin in these kinds of pants.
Yeah, Donald Duck would fight with Yoda, I think. I could see that. I could see that happening. Avengers, maybe. I'm just looking at like a list of people, like worlds I wish that they would do. Like Avengers, I could because they've already done a Marvel movie technically. I don't know what other new franchises they could be like. Let's put them in here. I can't wait to see Goofy, Donald, and Sora witness Obi-Wan cut Anakin's arms.
Yeah.
I don't know Star Wars, but I definitely know that they would look at Darth Vader and go, "That's a Heartless."
Mm-hmm. And then they'd have AI-generated James Earl Jones go, "No."
No. And then, actually, the Keyblade for that would be fun, because that'd be a lightsaber shaped like a Keyblade. I'm sorry, wait. Kingdom Hearts fans dox Sora. They find his real-world apartment in Tokyo. That's actually really funny.
I don't hate those pants. She looks very bare up top, though. I guess we could give her
maybe
her necklace.
necklace, maybe something on the arm.
Yeah.
What? Okay, so for the chatters who don't know, Kingdom Hearts 4 had an Unreal Engine demo trailer, basically come out with a bit of trailer with a character that people knew from the mobile games and then some gameplay. But it's based in real life Tokyo or Shibuya or something like that. And I guess because of the one scene where Sora's standing on the balcony of this apartment, people were actually able to find the real life one-to-one equivalent of where he woke up in this trailer.
That's really funny.
Which is insane and really funny.
Yeah, the reference I'm looking at has, like, arm warmers, so I guess that could work. What, one sleeve? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Where would it be? Would it be on her fucked up side?
To keep it warm.
Wait, how would it interact with her hand? Would it be like a... Oops. Like a fingerless glove situation?
Yeah, there's a couple gloves like that.
It'd be like that. Oops, wrong color. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I like that.
There is absolutely no top shaped like that in Final Fantasy, though. So this would... There actually kind of are pants like this. They're not 100% shaped like that, but they're pretty close. And there are, like, sport shoes that she could get. But there's no top that's shaped like this.
I'm trying to think.
There is that one that I use... There's one that I use on my Sage right now. The like islander vacation-y looking one. That's like is there a word for that? The straps don't go over the shoulders, they go around the neck.
Halter.
Is that what a halter is?
A halter top, yeah.
So she could have...
Some of the hempen undershirts have a similar shape, but that depends on the race that you're playing.
Yeah, that's another thing. God, please just make the racial starting gear work on the other races. I want the Hrothgar starting clothes like so bad.
Or make a glamour version of them.
Yeah. You could have that going on. That's not bad. Makes the necklace a little weird, but it's fine.
Also in stream pet chat, I'm putting in the cutscene quality of Kingdom Hearts over how many years? 20 years? When did Kingdom Hearts 1 come out?
That was on the PS2, so that over 20 years, I imagine.
2002, so roughly 20 years of progress there.
Yeah, there's big ladies now, Visk. Big lady. Well, there was big ladies before, but now there's big furry ladies.
Yeah. I need to take a look at the Final Fantasy XIV population census to see how many Femros turn into Hrothgals.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing in the game that gives you a single sleeve like this, so this still isn't an outfit that she could do in-game, but that's a little closer to
There's something close that I use.
something that you could do. That too.
It's like a
Sorry,
short glove and a long
we're
glove.
adding a fourth thing to my list of the 3 big things that I have a problem with Final Fantasy. Fucking stop the job locked glamours. Fuck you. I could do so much more with glamours if I could use the other. Like, I can't make anything that I like on my tanks. Like, I don't like. I like so little of that, but there's so many like half armored pieces that I would use the fuck out of that like maiming jobs get, but I'm not allowed to wear those.
Yep. I kind of get it, because to a degree it's kind of like a reward for leveling a different class, but I would like to be like, now that I have it, can I put this on my
then
other
fine,
class?
you could make it like that. Like, you need a caster at level in order to wear it. But not that only casters can wear it.
I'll take like that, and also you need a special new glamour prism to do this.
Yeah, sure. It's a thing that only crafters can make.
Yeah. And this, I feel like, is actually doable, because it's not inherently changing anything too complex, I
Right.
feel. I say is not a game dev on the Final Fantasy
Yeah,
team.
so it would be some work, but I feel like it wouldn't be too terrible, especially I don't know how they made their equipment. I remember seeing trailers for Final Fantasy 14 before 1.0 was out. Well, not trailers, like shows about it, like tech demos. Like, this is this game that we're making. And that I don't remember in what context it was, if it was indeed for 1.0 or 2.0, but I watched them dynamically have a like what the early game gear looks like, that you have like a hempen robe with sleeves like this, right? They dynamically put on a pair of gloves, and it was like set up in such a way to do this on its own so that it would fit with the gloves. And they grabbed the cuff of the glove and moved it up like in real time, and the sleeve adjusted to fit into the glove. So I don't know if that's still around. But that's the big load of work that would come around with them making universal glams for like or getting rid of the class locked glams, is they would have to go back and retouch an unknowable combination of things, to make sure that the gear didn't
Here's the
click
thing, though.
with other gear.
Yeah. There is certain gear, though, that are universal glamours that you can wear with certain combinations. And their solution for it is just, it doesn't show, or it's just hidden under something else.
So depending on how it's set up, it might not be a terrible amount of work. I don't know how their shit works, but I can see that could be a reason why they don't do it. That it would be a lot of work depending on how it's set up for them to allow for that to happen. But goddamn, I wish it was like that, because I find it difficult to make satisfying glams with what I have access to. Like, there's plenty of individual pieces that I like, but they're not all on the same job. Or if they are, they're on aimers, which I don't play, so like I can't wear that outfit. It's not what I'm playing 99% of the time that I'm on that video game. Yeah.
Oh, there's so many outfits have come out. When did you stop playing?
He didn't know
So I
that
can
Hrothgals
gauge.
or Viper was a thing, so sometime before Dawntrail.
Okay. So we unlocked an entire new continent,
Yeah.
which has its own entirely new culture. Which,
Two entirely
for the most
new
part,
cultures, actually.
you're true. But yeah, so we kind of unlocked two entire opportunities for some very fun, colorful cultural gear, and then whatever the other stuff is.
It's like Central American slash Midwestern American.
Yeah, you want to be a cowboy? We already could.
Yeah, there's cowboys and Aztecs on the main continent, but then there's a funk zone that you can enter. I won't divulge how that fits into the lore,
yeah.
but there's another zone that's just like cyberpunk, like
it's very Final
techwear,
Fantasy
streetwear. Yeah.
It becomes Final Fantasy 13.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's an outfit. I kind of like it. Don't mind that.
Endbringer. You never finished Stormblood Endgame? It's okay, neither did I.
Some interesting shapes in this one. That one's very close to one that I did already. Yeah, how about that? I like that.
She's coming together. I'm so happy. She looks so cool.
Yeah. I still might fuck with her hair a little bit, but I'm pretty satisfied with it, and I dread doing that, so I probably won't, but maybe I will. Hello, good stream, thank you.
I might spend the night. Speaking of night, I have work tomorrow morning.
Oh no.
But I might spend the night like looking up more lore, because I'm, I found the document where I said like, this seemed important, and I didn't elaborate on it. So yeah, I'm
losing track of my layers and folders. I have too much shit going on.
Yeah. Control Shift Click.
We do that. Damn it! I need to swatch that dark red. There we go. Because I keep on having to bring out this outfit. Yeah.
What happened to the red?
There we go.
Yeah.
This one has like a frankly useless looking hoodie, but I like it. Right, and that's why I brought that up before. Let me select her skin and invert that selection so that I can do a quick thing that appears to be going behind her.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh yeah, we don't. We have people who are not caught up with the story, but since Thick is not here anymore, if you're ever interested in fascinating dark lore, dark edgy Final Fantasy lore, look up the Gridanian Goldsmith, I believe it's called. It is about a crafter who became so enamored and fascinated by void scent that he dabbled in forbidden summonings just to create minions of them. Which is why we have minions of certain void scent for some reason, and like all their descriptions are of like, oh, like this is very accurate and almost lifelike for like someone who took like incredible detail into this. And also the creator was hung for forbidden summoning.
Unrelated.
Unrelated. But there is an area that we go to later that may be related to void scent where a mind flayer that you
him.
talk to, he's like, I woke up one day and I was summoned and I was tied up to this bed by some weird guy.
That's funny.
And I'm like, this was mentioned somewhere. This was like mentioned in like a lore thing somewhere.
That's cool.
so I was just very excited by just like a really stupid anecdote about that. But that's the good kind of stuff. And I will leave off with from the night from. Yep,
Yeah,
it's bedtime.
I think I'm gonna end here soon too. I'm just gonna put together this last
Yeah.
little outfit concept.
The details.
Ooh, or maybe I'll be leaving before then. Because it just started violently spewing water outside.
Oh.
And it may kill my internet.
Oh no. Well, it was a good productive night.
Yeah,
I'm always glad
thanks
to
for
talk
hanging
about
out.
the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah.
Yapping? Whoa. I'm just fascinated watching you use the lasso tool.
It's because of you. You did this to me. There you go.
That's cool.
And then she has...
All right.
Glovies.
I'll hop out for the night. But, good work, good art.
Yeah.
She's coming together.
Yeah,
Amira,
she's becoming a thing.
I hope you're okay. Every time I say Amira like that, I hope you know that I'm imagining the Akira meme where he's like, no, so I'm like, Akira. That's what I'm. Yeah, that's what's in my mind every time I say Amira. So whenever I'm running over to you, healing out Amira, that's what's going on.
Okay.
But all right, good night, everyone. Good night, chat. Play
Good night,
Final
Sam.
Fantasy XIV. It's a good time. Bye bye.
Yeah, we won't be going for too terribly much longer. It's getting a little hard on my throat. We've been going for 7 hours, and I've been talking a lot today. But I think we got some good work done. I'm pretty happy with how she's looking so far. My dumb little baby got some new clothes. I'm so proud of her. This color. Do some high-waisted pants. Go with a baggier, kind of like capri, maybe just under the knee, somewhere around there. Like that. Yeah. We have a bit of a looser, like, end to them. And then like a belt. What color belt? Let me just do this color again. Nice chunky belt. Maybe a little... Yeah. looks bad. How would that work? Be some shadow under there. Some wrinklies under there. Really low groin. Like that, I guess. We could just have it be that. And then... yeah. Made that higher up, actually. Color belt schrock? What's a schrock? Scooch that up more, up her legs. And then some big... sleeves. Some big-ass Final Fantasy-ass boot shape. Like that. Yeah. Sleep-deprived brain made a silly connection. I don't understand whatever the reference is then. That's... something. I don't think it suits her. It's not terrible, but I don't think it suits her. Meh. Meh. Let's see, that one went fairly quick. Do we have maybe one more? Maybe... That's pretty close to something I've already done. That could be fun, but that's not like anything that exists in the game, so that would be annoying to me that... Well, I guess neither is this. Yeah, alright. We'll do one more. One more quick one. It's very Kingdom Hearts, yeah. I think we can start from here. Well... yeah, sort of. See how much we can get away with here. To exaggerate the pants. Extra big pant. It's being weird because of the symmetry ruler. Big pant. Do we want to go lower? Yeah. And then I guess, again, with these... And then black, maybe? Or red? I'm not sure. What's this layer? That layer's nothing. Oh, the waist is lower. Bring the waist down. Like there. And then we have a, like, leotard thing underneath. Like that. Some vague thing there. Some banded detail. And fingerless gloves. I didn't have the symmetry on Teehee. There we go. There's no red on her outside of her shoes, though. That's her normal, like, main color. So should the suit be red? I feel like that would be really flashy. That's alright, actually. Yeah. Maybe we have some little greeblies. Like knuckles. I didn't have the symmetry ruler on again. Yeah. And then maybe we give her her necklace as well over all of that. Yeah. Yeah. That's an outfit. Very modern. But a cool looking outfit. That was another very fast one, but I have looped my outfit inspiration folder, so that's all we're going to do for tonight. We got 4 different outfits. I guess I should end with her underpants on the other the other portrait. so that she doesn't look quite as nude. And which one do we like best, I guess, to save as like the end point of the time lapse? I quite like this one, actually. Definitely not that one. Yeah, I think we end with this one. I like this one. Four outfits. Yeah, I'm not... I want to aim for a, like, default outfit for her. Like, what she is normally in. And I would like to have a default weapon of hers as well, but I still haven't quite figured out... We didn't... I got completely sidetracked and we talked about potential other jobs in the future rather than talking about what I would like Amira to most identify as. Oh well. But yeah, I'll be doing... This is probably what I'll be doing tomorrow. So if you want to come hang out in the Discord tomorrow, we hang out most Saturdays, and do some doodles and or video gaming. I'll probably do a couple other outfits. I should go into the game and take pictures of my like current glamour plates and try and stylize those onto her. Yeah, there's Amira. She's certainly becoming a thing. I am satisfied with what we have so far, and we might be nearing the end of the character design portion of my style study. And once we have a solid design for Amira, I want to just start doing like practice, just expressions and poses and lots of repetitive, quick practice. Yeah, that's what we have for the future. So let's see if I'm allowed to go choose a raid target without it killing my internet today. May I please, Mr. Twitch, not kill my internet? Yes. We have someone who's doing art that I don't believe I've ever gotten to raid, and if so, it's been long enough where I have forgot. So let's head on over there, grab this here raid message. Thank you all for joining today, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your time zone. If you don't have those emotes, please substitute your own. And once again, we will be on the Discord tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, hanging out and doing some doodling. Probably more outfits for my car. Here she is. Yeah. See you guys next time. Have a good one. Goodbye.